Chapter 10, Chaos. Kakuzu stared down at his 3 students as they all stood on the edge of the tree line, watching people stream through the giant doors into Konoha's central arena. It was the day of the 3rd round of the Chunin exams, and Naruto and Fu were expected to be on the battlefield within the next 15 minutes. There was silence among the quartet as all the spectators, foreign dignitaries, their guards, civilians, and ninja of various rank from different countries, filed to their seats. Despite the time constraint, all 3 genin were waiting for the bounty hunter to inevitably break the silence. "You all know your roles?" he finally asked, though they all knew that it was a statement and not a question. Each of them nodded. "Good. Then it is time to take your positions. We will meet up at the first opportunity," he directed at Naruto and Fu. "Got it," confirmed Naruto. Kakuzu's gaze lingered on him for an extra moment, intense green eyes boring holes into his student, before he turned around and led Haro towards the entrance. The cobalt-haired boy whispered a hasty, "Good luck," as he passed, but Naruto was too focused on his teacher's last expression to respond. "Screw this up and it will be the last thing you do," threatened those eyes. "I won't," Naruto promised. Fu nudged him gently, prodding him into motion. The touch was enough to startle the blonde from his rumination, and the 2 Jinchuriki set off for the competitor's entrance. Naruto thought that perhaps there had been some other message in Kakuzu's expression, pride he almost called it, if Kakuzu had ever shown any pride in the blonde's accomplishments, but decided to let the gesture go in favor of focusing on the task ahead. It wasn't necessary for him to win, of course, because promotions meant little to Rogue Ninja, but the thrill of victory, the idea of proving himself to Kakuzu, and to a lesser extent, to Haro and Fu, definitely gave him motivation to do his best in the upcoming fight. Winning against Niji was practically a necessity for his ego. The battlefield, Naruto realized upon entering, was huge. Walls towering hundreds of feet high enclosed the entire arena, and several step-laddered grandstands overlooked the ground from high above. Trees rimmed the inside of the arena, providing cover and protection in the otherwise barren field. Standing in the center of the grass and dirt area were all the other contestants, save Uchiha Sasuke. Fu and Naruto approached the proctor, a plain man wearing a bandana hideate backwards and with a long sanban gripped between his teeth, and took their places next to Nara Shikamaru. If Naruto stood at a slight enough angle that he shielded Fu from Gaara's vision, neither Jinchuriki commented on it. After another 10 minutes had passed, the Konoha Jonin serving as their proctor cleared his throat. "My name is Shiranui Gunma, and I'll be presiding over this final round of the Chunin exams. This," he said, pulling out a piece of paper which displayed the bracket matches, "shows the matchups for the competition. Are there any questions?" When he was greeted with silence, Gunma raised his voice and announced loudly, "We will now begin the 3rd round of the Chunin exams. Will Aburame Shino and Sai please remain on the battlefield? Everyone else is free to go up to the viewing balcony in the meantime," he told the genin in a normal voice. The other competitors moved towards the stairwell and took the steps up. They emerged in a small, open viewing balcony high upon one of the stadium walls, closed off by a waist-high railing. The 2 Sunanin took position in one corner, followed by the remaining Konohanin and then Naruto and Fu on the other side. Far below, the figures that were Shino and Sai stood about 100 feet apart, Gunma placed in between them. At the Senbonchuing Jonin's signal, Sai immediately moved away, creating more distance between himself and Shino. The Aburame, he knew, were a clan devoted almost completely to using the bugs within their bodies as their primary attack mechanism. Strategically, putting more space between the 2 was a less than ideal move, allowing the Bugnin to take advantage of the distance with his long-range attacks. Except that Sai was also a long-distance fighter, with a healthy background in swordsmanship and physical combat that Shino probably didn't have. As far as the fight's outcome, Sai would have no problem emerging victorious, after thoroughly testing his opponent's skill, of course. Originally, the Ink user had been mildly surprised that he was even still participating in the Chunin exams. After the preliminaries, he had met with Danzo and explained Uchiha Sasuke's progress and movements in detail, per his mission parameters. When he had inquired how to forfeit the final round of the exams without raising suspicion, Danzo had instead told him to compete. The reason, once Sai had time to actually digest the logic, was really quite simple. Root was, for all intents and purposes, a stagnant, defunct organization. There was only so much growth a group could go through while remaining underground, and recruiting opportunities needed to be taken when they presented themselves. It was a happy coincidence that Sai's opponent was Aburame Shino. Root's teachings embraced the idea that emotions were the path to destruction. By forfeiting one's feelings, no internal conflicts would get in the way of completing a mission. As a clan, the Aburame adhered to a very similar set of guidelines, indulging their faith within the realms of logic and clear-mindedness. The fact that they were renowned, if not slightly feared, as a powerful clan, and had even overwhelmed their rivals, the Beusing Kamizuru clan of Iwagakure, lent credit to the effectiveness of their creed. Apparently there was enough similarity to Root's philosophy to pique Danzo's interest in the clan heir. Though Root trained children from a young age in order to effectively quash their emotions, its leader obviously saw potential in bringing older Aburame into their fold. Hence Sai's new mission, to test the capabilities of the Aburame heir and reveal the extent of his capacity. It was a mission he would complete to the best of his abilities. To win, he would eventually have to move to close combat range. In the meantime, he would test the Aburame's skill with his Kikaichu and long-range tactics. Sai pulled out the scroll he used in conjunction with his ninjutsu and unraveled the first 6 inches. Choju Giga, he intoned, scribbling across the parchment with his brush. A bird emerged from the scroll, spread its 6-foot wingspan, and allowed its creator to jump aboard as it took flight. The aviary creature wasn't the largest Sai could produce, but its purpose wasn't battle, it merely needed to provide Shino a larger, more impressive target than Sai himself to expose his talent. Now, thought the Root agent, gazing with emotionless eyes at his opponent from above, what will you do? LLL. From his vantage point in the viewing balcony, Naruto watched with detached curiosity as Aburame Shino launched his clan's parasitic insects at Sai. To Naruto, who had been brought up by Kakuzu to recognize some of the subtleties other ninja displayed in battle, to simplify killing targets when bounty hunting, it was apparent that the Uchiha lookalike was holding back. The guy's name practically screamed alias as it was. Why didn't any of them have surnames to cement their duplicity? The main question he couldn't answer was why. Assuming that Sai was a high-ranking operative posing as a genin, participating in the Chunin exams past the point where it was a team exercise was pointless. It was practically the same situation Harrow had found himself in during the preliminaries. There was no logical reason to continue fighting that Naruto could come up with. Down below, a swarm of Kikaichu shot up from the ground and surrounded Sai, nearly spearing his bird in half. Not that their actions mattered too much, Naruto decided. What the higher-ups of the Hidden Leaf did with their own ninja had little effect on his team's mission. He had his own issues to deal with. Kakuzu's sudden, intense focus on his training, for instance. The bounty hunter, for how much he had taken Naruto under his wing, had never really trained Naruto. At least, not with the same intensity, focus, and personal investment as he had in the past 2 weeks. When Naruto was younger, Kakuzu had taken a more active role in his learning, probably to make sure he was grounded in the basics. Now that he was older, Naruto chalked that earlier time up to the fact that he had been completely inept in the ways of the ninja, and thus was a liability. Building up a 5-year-old from scratch often required patience and a firm, guiding hand. Unfortunately, Kakuzu was slightly lacking in both those areas. Naruto didn't exactly blame the rogue Takinin. From what little he knew of Kakuzu's past, and that was essentially limited to the one outburst the man had had right before Naruto had gotten Jiongu, those personality traits, or lack thereof, were to be expected. He guessed that his mentor had lived by himself for at least 60 years, brooding in a miserly, narcissistic cycle for the entirety of that time. It was to be expected that Kakuzu had no patience for other people. Considering that, Naruto was amazed that he had escaped with as few scars, both physical and psychological, that he had. Still, the blonde could remember the phases of Kakuzu's training regime and how the Nukenin had filtered himself from each step. At 8 years old, Kakuzu had taught him the ways of the bounty hunter and, for the most part, left the boy to his own devices with his advancement, trusting that he would teach himself the necessities. Before that time, Naruto had swapped between learning what was deemed normal topics such as math, history, and science from Ryo, and being taught ninja basics, taijutsu forms, chakra theory, secrets of the hidden villages, from Kakuzu. It was the longest amount of consecutive time the Jinchuriki could remember actually learning from the man, and he had been unrelenting with the child's education. Stupidity and ignorance were traits that Kakuzu refused to accept in his pupil. Naruto scoffed. Even when Kakuzu tutored him in the necessities, he still half-assed it by pawning him off on another person half the time. "Time is money," he quoted snidely, the voice again sounding suspiciously like Kakuzu. "I can't even get away from him in my own head." He supposed it was the mark of a good teacher that the lesson stuck with him after all this time, though. Sai threw a kick at Shino's torso, then immediately backed away as the Aburame burst into a cloud of angry Kakai. Coinciding with the mercenary lessons was a long stint of elemental training. Kakuzu had informed him of the basics of Futon Chakra and ordered him to practice. The man had then disappeared for several months, returned for a week to see the blonde's progress with cutting a leaf, and then left again. Following his next return, Kakuzu oversaw Naruto's next 4 months of training in several basic wind release techniques and extra physical conditioning, including the infrequent spar. Instead of advising his pupil, the former Takinin had stood by silently and forced the blonde to go through the motions of practicing his ninjutsu, only giving input when he deemed it necessary. Naruto had been expected to learn it all by himself through sheer trial and error. Kuchiyose no Jutsu and Jiongu had both gone the same way, with Kakuzu instructing him in how to perform the hand seals or what the benefits of each technique was, but nothing beyond that. Sword training hadn't even been performed under Kakuzu's watch, yet another case of neglect, Naruto thought cynically, to get away from me for a year, to focus on Fu, and all of the Suiton techniques he had learned had also been accomplished under Kisame's tutelage. With Kakuzu being a self-proclaimed Suiton expert, since Naruto had so far only seen minimal evidence of his prowess, it was slightly disappointing to have not learned anything from him. But this most recent training, it was completely different from the other experiences. Kakuzu had spent the entire 2 weeks drilling Naruto, teaching the theory, guiding the elemental manipulation, sparring with him, correcting and teaching him, until he could perform to the man's satisfaction one of his signature techniques almost instinctively. Even more impressive, the bounty hunter never once mentioned Fu or insulted Naruto. With respect to his usual attitude, Kakuzu's strange behavior was enough to put the blonde on edge. 3 ink lions surrounded Shino, who sent his insects out to defend himself. Naruto admitted that he was not the smartest person in the world. But despite not being gifted with Kakuzu's level of analytical intelligence, the blonde was perceptive. After catching all the glares and disgusted looks of Konoha's citizens when he was younger, it wasn't overly surprising that he developed such a talent. Under Kakuzu's mercenary teachings, the aptitude for it flourished. As such, he was normally able to read and comprehend people, actions, body language, facial expressions, after a short amount of observation. Kakuzu, of course, was a bit of an exception, with his face almost completely covered, his rigid stance, and his cool, impersonal demeanor. Even then, the Jinchuriki was able to understand some quirks of the older ninja due to the sheer amount of time spent with him. Just based on the complete change in training methodology, Naruto could only guess that Kakuzu was nervous about the upcoming mission. Naturally, he had no proof, especially considering that his teacher would never admit to such a thing, but it was a good theory. He assumed that part of the reason Kakuzu got some sort of thrill from chasing down high-ranking ninja was to assert his own power and dominance over his victims. If the blonde was better versed in psychology, he probably could have effectively traced the issue back to Kakuzu's loss to the Shodai Hokage and his lingering desire to prove himself to a village he had long since abandoned. As it was, he only had guesses to go off of. So Kakuzu searched out powerful opponents to fight, which led to him developing a reputation among the underworld and thus being searched out by Akatsuki. That in turn led to the mission to kill Orochimaru. And while the Leaf Nuke Nin was strong, he was also a different caliber of strong than Kakuzu usually dealt with. Even though he chased after ninja capable in their own right, Kakuzu had enough confidence in his own abilities to leave those battles, mostly, unscathed, and always alive. But Orochimaru was an experienced ninja who had also been recruited to join Akatsuki, and then lived through the perils of his own defection, followed by years of being searched for by practically the entire continent. Compiling that information with everything Zetsu had told them made the Snake Sannin out to be a very fearful man. So the only conclusion Naruto was able to arrive at was that the upcoming fight had Kakuzu questioning his own mortality. With the strength of Jiongu flooding his body, Naruto wasn't entirely sure how his teacher could be beaten, but he supposed that if all of Kakuzu's hearts were destroyed, if Orochimaru killed him 5 times, then he would die. If Naruto's theory was right, and Kakuzu was truly apprehensive about facing Orochimaru, then the Snake Sannin was a far more formidable opponent than the blonde was giving him credit for. The only hitch that Naruto could see in his hunch was that Kakuzu had never before exhibited any sign of fear. Of course, as far as he knew, and with the exception of the first Hokage, the man had also never faced an opponent of Orochimaru's caliber before. However, if the case truly was that Kakuzu was questioning his ability to win, then it made sense that he would want the boy he had put years of his time into, the sole successor of his prized Kenjutsu, to carry on whatever semblance of a legacy he had, including his ninjutsu. That's what families did, anyway. I wonder if Kakuzu considers us family, Naruto pondered. The immediate answer was no, but the blonde found it hard to believe that 2 people, 3, if Fu was included, could spend so much time together and not think of each other as family members, even for someone as callous and detached as Kakuzu. Fu nudged Naruto in the side. Battle's over. Looks like you'll be up in a minute. The other Jinchuriki looked down. There were several puddles of black goo on the ground, and all of them appeared to be writhing. It took the blonde a couple of seconds to realize that the puddles were size ink, which had obtained a thick, glue-like consistency and trapped Shino's Kakai, which were desperately trying to escape. Meanwhile, Sai had moved in for the finishing blow, delivering several swift strikes before holding his blade at Shino's throat. There was silence for a moment until the Aburame intoned, "I surrender." "The winner of this match is Sai," announced Gunma. The artist formed a hand seal, and the ink surrounding Shino's bugs disappeared, allowing the insects to fly into the sleeves of their master's cloak. There was a smattering of applause from the audience with the match's conclusion, and Gunma continued, "If both combatants will leave the arena, the next match will be between Hyuga Niji and Shinobu. Please report to the arena." "Good luck," Fu whispered as Naruto turned to the stairs. Niji was already at the doorway. "Thanks," he replied. He felt the urge to say something else, but he didn't know what, so he simply nodded and followed his opponent down the steps. They took their places across from each other on the battlefield. Gunma looked between the two of them, and after asking if they were ready, told them to begin. For a long moment, Naruto wasn't sure what to expect. Niji, similar to the preliminary matches, seemed to stand stolidly in the same position, arms crossed and expression stern. "You seem to want to say something," Naruto prompted at length. "Give up." "Excuse me?" "Forfeit this match," Niji reiterated coldly, "or I will be forced to beat you into submission." "You have some sort of superiority complex, don't you? You're an orphan from Amigakure, a clanless nobody from an unknown village," continued the Hyuga, ignoring the barb. "I am a prodigy from the Hyuga clan, the most powerful family within Konoha. Fate has decreed that you will lose to me this day. Either forfeit now or face the might of the Hyuga." "Good lord, you talk a lot," Naruto griped dramatically. "Is this the power of the Hyuga clan? To talk people into submission? I mean, it must be effective, since that other Hyuga bowed out after your little spiel last time." Naruto cupped his chin with a hand, as if in deep thought. Niji's face was slowly flushing in anger. Considering that, I guess you are pretty strong. You dare disrespect the power of the Hyuga," seethed Niji. "You're a backwater ninja who could never compare to my greatness. I'll show you." A gust of wind blew past Niji, ruffling the long ponytail his hair was in. Naruto moved his hands to his side from where they had been previously clapped together. While the futon, Ripusho was not exactly an attacking move, and in fact was weaker when expelled from the mouth, as he had just done, then pushed with his hands, it did provide an excellent distraction. He pondered, looking at his hands as if impressed with his ninjutsu expertise. "Funny. It appears as if my weakest technique just stopped your strongest technique." The blonde dug his pinky finger into his ear, taking it out and inspecting it as one might an interesting curio. "I guess I have nothing to fear." In the stands, Haro blinked and looked up at Kakuzu. "Shinobu seems to be playing with his food," he quipped. "Yes," agreed the bounty hunter, "a bad habit he seems to have acquired from me." Hyuga Niji settled into a traditional Juken stance. "Have it your way. But fate will see that you lose today." "You think that you'll win because of your belief in fate," returned Naruto, "but we believe in different things. The only thing I put my faith in," he continued, closing the distance between them at a quick pace, "is money." Haro raised an eyebrow in mild disbelief of what his teammate just said. Kakuzu grinned wickedly behind his rebreather. "But he learns the important lessons as well. Let us see what you are capable of, Naruto." Naruto got within striking range and threw his right fist forward. Niji bent his knees slightly and slid forward, using his left hand to shove the blonde's punch off course and driving his other hand forward. Two fingers drove a sharp spike of chakra into Naruto's elbow. The undercover aim Nin jumped away, shaking his right arm. He stared at the limb as a tingling sensation emanated from the area Niji struck. "So that's what Juken is, huh?" Snorted Niji, "this is the extent of what you can do, after all that talk? I haven't even activated my Byakugan yet, and now your ability to push chakra through that arm has been compromised. Give up." Apparently Niji didn't see the brilliance of Naruto's strategy. However effective Juken was supposed to be, the blonde guessed there was a disparity with how it worked on him. The tingling in his arm wasn't as bad as he guessed it should be, and when he tried manipulating the air around his hand, it was only slightly less responsive than he was used to. He looked up at Niji and readied himself again. "Okay, one more experiment." The Jinchuriki charged for the second time, and the Hyuga smirked and shook his head. Such a pointless exercise. He waited until the younger boy was within range before jabbing out with his fingers, aiming for the other arm this time. Unlike the previous bout, Naruto blocked, throwing up his left forearm vertically inside Niji's stance and sending the attack wide. The Hyuga's other arm came forward and speared toward Naruto's chest. He twisted his entire body 90 degrees, narrowly avoiding the strike and bringing his left arm around to plant it in Niji's stomach. Niji turned with the blow, letting his body contort around the limb. Using his momentum, he continued the spin, grabbing the blonde's outstretched arm with one hand and preparing to close several of the chakra points in his opponent's left arm. Now, Naruto thought as he focused upon activating the technique. 3 pokes of Niji's fingers along his arm was all Naruto allowed before he wrenched away, putting enough space between them that Niji couldn't attack. The long-haired genin was already making snide observations about Naruto's cowardice, but the blonde ignored him in favor of analyzing the results of his test. In comparison to the previous gentle fist strike, the fuzzy feeling in his arm was only a fraction as strong. If he was forced to call it anything, the attack was almost like a fly buzzing around his head. It was annoying, yes, but not really harmful to him. He stared at his arm and scowled. I hate it when Kakuzu's right. When their training had begun, Kakuzu made sure to preface it with his assumptions and limited knowledge of the Hyuga's gentle fist taijutsu. The chakra network was the main target of the style. It was disrupted, he guessed, by the Hyuga inserting their own chakra into the pathway of whoever their opponent was. If that was indeed the case, Kakuzu asserted that it should already be less effective against someone like Naruto, whose entire body crawled with the black threads of Jiongu. It wasn't that the kenjutsu eliminated or even overrode his chakra network, it merely provided an invisible layer of protection which should interfere with the insertion of foreign chakra. Strangely enough, it never helped block against genjutsu, though he thought that maybe because the illusions targeted specific applications of the chakra sensory network, places the kenjutsu really didn't inhabit, the brain, mostly. Provided that wasn't enough, and if the tingling in his right elbow was any indication, it wasn't, he had Kakuzu's ace in the hole to physical attacks, Doton, Domu, Earth Release, Earth Spear. The bounty hunter had hypothesized that the protective quality of the skin-hardening technique would give Naruto the extra boost needed to overcome the negative effects of Niji's chakra. Judging by how much less the last attack was affecting him, the defensive ninjutsu had done the trick. While grateful, Naruto still disliked how often his teacher was proven correct. But now that I know it works, it's time to get serious. Employing a strategy Kakuzu created, he silently activated the technique he had been working on with Fu. His 2-week training period with Kakuzu had involved more than just learning the Earth Spear technique. The bounty hunter had prepared him well enough that he could activate the defensive ninjutsu to cover certain areas of his body at will, though his lack of affinity for Doton moves meant that a rushed full-body covering was essentially out of the question, at his current level, anyway. After grasping the skill necessary to utilize the technique, Kakuzu had moved on to Naruto's other Earth Release skill set, minimal though it was. That focus led to the creation of the combo Naruto was currently employing. In practical combat, his speed with executing it was rather abysmal, but with no interference forthcoming from Niji, it almost seemed embarrassingly simple to Kawarimi himself with the Tsuchi Bunshin he had created underground. Safely hidden 10 feet below the surface of the earth, Naruto could launch an offensive on Niji with his clone while staying on the defensive. Best of all, with no way for the Hyuga to get to him, he didn't have to worry about the earth clone falling apart. Above ground, said duplicate began to attack Niji, engaging in an intricate dance of physical combat. While that occurred, Naruto moved through the earth by using the Earth Release, hiding like a mole technique, stealthily drawing closer to his opponent. With no fear of interruption, the blonde focused on creating a second Earth clone behind Niji, all the while preparing his own position for a final blow. As the real Naruto moved closer, Niji ducked a high punch from the boy he was fighting. He scowled as his opponent shifted away from his retaliating palm strike, blocking his follow-up with the opposite arm. Something was wrong. The Rain Genin was avoiding every move he performed with a fluidity he had barely displayed in their previous 2 interactions. Niji's instincts warned him of an incoming threat, and he dodged left as a fist transited through his previous spot. A clone? He wondered. The 2 Aim double-teamed him, thoroughly testing Niji's abilities to avoid 2 sets of punches, swipes, and kicks. They do well at coordinating their assault. It appears as if I need to get serious. Byakugan. His vision expanded and inverted, turning the world into a grayscale picture he could see from all angles. Blue chakra ran through both of his opponents, though neither was in a system of any chakra network he knew of. They're both clones? His all-seeing eyes focused upon an anomaly below him, the chakra network of a human, Shinobu. Ah, a surprise assault from underground. Pity it won't work against the Byakugan. Niji allowed the 2 clones to maneuver him where they wanted, noting that his opponent's position was almost directly beneath him. There was no point in countering the blows when it was only a matter of time before the Aim launched his ambush. His eyes narrowed marginally as the hooded genin began to rise to the surface. It's time. The clone in front of him adjusted his hips and kicked with his left leg, while the one behind him chopped sideways at his neck. Niji slid his stance wide and pivoted, simultaneously catching the ankle of the first with one hand and blocking the wrist of the second with the other. Then, Naruto popped up from the earth, punch heading straight for Niji's jaw. Naruto felt his fist connect with something solid, and he smirked. It took a second for him to realize that whatever he had just punched wasn't soft, like Niji's flesh should have been, before the long-haired boy called, "Kaiten," and began spinning. A rotating hemisphere of chakra formed around the Hyuga's body, blasting Naruto backwards across the dirt. Both earth clones dissolved into mud, which was flung away by the motion of the Kaiten. Naruto rubbed his head from where he sat on the ground as Niji slowed to a stop. "My eyes see everything," he told Naruto. The blonde rose to his feet and dusted off the borrowed rain ninja clothes. "Ah, you had to activate your little Kekii Genkai to beat a backwater ninja like me. I think that says more about your misguided presumptions than anything else." When Niji didn't reply to his jibes, Naruto grinned. "Finally found a way to shut you up, did I?" The Hyuga merely shook his head, though when he spoke his voice was a tad unsteady. "Your body is infested with innumerable snake-like objects," he said slowly, as if testing the words. Naruto's face went blank, the idea that the Byakugan could identify Jiongu never occurring to him until that moment. Tone resuming its normal arrogance, Niji continued, "Having not yet seen your chakra network clearly, I was merely surprised. But it doesn't really matter what sort of ability you possess, because a failure will always be a failure, and you will lose. It has already been decided." "I'll show you exactly what I can do with my ability," retorted Naruto. "Unlikely," Niji snorted, bending his knees and settling into an unusual stance. "You're now within my field of divination. I'm wa Hakrokujian Sho." And then he moved. 2 palms. Naruto barely managed to block both strikes. 4 palms. He ducked the strike targeting his shoulder, but the next one jabbed down at his collarbone. Fire seemed to erupt from the area where Niji poked him, and Naruto gasped in surprise at the feeling. Whatever Niji was currently doing, it was much more effective than the previous hits had been. "I can't block all his blows," Naruto realized as the Hyuga called out, 8 palms. "Only got one chance." He silently willed Domu into effect, spurring it to try and cover his entire body even though it had never worked before. Niji's fingers hit his elbow, forearm, chest, and thigh, and the hardening technique halted. It covered one bicep, part of the opposite shoulder, and from Naruto's neck down to his heart. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. The final blow was an open-handed palm to his hara, and Naruto tumbled end over end for almost 100 feet. Niji deactivated his Byakugan. "I used a bit more chakra than I normally would because of your unique body makeup, but the result is as I predicted. You have lost." "Not yet," groaned Naruto, staggering to stand. If there was one thing he'd gotten from Kakuzu, it was, snide, comments about his perseverance. He tried molding some chakra, but a burning sensation built in his arm until he felt that it might explode. "Can't use chakra, but it's not like I need it," he thought, staring at his arm. More specifically, at the area where a single black band was etched into his skin as a permanent reminder of what he held. And if there's another thing Kakuzu gave me, it was Jiongu. The Kinjutsu was currently wrestling for control of the blonde's body, fighting to take over to defend its user. "Not yet," he placated, willing the threads to remain in his body. They stilled upon his command, relinquishing what he sensed was temporary control back to him. Naruto gave a mental sigh of relief before refocusing his attention upon Niji. For whatever reason, Jiongu, at least while connected to his body in some form, required no chakra to use. It was almost ironic, considering the chakra boost it gave by assimilating other people's hearts. "You think you can beat me in your condition?" Niji scoffed. The veins around his eyes bulged as his Byakugan reactivated. "Once a fool, always a fool." Naruto took that as an invitation to attack. He moved forward, though a good portion of his earlier grace was lacking, pulling a handful of shuriken from his weapon's pouch and hurling them at Niji. The boy dodged, and Naruto, a mere 10 feet away, yanked on the wires attached to the throwing stars. They reversed direction, causing Niji to sigh. "Your rudimentary parlor tricks cannot win you this fight." He began to turn on the spot to start a Kaiten, but stopped. Hyuga Niji found himself being prevented from using his absolute defense. Black tendrils were twined about both wrists, 2 for each joint, and they were connected to dozens more, all disappearing into the long sleeves of his opponent. "What is this?" "A parlor trick," Naruto parroted, gesturing to the shuriken wire setup currently lying forgotten on the ground, "to draw the majority of your attention away from me. So I could use my supposed failure of an ability to win this match." He laced his fingers together in the sign of the snake. Jiongu, Ketsugo Fomu, he hissed. The remaining threads leapt into action, tying themselves more tightly around Niji's wrists, ankles, and waist. LLL. That fool, groused Kakuzu, does he not realize that Takigakure is allied with Konohagakure? They could have representatives here, people who could recognize Jiongu. It's impressive, though, isn't it, Aizo-sensei? Inquired Haro. I mean, what he's doing with those threads. No, countered Kakuzu, he is still learning. There are many secrets to the technique that he has yet to tap into. What he is doing is befitting of an amateur, not to mention dangerous for our mission. Haro considered what the man was saying. Do you really believe that? Whether I do or not is none of your concern. Do you see the seal he is making? Haro nodded. It is completely unnecessary. He has some trouble with asserting his will over the threads at all times, so he created focusing applications utilizing the 12-hand seals in order to better control their actions during what he deems stressful situations. Kakuzu snorted. The one he is currently using is meant to bind. If he would simply buckle down and train himself properly, such a ridiculous concentration method would be unnecessary. The Nuke-nin lapsed again into silence. Haro considered asking why Kakuzu didn't teach the secrets of the Kenjutsu to Naruto himself, but decided that the man probably had his own reasons to not do so, though he couldn't even begin to fathom what they were. He could only hope that, in spite of Naruto's potential blunder, their plan still went off without a hitch. LLL. Arakawa Daisuke stared at the fight between Hyuga Niji of Konoha and Shinobu of AIM and scowled. If that boy truly was from the Hidden Rain, then Daisuke would renounce his position as an elder of Takigakure. One of his bodyguards, Amano Jiro, Suetun expert of the Gojyo Goko, leaned forward and whispered into his ear, Daisuke-sama, that's. I know, he muttered. The existence of Jiongu was a well-kept secret in Takigakure, known only to the village elders and the most elite ninja. After the bodies of the village elders had been found almost 70 years ago with gaping holes in their chests, the location of the Kenjutsu had been checked. At the time, no one knew how it had been found, just that its disappearance was a bad omen. The simple idea that Kakuzu, who wasn't in his cell and was the assumed culprit, had endowed the ability upon another person, let alone the fact that the former Takinin was still alive, made Daisuke's blood boil. After the exams, we confront the child, he informed Jiro quietly. I want to find out everything he knows about Kakuzu. Jiro nodded and straightened to continue observing the match. Daisuke kept his own weathered eye upon the boy in the arena. If he could lead them to Kakuzu, then Takigakure could reclaim its honor, and Daisuke could get vengeance for the tragedy levied upon his family so long ago. His grandfather's corpse haunted his vision all too frequently. You shall pay for your crimes, Kakuzu. Just you wait. LLL. Naruto stared at Niji, currently suspended less than a foot off the ground by the unrelenting grip of Jiongu's tendrils. You know, Naruto began conversationally, judging by our current positions, I would think that you'd be having second thoughts about that whole fate thing. Seeing as how I've pretty much won. You haven't won yet, loser, spat Niji. Oh? He switched his hands from the snake to the tiger. Jiongu, Kantsu Fomu. The threads coiled a little tighter to free half a dozen ends. The 6 tendrils straightened into sharp spears, stabbing into Niji's biceps, sides, and legs, pinning him into the ground. He cried out as blood seeped into the bandages around his right leg. Naruto continued idly, I think that living in this safe, peaceful village has given you a false sense of just how strong you are. Belief in fate is a dumb notion, considering that you have no idea what exactly the rest of the world has in store for you. I think that I managed to prove that simply by defeating you here. As someone who's had more than one surprise thrown at me over my lifetime, I can guarantee that things aren't determined by something as fickle as fate. Find another dogma to bow down to. This match is over, said Ganma. The winner is Shinobu of Amigakure. Please proceed to the medical bay for healing. Jiongu retracted its hold on Niji, hiding away again within Naruto's body. The blonde moved off the field and into the medical bay, where a Hyuga began working on reopening his tenketsu. His opponent was brought in on a stretcher a minute later, and not too long after, Naruto was allowed to return to the viewing balcony. Come find me again in a few years. Maybe then you'll be worth something. LLL. Fu's eyes flicked nervously in Gaara's direction as Shikamaru and Temari left the balcony for the arena. Ever since Naruto had left to fight his own match, the other Jinchuriki's cold, teal eyes had stared at her with unrelenting intensity. It was highly unnerving, especially considering that Gaara's opponent, Uchiha Sasuke, had yet to appear in the stadium, and if he didn't show, she would be the Sunanin's opponent after beating Ino. It was a fight she would prefer not to participate in. Fu sighed in relief when Naruto stepped up beside her, looking slightly worse for wear from his fight with Niji. He threw her a sidelong glance and a thumbs up. She returned the gesture with a small smile before turning to the fight just beginning in the arena, though her mind was far away, fastened on the boy next to her. The green-haired girl owed Naruto more than she felt she could repay. He had single-handedly brought her out from her own personal hell and into a life she was thoroughly enjoying. Of course, in comparison to the oppression she had faced back in Takigakure, that wasn't saying much. Simply put, Naruto was her savior. As far as her background went, Fu assumed that it was relatively normal by Jinchuriki standards. It at least seemed somewhat comparable to what she knew of Naruto's pre-Kakuzu years, limited though those were. The really early years of her life were faded memories, small clips of a family that used to be content and complete. Her father had been a dark-haired shinobi from Takigakure's tribe of Earth, an accomplished ninja with equally dark eyes and a strong jaw. His wife was a brunette with soft green eyes, a civilian woman who had granted Fu her tan skin. How Fu had ended up with pale, minty green hair and orange eyes was a mystery, especially considering that she had checked her birth certificate when she was older to make sure that she wasn't adopted, but she shifted the blame to odd genetics and recessive traits. All she knew was that her phenotype made her unique within her home, and that despite her odd characteristics, her parents had cared for her. The first few years of her life had been simplistic. Her father was gone a lot, performing missions for the sake of his family's livelihood. Her mom had raised her patiently, with a gentle, guiding hand. There were no specific details, because time had rotted away all but the faces of the people whose DNA ran through her, but Fu did recall the day everything changed. At the age of 3, the 5 village elders had appeared on her family's doorstep and took the green-haired girl from the arms of her mother. They thanked the woman for her sacrifice and rushed Fu to a sealing chamber, where the bleeding body of a male in his early 20s lay on a table. Fu's wide eyes took in the sight of the room they were in before she was placed on another table and strapped to it. Next to her, the man's body shuddered and a groan escaped his lips as a powerful chakra leaked from him. "The beast is trying to escape, we must perform the ceremony now," snapped the head elder. All Fu remembered after that was indistinct chanting and an oppressive pressure in the atmosphere before there was a glowing light and then immense pain as she became Takigakure's third Jinchuriki. From then on, Fu never looked at the hidden waterfall village in the same way. She had no idea of what had actually occurred, but it was enough that the first time she saw her parents after being taken away, a week later, when she had finally regained consciousness, her father had steered her mother in the complete opposite direction of her. It wasn't for another 4 months, a little after the first of many birthdays spent in solitude, that she discovered the exact reason why. Fu was playing on the ground in a vacant field when it happened. She was alone, which wasn't unusual considering the fact that no kids were willing to go near her anymore, and she preferred to be outdoors rather than cooped up inside the tiny living quarters she was provided. Her pointer finger swept through the dirt surrounding her, drawing thoughtless shapes which resolved themselves into crude images of her family. Wet spots appeared on the ground as tears fell from her eyes. Why? Why did they all leave me? As her emotions overflowed with her tears, a miniature dust tornado swirled into existence in front of her. Fu gasped in surprise, and the construct fell apart. What was that? Fu looked around for anyone in the nearby vicinity, but when the search revealed no one, she stared in wonder at the ground. Did I do that? Closing her eyes, the green-haired girl placed her hand flat to the earth and focused intently. She slowly raised her hand, thinking only of the tiny dust devil she had created. Several minutes passed before she dared to look at the result. Twirling in front of her was a perfect tornado of dust, no taller than 6 inches. Finally, rasped an irritated voice. And then everything disappeared. Fu found herself standing in the middle of an almost barren field, a small patch of wilted flowers a mere 10 feet in front of her. Towering far above her were bars of crystallized honey, arranged in a latticework grid shaped like a beehive, or a bird cage. Encaged behind the bars was a humongous yellow-green and blue beetle with spiked, armored plating for an exoskeleton and 7 lithe, whip-like tails extending from the base of its abdomen. 6 of those had wings fading from yellow to orange to red attached to them. Fu stumbled back a pace and fell on her rear, sending up a cloud of dust. What? A female, grumbled the insect in a deep, male voice. I hate females. Too many emotional issues, highly unbalanced and unpredictable. That's how my third host was, and a terrible plight that affair ended up being. Now, the males end up understanding how to associate with me. My second host used to be especially good at using my powers. He was so talented his brother stole my technique and became the knight-aimed Tsuchikage. Ambitious men, both of them. Even this last fool was competent enough to wield my gift successfully, up until he took on that swordsman from Kiri and got cocky. Idiot. While the giant bug rambled to itself, Fu took the opportunity to get to her feet and take tentative steps toward the cage. She tried, quaking slightly in fright. What are you? There was a repetitive raspy, grating sound which echoed around the area, and she guessed that the creature was laughing. Of course, those foolish villagers don't like to get their hands dirty beyond the sealing ritual. Do the deed and then wipe their hands clean of the entire affair. The other two hosts from this village experienced the same treatment. Patience, he buzzed irritably. A proper introduction deserves the right timing. The creature seemed to draw itself upright, as if gathering every scrap of pride it possessed. I am the Nanabai no Kabutomushi, third most powerful Biju in existence. I desolated the plains of Iwagakure with dust storms generations before your birth, while the Shodai Hokage captured the Kyubi and sealed it into his mate, arrogant Kitsune, got what it deserved. Whatever the giant creature in front of Fu was, because most of the references it was making was beyond her knowledge, it certainly seemed to talk a lot. I don't get it, she admitted. The Seven Tails grumbled something that sounded suspiciously like females. Of course not, you are young and ignorant. I can explain in further detail later if you'd like, but it will cost you. In the meantime, you should know that you have the ability to utilize what is colloquially known as Jintan. I would suggest practicing how to use it so you don't die like your predecessor. Jintan? I've only heard of. Of course you've only heard of the main five, interrupted the Nanabai. You're an insignificant human child, and combination elements are almost all rare bloodline traits. Regardless, it exists. You should have proof enough of that already. Fu thought back to the miniature dust cyclone she had created outside. Okay. Thank you. There was a brief pause before the Nanabai's rasping laughter filled the open area. You're grateful to me? What a ridiculous notion. Perhaps you will make an interesting Jinchuriki after all. The barren wasteland faded away to nothing before Fu was able to ask what a Jinchuriki was. Crippling stomach pain and the Biju's mirth was all she remembered before blacking out. The years had seemed to bleed together after that as Fu taught herself both earth and wind release chakra manipulation. She had discovered that Doton ninjutsu came much easier to her than did futon, but she had assumed that that was because the man whom she shared genetics with, she refused to think of him as her father, specialized in the former. Combining the two into creating the dust release line of ninjutsu had been another issue altogether. Despite how amicable the Nanabai no Kabutomushi had seemed when they first met, Fu quickly came to understand that the Biju was not someone to get friendly with. The Seven Tails was a bit of a sadist and had a tendency to look down upon humanity. Fu had no issue with that. Her own view of humanity became more jaded by the day, except that the beetle seemed to regard her with only a little more deference than he did the rest of the populace. Then there was the fact that every time the Biju communicated with her, pain rippled through her belly in varying intensity. Apparently that was a side effect of the seal Takigakure employed, which was, according to the beetle, weaker than the seals used by Iwagakure. Even to this day, Fu had never inquired as to the Seven Tails' past or how he had that information, and the insect had never revealed any specifics of his own volition either. The other problem Fu had with the Nanabai was that he offered very little input on how to use Jintan ninjutsu, though she was thankful for the lack of pain from the seal. Fu had deduced for herself that it was a combination element based on earth and wind releases, but the combination aspect of the elemental chakras was far more difficult than she imagined. Taking into account the fact that she'd been forced to teach herself the theory and manipulate both elements, and with only a small amount of skill with wind chakra, Fu was impressed that she'd made much progress at all in her early years. Another obstacle had come in the form of the Takigakure elders, who had informed her that she would be attending the academy. When she'd tried protesting, for that would cut into training time, they'd told her that she contained the Nanabai no Kabutomushi, and that if she wasn't trained to become the village's weapon, then they would extract the beast and put it in someone else, thereby killing her. Left with no options, she'd been forced to bow into their wishes. The academy, as she found out, wasn't all bad. She learned all the fundamentals and basic facts of the school's major subjects, plus it gave her a stronger basis for the nature manipulation she was trying to accomplish. The best part came sometime when she was 9 years old, when the class was discussing history. Her class teacher was reviewing the previous generations of the Gojyo Goko, the Hidden Waterfall's elite 5 elements, but one of the members was noticeably absent. Knowing that she would be ignored if she asked, the life of a Jinchuriki, she had discovered, was quite unpleasant. Fu was quite pleased when one of her classmates pointed out the anomaly. The teacher scowled and proceeded into an hour-long tirade about a man named Kakuzu, his status in the village, and then his shocking betrayal during the First Shinobi World War. Whispers of the man considered Takigakure's biggest traitor traveled throughout the classroom. Loyalty is a commodity easily molded in this village, buzzed the Nanabai in Fu's mind, echoing the girl's own sentiments. Fu nodded absently, ignoring the slight pain in her stomach. The expression on the teacher's face as he spoke of Kakuzu, it closely mirrored how the villagers tended to look at her. Something's not right. There's a piece of the story that's missing. Fu snuck into the library late that night after it closed, entering the section restricted to only ninja of Jonin rank or higher. Dust, she had discovered after learning how to combine earth and wind natures, was prominent enough in her surroundings that, given time, she could gather enough of it to manipulate for her own purposes. Levering open a window or providing a muffled landing, for instance. It took a lot of searching, but after 3 days of relatively sleepless nights, Fu finally found the information she was looking for. The document was a journal-cum-history book written during the time of the First Shinobi World War. She flipped through its pages, skimming the contents until Kakuzu's name caught her eye. Going back several pages, she began reading. The Shinobi World War has been going on for 7 years now. Konohagakure has been successfully repelling the assaults of Kumogakure and Sunagakure, much to our surprise and chagrin. Thanks to the waterfalls hiding our village, Takigakure has managed to retain its neutrality in the war and watches the self-proclaimed 5 great shinobi nations tear themselves apart. If Konohagakure falls in this war, then perhaps Takigakure can take its place as the real 5th great shinobi nation. On a more personal level, Kakuzu is progressing along rather nicely. We have decided to create an elite branch of Jonin similar to Kirigakure's 7 shinobi swordsmen, in the eventuality that we are pulled into this global conflict. The Gojyo Goko will be comprised of 1 ninja from each of the 5 founding tribes, the most powerful ninjutsu specialist of their own element. My grandson is training hard to fulfill the role of our Suetun expert. I believe he will exceed all of our expectations and do us proud. The entry was signed Takahashi Hiroki, head elder. The name didn't ring any bells to Fu, and she skipped a couple of pages and buried herself back in the journal. Whoever Takahashi Hiroki was, his updates were sporadic, for the entry the Nanabai Jinchuriki landed on was dated 16 months later. We don't know exactly what happened, but it appears as though my grandson will be tested sooner than expected. Konohagakure has acquired the Kyubi no Yoko, said to have the capacity to create natural disasters with just a swing of one of its mighty tails. Combined with the Shodai Hokage's strength, as well as that of his brother, the Shinobi World War will no doubt swing in Konohagakure's favor. We would prefer if that didn't happen. As a result, we have decided to send Kakuzu, the strongest of the Gojyo Goko, on a mission to assassinate the Shodai Hokage. He will be departing tomorrow, and we send with him our hopes for success. Ah, thought Fu, Sensei skipped over that detail. She pushed a niggling suspicion to the back of her mind and moved on to the succeeding page, written only 5 days after the previous. My grandson has failed. He has returned from the land of fire wreathed in shame and on the brink of collapse. He was apparently overwhelmed by the Mokuton ninjutsu of the Shodai Hokage, a Kekkei Genkai which we all gravely underestimated. Now we are forced to make a decision which scars my soul in ways I never conceived possible. As of today, Takahashi Kakuzu will be declared an official traitor of Takigakure. In light of my grandson's failure, we have no choice but to acknowledge that our strength doesn't even compare to that of the fledgling Konohagakure. To protect ourselves, Kakuzu will take the fall for the sake of the village, and we will claim that his actions were of his own volition. As I write this, my grandson now lies in the depths of our prisons, barely conscious. The other elders and I must meet to discuss our next options. Well, that explains more than it doesn't, Fu muttered. They framed Kakuzu to take the rap for the failed mission that they assigned in order to protect the village. Doesn't exactly paint Taki in a good light, does it? Mortals are so easy to manipulate, mused the Seven Tails. That was rhetorical, the Jinchuriki shot back down the mental connection, grunting as the pain from the seal flared. The Biju's grating laughter echoed in her mind as she returned to the journal. Compared to the small, neat handwriting of the previous pages, the current entry was rushed, clearly written with a tremulous hand. Splotches of some dark liquid, blood, she guessed, was spread liberally across the page, making the short passage somewhat illegible, though Fu could interpret some of the partially covered words. Danger. Kakuzu escaped, stole Jiongu, killed Seiji, took his heart, coming for, Sore. The last word was left unfinished, and the largest stain of blood decorated the area immediately surrounding it. Fu guessed that Hiroki was trying to apologize for his actions against his grandson, but Kakuzu had killed him before he could finish. The entry raised more questions than it answered. How did Kakuzu escape? What was Jiongu? What did Takahashi Hiroki mean by, took his heart? The remaining several pages were blank, though if the author died that was to be expected. She closed the journal and reshelved it before dragging her fingers along the spines of the rest of the books in that row. 8 shelves later, she found the section she was looking for. Fu considered how much time would have passed before the updates were made, then grabbed a previous edition of the bingo book dated 2 years after the end of the First Shinobi World War. Flipping through its contents, she quickly located the section dedicated to the smaller villages. Kakuzu's pupilless green eyes set in red mascara stared out at her from the book's faded pages. He wore a grayish-blue flak jacket with shoulder straps over a similarly colored long-sleeved shirt. Dark brown hair framed his face in messy strands. Fu peered intently at the photo, memorizing its every detail. Though the man was probably long dead, he had quickly become her idol. He had the courage to face the adversity the village lumped on him and then shoved it right back in its face. He left a village which turned against him and successfully enacted his revenge upon it. It was everything Fu wished she could do but lacked the power and constitution to actually carry out. Basically, Kakuzu was everything Fu wished she could be. After that, the green-haired girl had buckled down in her training efforts, multiplying the effort she put into improving herself. Her thought had been that, perhaps if she tried hard enough, the day would come when she could follow in Kakuzu's footsteps. Over the next 31 months, Fu had focused on bending the dust element to her will, trying to find the absolute perfect balance between futon and doton which best utilized the combined chakra. Eventually, she had found what she felt was the right ratio, following it up by creating her own Jin-tun techniques based off of many Sui-tun ones, which were quite common, considering the plethora of water in Takigakure and size of the tribe of water. Her skills had carried her all the way through the genin exam, where she graduated a year early, to when Naruto had taken her from the hell that was the hidden waterfall village. Riddled throughout her life were memories of solitude and pain, of abuse both physical and emotional suffered at the hands of her peers and their parents. Everything had seemed to disappear when Fu had looked up at Naruto's teacher and found those unforgettable green and red eyes glaring heated daggers into the blonde's own blue orbs. His clothes were different, radically so, and his personality seemed cruel and sadistic, but he was alive. It was all she could do to utter that first sentence, overcome by shock and a slight dose of fear of what he had lived through and experienced, fear of being rejected by her idol, for who knew what over half a century of bitterness and solitude did to a person? Those strange eyes turned on her, fierce with a mixture of loathing and intrigue. The gods were apparently smiling upon her, for she became Kakuzu's second pupil through an almost ironic twist of fate. How else could one explain the fact that Takigakure's most prized possessions belonged to scorned outcasts who had met through a single, common thread named Uzumaki Naruto? 3 months later found Naruto stuck training with Kisame, leaving Fu following her idol into the land of Earth for her own year of training. I am curious, Kakuzu began after several hours of walking in silence, what exactly the history books have told you about me. Fu thought back several months to when she had met Kakuzu and told him that she knew only of his reputation through Takigakure's history books. Well, to be perfectly honest, you're not actually in the history books. The mercenary remained silent, though Fu sensed he was waiting for her to continue. We were discussing the Gojio Goko, Kakuzu snorted, and she honestly didn't know if it was contemptuous or humorously mocking, and someone from the first generation was absent. The older Nukenin could read between the lines. Those fools would ignore my accomplishments. She decided to skip the trivialities of her past searching endeavors. I was curious, so I snuck inside the library and found an old journal from Takahashi Hiroki. Conniving old man, seethed Kakuzu. It explained some things, she finished quietly after a moment. She didn't yet know enough about Kakuzu's personality or temperament to make accurate judgments on what he was thinking or how he was feeling, so she wanted to tread cautiously. Still, she was curious. But what's Jiongu? Kakuzu's arm lashed out, half his forearm attached to the rest of his limb by numerous black threads. Fu ducked to slap her palms to the ground and call up a wall of earth, knocking his forearm skyward at a slight angle. Humph, you are already learning. She grinned at the comment. This is the power of Jiongu, the technique hidden away by the elders upon the village's founding. They were afraid of the overwhelming power it offered its user. Kakuzu grinned wickedly, though his student couldn't see it. They were right to do so. Whoa, she breathed, that's awesome. Then she remembered something else from the journal. Does it allow you to steal hearts? That is a question you can ask Naruto when you next see him, he told her instead. I will be frank with you. While ninjutsu is a specialty of mine, Jin-tun is not one of the primary chakra elements, and so I have little advice to give on the subject. However, if you are truly interested in becoming my protege, then I must impart upon you my expectations. He waited a moment, purposely building the tension before continuing. It is my desire that you become part of the motivation for Naruto to grow stronger. I don't really understand. Kakuzu sighed. My methods, as you will discover, are rather unconventional. I dislike dealing with children and ignorance, and more often than not I have my own agenda. Naruto was brought up in a cruel environmental, and then came under my care, which I am sure provided only some respite for his ego. He paused, as if to consider what he was saying, then admitted, a side effect of living by yourself for decades is that you come to care about no one but yourself. Making that person a caretaker to a young child is counterintuitive, though I have yet to hear a complaint from Naruto. However, I do not plan to change my methods. It is my belief that shinobi do not need to have their hands held throughout their growth, and each person should grow for his or her own merit rather than that of another. I am not a kind man by any stretch of the imagination, and it is reflected in my training methodology. Yet, despite my belittlement of his skills, Naruto has the potential to become one of the greatest shinobi the world has ever seen. It is my desire for you to be a stepping stone on his path, one which Naruto will strive to surpass, though I am certain that he is already stronger than you. Then why? Because I have made him believe that he is weaker than he is. And I will continue to do so through backhanded compliments and barbs at his strength and comparisons of your abilities until he realizes his own greatness and stops seeking my approval. His skills are spread thin across a plethora of topics, resulting in only short periods of devotion to areas that he can eventually grow to excel in. As a result, you must rise to the challenge and provide him with competition, an equal that will appear better than him and force him to question his abilities, and that begins here and now. The former Takinin paused to allow his explanation to sink in. Is this acceptable? Why, she asked, and it wasn't anger at being used which laced the question, but shock at all the information she was receiving. If you're as cruel as you say you are, and you don't care about anyone else, what's the point of doing all of this? Because Naruto will become my legacy. Fu digested this answer and then shrugged. Kakuzu's answer, while seemingly straightforward and almost simplistic, was too cryptic for her to fully understand his motives. Not that they mattered too much at this point. She decided that he would either explain them to her in due time, or she would figure them out by herself. Either way, she was helping her savior and learning from her idol. Life couldn't get much better. Let's go. A small tear appeared in Fu's white shirt as she belatedly dodged Kakuzu's attack, the unexpectedness of it successfully catching her off guard this time. Takigakure Ryu, Mizukiri no Yaiba, announced the bounty hunter. This technique almost single-handedly ensured my position in the Gojyo Goko. You know how to use a sword, Fu noted. How did he form that weapon so quickly? You could have easily trained Naruto yourself. Why pass him on to someone different? I only know some measure of basic kenjutsu. In comparison to my knowledge, the tutelage of one of Kiri's 7 shinobi swordsmen will provide an opportunity for Naruto to excel in swordsmanship. Kakuzu disappeared, and before Fu could even react, he was behind her, water-cutting sword held to her throat. Additionally, we needed to have this conversation far removed from prying ears. Naruto can never know about any of this. He must be pushed to his limit and then over it, without ever discovering who stirs the pot. If that sounds too difficult for you. He leaned in so that he could speak directly into her ear. I will kill you. Fu tried to steady her breathing, exhaled a little too hard, and felt a bead of blood run down her neck. You drive a hard bargain. She tried to make her voice sound light, but it was hard to do when a ruthless killer, regardless of her opinion of him, had her at his mercy. But this is all rather unnecessary. My loyalty lies with you and Naruto. And if this is for my benefit, for Naruto's benefit, then who am I to argue? The sword was withdrawn and Fu sighed in relief. You are an amusing girl, Kakuzu stated after a moment of thought. Let us commence with your training. Things continued smoothly from that point, well, as smoothly as they could when Kakuzu was the tutor. Fu learned better through practical exercise as opposed to theory and book learning, so as she and Kakuzu traveled around the lands of earth and wind, as well as some of the territories west of them, the bounty hunter taught her both his taijutsu style and a repertoire of Suitun ninjutsu which she converted to Jintun. The day before she and Kakuzu were supposed to reunite with Naruto, Fu asked the Nukenin point blank what he meant a year ago by using her to motivate Naruto. I know that we had this conversation before we began training, but I still don't get your plan to use me to make Naruto stronger. She half expected him to not answer, too withdrawn even after a year of just the two of them traveling together to explain things to her properly. To her pleasant surprise, he deigned to respond. Psychology, he began after a pause of consideration, is an intriguing area of study. You would be surprised at how easily the brain is fooled into believing something simply through the subtle prods of actions and words. Manipulating the mind is an easy task if you know which buttons to push. Meaning? Fu knew that Kakuzu tended to delve into long-winded explanations, but she was willing to listen if it answered what his goal was in a way that she would understand. He paused, then continued. For example, Naruto was forced to lead a life of solitude and exile when he was younger. As a result, he grew up desiring recognition from the people in his surroundings, doing anything to achieve their acknowledgement. Now the only person he has to impress, to find acceptance from, is me. So whether it is a conscious or subconscious desire, and I am of the opinion that it is the former, part of a psychological condition known as traumatic bonding, Naruto will seek my approval, my recognition, at any cost. Because of this, psychologically speaking, Naruto's mind is fragmented. Are you saying that he's crazy? No, sighed Kakuzu, massaging the bridge of his nose to stave off his temper. There is a stark difference between insanity and cognitive uncertainty. Fu made as if to say something, but her teacher cut across her. Naruto does not possess confidence in his own strength because I have never recognized it, never accepted the breakthroughs he makes in his training. So he will grow stronger in an effort to prove himself to me. And you know this, how? We are similar. Deciding that she wouldn't get a better answer than that, Fu asked, so, if you're focusing on him, what am I doing here? Do you listen to anything I say? Kakuzu demanded irately. Did you not comprehend a word of what I told you before we began this venture? He fought the urge to strangle the green-haired girl. You are a stepping stone on his path to greatness. Even though he is undoubtedly stronger than you. If he's stronger than me, I don't understand my purpose. Kakuzu lashed out with his arms, threads wriggling out and ensnaring Fu in their grasp before she could react. They retracted and brought her up his face, his fierce green eyes boring holes into orange ones. Shut up and listen, girl. Naruto has been training for many years in a wide variety of areas. He possesses a natural talent for futon ninjutsu, an ancient kenjutsu allowing him to currently access doton and suiton techniques, and eventually the other elemental chakras as well, a summoning contract lost for half a century, and now kenjutsu. On the other hand, your skills are limited to my own taijutsu and jinton, plus its separate components, and while you can utilize both earth and wind chakra, the former in quite an impressive manner, your knowledge of futon ninjutsu is severely limited. But this works into my plan. While you have fewer fields of expertise, you have more successfully mastered yours in your time using them than Naruto has had to understand any singular talent of his own. I am banking on this difference to impact Naruto's mentality. As he is now, he knows that he cannot compare to me. However, if his own peer, a fellow Jinchuriki, appears to outdo him in such a short amount of time, it will force him to reassess his own skills, causing him to rise to the challenge to beat you. As I said before, psychology is a powerful weapon. He released the Nanabi's jailer, allowing the black tentacles of Jiongu to slither back under his skin. Even if it is untrue, a mind as splintered as Naruto's will accept what is force-fed to it. If you focus on upstaging him with your artistry in Doton and Jinton moves, then I will have the material needed to push him over the edge, to drive him into becoming the best that he can possibly be. You are a means to an end, although you, too, have the potential to become great. Knowing what I know now, I would expect no less from a Jinchuriki. But your needs are secondary to that of Naruto's growth. He turned with a swish of his cloak and kept walking. It is not yet time for you to understand the specifics of the why, merely to play your part in the how. Low enough that Fu couldn't hear, he muttered, someone needs to carry on what I have started. Uzumaki Naruto will become my legacy by my hand, whether or not he is aware of it. Naruto. True to her word, Fu never uttered a word to her fellow Jinchuriki about anything that Kakuzu had told her, partly because she feared what the man would do to her if he found out, and he would find out, but also because it was working. She had started paying close attention to the strategy Kakuzu employed to motivate Naruto, from his brusque dismissals to the compliments recognizing Fu's skill but not the blonde's. Strange as it seemed, over the course of the Chunin exams, Fu had seen Naruto double and redouble his efforts during training, his determination to impress Kakuzu and surpass her driving him to become better, stronger, more talented. Just looking at his fight with Neji was proof of how far Naruto had come in such a short time. Granted, his training had been temporarily placed under Kakuzu's watchful and strict eyes in order to properly prepare him for the upcoming battle with Orochimaru's men, but his progress was still nothing to sneeze at. Considering his wide array of different aptitudes, especially in comparison to her more meager skill set, as Kakuzu had pointed out, it was nothing short of amazing that Naruto had gotten as far as he had with each one. Fu had no doubt that he surpassed her as far as sheer ability went, even if some of his technique and expertise was a tad raw. There was always room for improvement, though. Despite his victory against Neji, impressive considering he had chosen to go toe-to-toe with a taijutsu specialist using taijutsu, even if he had won with Jiongu, Fu had little doubt that Naruto's performance would still be criticized by Kakuzu at first opportunity, including a violent telling off for using Jiongu. Still, it was a little shocking to discover how good a mastermind the former Takinin was, almost as surprising as how well Naruto fell into the role Kakuzu predicted for him. Perhaps the blonde was as psychologically broken as Kakuzu said he was? The fight's over, Naruto mentioned quietly, breaking Fu from her reverie. She looked down, spying the Sand Kunoichi and the Konohanin standing mere feet apart. Both of them raised one hand, and several seconds passed before the proctor announced that Temari was the winner. Interesting, mulled Naruto. Fu opened her mouth to ask for an elaboration, but Gunma's voice broke through her question, saying that the match between Uchiha Sasuke and Sabaku no Gaara was next. Uchiha-san has yet to show up, intoned Shino. Fu's attention switched to the Aburame, absently noting that Niji had returned to the balcony, as the bug user turned to face Sai. As his teammate, I presume that you would know something of his whereabouts. Sai shrugged, pasting a smile on his face. Kakashi-sensei took him away for private tutoring. I'm sure Sasuke-san will show up soon. I hope he doesn't, spoke Gaara, who had yet to move towards the stairs. The Ichibi Jinchuriki shot Fu a hungry look which caused her to shiver. If Sasuke didn't appear for his match, then it was only a matter of time before the Sunanin's opponent would be. He's here, announced Naruto. Everyone else looked to the arena, where Sasuke and Kakashi had just appeared in a swirl of leaves. Gaara grunted and moved to the stairwell as Fu watched him go. The green-haired girl breathed a low sigh of relief when he was no longer visible. You okay? Naruto whispered. Yeah. She breathed. Good thing the Uchiha showed up right on time. He nodded. Well, let's see what the two of them can do. Naruto, even as someone who experienced and witnessed the powers granted by a Biju on a daily basis, would admit that Gaara's abilities were impressive. Upon the start of the fight, his sand caught Sasuke's thrown shuriken and morphed into a Sunabunshin. Sasuke dispersed it with a couple of well-placed hits, and Naruto found himself equally impressed by the Uchiha's skill as he disappeared and reappeared behind the Sunanin to land a punch to his jaw. The blonde was forced to admit that Kakuzu's assessment of Gaara's abilities were accurate to a fault. Sasuke continued to pummel his opponent with taijutsu, cracks appearing in Gaara's sand armor as the Uchiha's overwhelming speed and power completely outclassed the redhead's defense. Gaara's taijutsu abilities are about as existent as my own skill in genjutsu, Naruto concluded. Kakuzu was right. Not that that was overly surprising, just frustrating to admit. Then it stopped mattering. The sand genin enclosed himself in a sphere of sand, his opponent's fist smashed into it, but nothing happened. An eye formed above the sphere, and though Sasuke tried attacking it again and again, causing spikes of sand to shoot out at him, there was no change in the situation. On the other side of the viewing balcony, Temari started trembling. What will you do now, Uchiha Sasuke? Muttered Naruto. As if in response, Sasuke backed away and ran high up the arena's wall, going through a series of hand signs and then grasping his left arm with his right. Blue-white lightning crackled in the palm of his left hand in an impressive display of nature manipulation for a genin. Then he charged, lightning jutsu digging into the wall as he moved in a straight path towards Gaara's sphere of sand. Is that even going to work? The blonde wondered. While Gaara's automatic defense could be beaten with sheer speed and his armor was able to be cracked, the shell that he had erected had seemed impervious to Sasuke's attacks up until that point. Then again, normal sand is composed of some form of earth, and Raiton is strong against Doton, so maybe. The Uchiha thrust his hand forward. The lightning attack split the sand like a knife going through hot butter. There was a brief 5 seconds of silence as Sasuke stood there with his arm shoved halfway into the sphere. Then, my blood, screamed Gaara. About half a dozen different things happened almost simultaneously in the split second following the boy's blood-curdling cry. Gaara's protective sphere exploded outward in a shower of sand, blasting Sasuke backwards and sending him skidding along the ground. Smoke engulfed the area where the Kazekage and the Hokage were sitting, galvanizing several ANBU Black Ops hidden in the crowd into action. Temari leapt from the viewing balcony and glided to the battlefield on her fan as 2 other figures, Kankuro and the Sand sibling Sensei, guest Naruto, joined her from the stands. Ninja dressed in the uniforms of the Hidden Sand and the Hidden Sound leapt from their seats and began engaging ninja of the Hidden Leaf in battle. White feathers obscured Naruto's vision and his eyelids suddenly felt heavy. Genjutsu, he mumbled. He tried to bring his hands up to form the seal to dispel the technique, but his arms felt like lead, sluggish with sleep, and he swayed dangerously on the spot. Then the feeling disappeared, and Naruto blinked himself back to awareness. Fu's pointer and middle fingers were held to his forehead and her eyes were closed. She had disrupted his chakra for him, breaking the illusion. Thanks. Fu nodded once before both undercover genin found themselves frozen in place, a buzzing sound filling the air around them. Shikamaru was bent with one knee on the ground, his hands in the seal for his clan's trademark jutsu. Shino stood next to him, his Kikaichu swarming around him in an angry black cloud. Niji, Ino, and Sai flanked them, all of them prepared for combat in their own way. "What are your intentions here, Aim Nin?" demanded Niji. Naruto sighed. "If you're asking if we're part of this apparent invasion of your village, the answer's no. Do you see any Aim Nin attacking?" The Konoha genin exchanged looks. "Seriously?" asked Fu, "don't you have anything better to do than detain us? I'm pretty Sasuke is following after Gaara and his teammates, who are part of the force attacking your village. And your Hokage is in trouble." They all turned around in time to see Sasuke disappear over the arena wall. A purple barrier had been erected around the roof of the main watchtower where the two Kages had been watching the matches. "She has a point," Shikamaru stated, releasing the shadow imitation technique. The two Jinchuriki each held up a hand in farewell. Later, they chirped in unison. In a swirl of wind and dust, they were gone. "Perhaps it would have been wiser to interrogate them a bit more," Shino mused, shifting in a way that suggested he was looking at Ino. No one said anything to this, but Sai pulled out his scroll and summoned an ink bird. He jumped onto the animated creature and flew off in the direction Sasuke had disappeared. The four remaining genin nodded and then followed him out, leaping from the balcony and running across the arena and over the wall top. Naruto and Fu reappeared from their respective shunshin in the arena far from the fight between Genma and the Sand sibling sensei. "Shouldn't we be finding Kakuzu and Haro?" asked the Nanabai Jinchuriki. "In this mess?" Naruto retorted. "Konoha, Suna, and Oto are all fighting, and we don't even know where they are." He paused, scanning the crowd in a vain attempt to find the two males. "No, it's better to stay somewhere obvious and let them find us." "Good," stated an older voice, "because that makes it more convenient for us." Naruto and Fu whirled around to find an elderly man with a cane standing behind them. He was flanked by 5 ninja wearing the standard Takigakure Jonin outfit, the fifth one possessing a porcelain mask with the hidden waterfall emblem on the forehead and a blue and light blue overlapping wave pattern decorating the bottom portion. Shinobu of Amigakure, correct? My name is Arakawa Daisuke, and I'm curious to know where you got that most intriguing ability you displayed against the Hyuga child." The man's tone was pleasant enough, but Naruto knew that it was just a front. "Kekei Genkai," he offered. "Ah," allowed Daisuke, "and yet you have no clan affiliation. How curious." He paused in a way that suggested he was thinking over what Naruto had just told him, considering the likelihood of such a scenario. "Do you know what I think?" There was a loud explosion as a giant 3-headed snake broke through the wall surrounding Konoha. To the blonde, it was like the herald of his own doom. "I think that you're in possession of an ancient technique that belongs to Takigakure." Daisuke looked like he wanted to say more, but his eyes darted to the side and widened upon seeing Fu. "Oh shit," thought Naruto, mentally preparing for the worst, "we're so screwed." "You," hissed the elder, "how are you?" He took a moment to recompose himself before turning his full attention back to Naruto. "Apparently you possess more than one secret of ours. Capture them alive," he ordered his guards. "I want to know everything they know about Kakuzu. Today is the day we reclaim both of Takigakure's lost prizes." Naruto and Fu moved to stand back to back as the 5 waterfall jonin formed a loose circle around them. The sounds of clashing kunai resounded in the auditorium, accentuated by the shouts of fighting ninja and the thuds of bodies hitting walls and stadium seats. Naruto glanced at the purple barrier, where he presumed Orochimaru and the Sandaime Hokage were locked in a deadly fight for their lives. "I'll give Orochimaru this," he commented to Fu. "He sure knows how to create a scene." And then, amidst the chaos of the invasion, their adversaries pounced. Chapter 11, Confrontations. For as intelligent as Orochimaru is renowned to be, one would think he would have imparted some of his genius upon his subordinates, groused Kakuzu. Having already activated Doton, Domu, the man's fist easily plowed through the chest of an attacking Otonin, killing him instantly. Haro, standing mere feet from him, hit several pressure points in another ninja's leg, causing him to recoil in pain. Kakuzu took the opportunity to loose his arm at the man, the threads of Jiongu burrowing under his skin and pulling out his heart. "Idiotic Otonin," he snarled, more threads ripping through his shirt from the shoulders and spearing 2 leaping opponents in midair. "Can they not see that we have no affiliation with Konohagakure?" Haro shrugged, unsheathing the twin katana kiba from his back. He channeled a small amount of lightning chakra through them, just enough to paralyze the enemy trying to sneak up on the duo long enough for Kakuzu to kill him. Despite holding several soldier pills, something he preferred not to rely on but found necessary given the uncertainty of the inevitable battle ahead, in which he would rather not become a liability due to chakra exhaustion, the cobalt-haired boy was trying to conserve as much chakra as possible. "At least they're not particularly strong," he offered. "Another point against the Sannin." Konohagakure is renowned as one of the strongest of the 5 great shinobi nations. Sending the second string in to fight its populace, whether a large quantity is asleep or not, was a foolish endeavor. The bounty hunter had a point. All over the stadium, Konoha's elite ninja were fighting back against the combined forces of the sand and sound. Haro supposed that the invasion would have been more of a success had Sabaku no Gara actually been able to play his role properly, whatever that was. As it was, the might of Orochimaru's village in conjunction with the hidden sand was proving to be more of a nuisance than an actual threat. That held especially true when your partner was an S-class nuke nin with a powerful kinjutsu at his disposal. Enough, roared Kakuzu, black tendrils multiplying from seemingly nowhere to ensnare a handful of enemy ninja. And a powerful temper? It certainly worked to their advantage that Kakuzu had rage issues, especially considering that they were the only 2 conscious ninja in their section of the stands. It made them an obvious target, if a rather senseless one, since defending Konoha wasn't on their list of priorities. Good thing Kakuzu's on our side. He's taking out most of these guys single-handed. Several snapping sounds from Kakuzu's direction brought Haro back to attention in time to duck a kick from a Sunanin. He crossed his 2 swords together so that the tips touched the man's legs and sent enough lightning through his body to fry his brain. The boy glanced down to see 2 small figures, one possessing Fu's telltale mint green hair, engaged in battle with 5 other figures, a 6th person standing nearby. Hey, Aizo-sen. Stop calling me that, Kakuzu snapped. We no longer need to keep these ridiculous aliases, our cover is no longer important. Alright. Well Kakuzu, I think Naruto and Fu are in trouble. The mercenary's head twisted so quickly, Haro was surprised that he didn't hear the crack of vertebrae. Kakuzu's unusual eyes narrowed at the sight in the arena, and the rain rebel heard him mutter, "That damned little shit," as a Sunanin tried to lodge a kunai into Kakuzu's spine. The knife hit the hardened skin of Kakuzu's earth spear technique, and the sand shinobi's eyes widened in surprise. They glazed over in death as the former Takinin grabbed him with threads from his shoulder and ripped out his heart. We need to finish this quickly, Kakuzu stated seriously. Haro wasn't entirely sure why the older male suddenly sounded so dire now of all times, but he wasn't about to question it. If you say so? Unbeknownst to the boy, Kakuzu had noticed a detail about the ninja assaulting the 2 Jinchuriki that Haro wouldn't have been able to identify. That mask? He knew that mask, nearly a lifetime ago it had belonged to him, a symbol of pride for the handful skilled enough to earn it. His 2 pupils, talented though they had proven themselves to be, weren't prepared for one of Takigakure's 5 elements, no matter how pathetic the waterfall soldiers were. Once I dispose of these gnats, I will show those fools the true mettle of the Gojyo Goko. LLL. Sai leaped to the ground from his bird as 4 different sand jonin launched a wall of wind at him. Ink succumbed to gravity as his drawing was destroyed, falling down in black puddles around him. The opposing ninja alighted near him. Take him out, ordered one of them, and the other 3 moved forward to do the man's bidding. They froze mid-movement, and from behind him, Sai heard a muttered, "Kage main no jutsu, complete." Buzzing filled the air as insects descended upon one of the jonin, and Sai capitalized on the moment by binding the other 2 with hastily drawn ink snakes. The remaining Sunanin's face contorted into a frown. Sai glanced behind him, confirming that Shikamaru, Shino, Ino, and Niji had arrived as backup. The shadow user was on one knee, and as the ink user watched, his shadow disconnected from the 3 enemies and shot towards the 4th. The Sunanin backpedaled away from it, waiting until Shikamaru gave up trying to bind him. "A Nara," he noted, eyes darting to the other boys, a Hyuga, an Aburame, and 2 others. The jonin shook his head. 5 genin catching us unaware. How sad. Still, it won't happen again. It is 5 against 1, stated Shino in his bland voice. His Kikai moved from the fallen form of their target to begin surrounding the last man. "Whether we are genin or not, we have felled your comrades." "True," admitted the jonin. Then he whistled, and a score of men wearing the clothing of Suna and Odo appeared from the surrounding trees and bushes. "And now you're outnumbered and outclassed." Sai formed a loose ring with his peers. Though his rank was being underestimated, the jonin had a point. As a member of Root, Sai was sent on mostly solo missions, after his brother had died anyway, where the odds of running into multiple opponents, let alone the number currently facing him and his comrades, were slim to none. The mission to track Sasuke was going to have to be put on hold temporarily, at least until they could bypass this current obstacle. "Ino," Shikamaru prompted. "Right," returned the blonde, before forming the specific hand sign of her clan and shooting her consciousness into one of their bound targets. "This will still be troublesome," Shikamaru muttered as Sai released the captive Ino had taken over. And then there was no time for thinking. "LLL. He's mine to kill," rasped Gaara, clutching his head with a hand. Get in my way and I'll kill you, too. Sasuke watched as a protesting Temari and a nervous Kankuro stepped away from their brother. Gaara's teal eyes were locked onto his form, and Sasuke felt inexplicably apprehensive. You have the same eyes as I do, the eyes, filled with hatred and death, that long for strength. It was what Gaara had said to him while he was training with Kakashi before the Chunin exam finals. Somehow, the words seemed much more appropriate and intimidating when those eyes were staring him down, the promise of death looking him in the face and no elite Jonin around to defend him. Then death changed form. Sand coalesced around Gaara's face and right arm. A massive clawed limb, as long as he was tall, seemed to grow from the gathered particulates, inscribed with blue, vein-like designs and tipped with black claws instead of fingers. The redhead's face was affected as well, the strangely patterned sand overtaking his right eye, down the side of his nose, and around his mouth. Drool leaked out from the orifice in a representation of Gaara's insatiable bloodlust, and his normally teal eye was now a demonic golden yellow with a black, four-pointed star for an iris. Come, Uchiha Sasuke. Let me prove my existence. He shot forward, and Sasuke was momentarily taken aback by the other boy's increased speed. The Uchiha jumped to the next tree as Gaara crashed through the spot he had just vacated, splintering the plant's trunk. He screamed his rage to his surroundings as his prey hunkered behind a separate tree, steadying his breathing. Do you fear me, Uchiha Sasuke? Mother is thirsty, she wants your blood. Sasuke's eyes bled into the crimson of the Sharingan as he went through the hand signs for the Chidori. Never again would he allow himself to be considered a coward, not after that man had destroyed everything he had once held dear. He was no longer a defenseless academy student, quivering in fright in the shadow of his family's murderer. He was an Uchiha, the elite of the elite, and he wasn't going to bow down to some other ninja, especially one whom he had previously held an advantage over. The Leaf Genin stepped out from behind his perch, using the bow as a fulcrum and propelling himself towards Gaara. Laughing maniacally, the redhead mimicked the charge, monstrous arm extended forward. Lightning split Gaara's sand limb as easily as it had punched a hole in the defensive shell earlier, and Sasuke smirked. Gaara screamed again, though Sasuke detected a tinge of masochism in the sound. Pain. Gaara screeched. This is why I must kill you, to end the life of the person who causes me pain. The sand from his shoulder merged with that from his gourd, sprouting into a long, thick tail with the same blue, veined pattern and black-tipped spikes as his arm. Using the Sharingan, Sasuke managed to see Gaara's reckless dive in almost slow motion, the Sunanin somehow moving even faster than before despite his added bulk. Gaara's clawed hand exploded in different directions, and the Uchiha only managed to dodge thanks to his Kekkei Genkai. He shot a great fireball at the boy, but it dispersed upon contact with the sand. The only thing that affects him is the Chidori, he realized, and I'm already at my limit. Damn it, what can I do? An image of Itachi, his older brother, the murderer of his clan, flashed through his mind. You lack hatred, intoned the ghost of his past, the single reason for his existence, and that makes you weak. I am not weak, he growled. Orochimaru's cursed seal burned brightly, spreading its flame-like marks across the entire left side of his body and giving him the strength to activate a third Chidori. Ha, he cried, charging forward again. This time, he cleaved off Gaara's entire arm just below the shoulder, ending on a tree branch just behind the boy. He smirked once at his success and then collapsed face-first where he stood, drained of chakra from the cursed seal. Gaara let out another burst of insane laughter as his sand arm reconnected with his body. Using his tail, he jumped towards the fallen Genin, claws extended in a grab. The digits wrapped around the Uchiha's body and hoisted him into the air, where he could clearly see the Sunanin's lolling tongue and insane, golden eyes. Goodbye, Uchiha Sasuke. The sand covered the Konohanin's head and compacted. There was no sound for a long moment. Temari and Kankuro were frozen in shock, waiting to see if the raven-haired boy would somehow appear and retaliate. A trickle of blood leaked out from the sand casing, and Gaara began to laugh shrilly. He's dead, he crowed. Finally. So absorbed in his personal celebration, he was caught unaware by the explosion which blew off half his sand arm. It reformed quickly, but unable to find the source of this new enemy, Gaara screamed his rage to the sky. Out of sight from the sand siblings were two figures. One was crouched on a thick tree limb suspended a little over 50 feet above the ground. Underneath the straw hat upon his head, he fiddled with a complex scope affixed to his left eye. Below him sat a stooped person, the black robes, mouthcloth, and conical hat keeping his hunched figure completely concealed. So that's the power of the Ichibi, stated the person in the tree. You better not take forever, replied the other figure gruffly. You know how much I hate waiting, Deidara. The first ninja threw off his hat, revealing long blonde hair held erect in a partial ponytail and lengthy bangs which completely hid his left eye, and the scope, from view. "No worries, Sasori no Dana, HM." He withdrew his other hand from a pouch attached to his waist, opening the appendage to reveal a mouth in the center of the palm. It opened to spit out a small off-white bird, which the blonde tossed into the air. His hands came together to form the sign of the ram, expanding his creation with a small application of chakra into a size that could carry humans. He jumped atop the creature with the ease born of practice. "This fight'll be just like my art, a fleeting piece of work." With that, he wheeled off towards his target, giving Sasori no time to retort. Impudent brat. His impatience will get him killed. Sasori shuffled off, using the path his partner had flown off on as his general heading. "If he dies, I'll have to complete the mission myself. I wonder how the Sandaime Kazekage would fare against the Ichibi Jinchuriki. LLL. Fighting Jonin was far more challenging than taking on other genin or even chunin, even if said jonin were from a smaller hidden village like Takigakure. It shouldn't have surprised Naruto as much as it did. Standards for rising to jonin were probably high no matter what village a ninja belonged to, so they would obviously have to be more skilled than a mere genin, even if Naruto's and Fu's talents were actually around chunin level. Still, they were being targeted by the nation which had produced Kakuzu, though the man would certainly deny how influential the hidden waterfall had been in building his current strength, and Fu, people Naruto respected for their power. It at least partially explained why he and the Nanabai Jinchuriki were having trouble getting the edge over the 5 jonin. That and they were outnumbered. No wonder Kakuzu likes hunting bounties removed from civilization. It's a lot easier when there are no other distractions to interfere with the kill. And it helped more when the enemies weren't coordinating their assault in a tailored format to bring him down. Katan, Hosenka no Jutsu. Futon, Ripusho. Shit. Fueled by wind chakra, the small fireball swelled to uncontrollable and unavoidable sizes. Confronted with the approaching flames, Naruto quickly laced his fingers together into the seal of the dragon, arms extended out and pinkies pointed down. "Jiongu, Shirudo Fomu," he shouted. Threads burst forth from his sleeves, twining together into a solid web in front of his body. 2 of the 5 fireballs struck the barrier squarely, dispersing upon contact but burning away the tips of some of the threads. The third went just a little too wide and missed him completely. He jumped back, allowing the 4th to hit the ground where he had just been standing, and the 5th clipped the side of the threads, passing by Naruto's arm close enough that the blonde felt its heat. The shielding form was the latest manipulation out of the handful Naruto had thus far invented with the Kenjutsu, inspired by Jiongu's resiliency to most outside attacks and Kakuzu's Doton, Domu, before he had fully understood the Earth Spear technique. It was more convenient than the ninjutsu because the boy could more easily access and control it, but revealing it in a fresh battle would probably forfeit any advantage of surprising an opponent with the threads, or so he theorized. A practical application had yet to be tested. Since he was being targeted because of the forbidden technique, though, he didn't see the harm in fully utilizing it to his advantage. Something burning caused Naruto's nose to twitch in irritation, and he looked down to see that the last burst of flames which had only grazed the makeshift shield had caught the edge of his scarf. Naruto unwound the cloth from around his neck, throwing it away with a curse. "Honestly, why do they wear something that could so easily kill them?" he complained aloud. Suetun, Haran Bancho. Suddenly, the flaming material was the least of the Jinchuriki's problems. A deluge of water fell from the sky and battered him down, stifling him under its weight. Pounding at his skull, the liquid forced Naruto's mental processes to slow, and it took him an extra moment to figure a way out of the torrent. He silently activated Doton, Mogirigakur no Jutsu to slip underground, the water following him as a trickle instead of a veritable flood. There was no telling how much time he had to build a strategy before he was found, but he knew that it wouldn't be long. The waterfall jonin were well organized, he would give them that. They had split up the 2 Jinchuriki upon the elder's attack command, a synchronized pair wielding Katan and Futon affinities cornering Naruto. The Kyuubi's jailer grudgingly admitted that it was a smart move, since wind only enhanced fire, which nullified any of his own wind release techniques, if they knew he actually specialized in them, and boosted their firepower. From his periphery, the blonde had caught Fu fighting at a massive disadvantage against Raitun and Doton specialists. Then there was the masked Suetun expert. He bounced between the 2 battles, capitalizing on every opening either Jinchuriki presented and defending his comrades against any counterattacks. He seemed to be on a different level than the other 4, a caliber enough above them that he was able to read into whatever plans the blonde made. It made Naruto glad that the man wasn't focusing his complete attention upon either himself or Fu, because otherwise neither might have still been fighting. If the sudden-using Jonin wasn't around to interfere with his retaliations, Naruto thought that he could at least do something against the pair of Takinin assaulting him. Following his victory against Niji, his confidence in his own skill had risen. Though beating the duo was questionable, because all things held constant, he was still sorely outranked and being double-teamed. He felt that some of his endeavors could have been more successful than what he was currently experiencing. Also playing against him was the fact that they had seen his battle against the Hyuga, making them wary of getting within their presumed range of Jiongu. He decided to look at his present scenario as a potential worst-case situation for the life of a shinobi, bounty hunter included, gone awry. Time's up. He popped up from the hiding like a mole technique, tanto drawn and ready to cut down one of his opponents with applied wind chakra and subterfuge. Suetun, Mizu Teppo, called a voice, and Naruto wasn't even able to blink before a powerful stream of liquid caught him in midair. He hit the ground hard, tumbling head over ass from the force of the ninjutsu. Sopping wet blonde bangs tickled his forehead, and Naruto felt his scalp, concluding that the covering he had worn for the entirety of the Chunin exams had been blown off. Not that I need it anymore, anyway, he muttered, blowing the strands away with an upset huff. Giving the gesture up as futile when the tips fell back down, he shook his head like a dog, ridding his hair of the excess moisture. He gave the masked man a dirty look. "You know, I'm really tired of you," he stated. "Then perhaps we should end this," returned the Takinin. He performed several hand seals, manipulating a geyser of water to burst from the earth and form a concave shell around Naruto. The liquid almost entirely surrounded the blonde, even covering the top and forming a thin layer beneath his feet, leaving only a 2-foot wide opening in the front. Naruto tried touching the barrier to manipulate it, surprised to find it solidified but not frozen. "What the hell?" he murmured. Then the tag team Jonin appeared in the slim space in front of him, both preparing jutsu. Blue orbs widened minutely, and he tried activating a defensive water technique Kisame had taught him, Suetun, Suijin Hiki, water release, water encampment wall, only for the liquid to, once again, prove unresponsive. Son of a... His curse broke off as the masked Takinin's head swiveled to the stands and back, sensing a portent of things to come? Naruto wondered, and the other two ninja finished their seals. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Futon, Kaze no. There was a loud crack as a giant man appeared behind the wind user and grabbed his head, twisting it with one fluid motion. The Jonin fell to the earth, motionless, and Naruto found he honestly couldn't remember a time when he was as grateful to see Kakuzu as he was at that moment. Then he remembered the giant fireball still bearing down on him. Kakuzu apparently had that covered too. 3 hand seals, a punch to the ground, and a grunt of, Doton, Rakutoriru, prefaced the eruption of a jagged mass of boulders on a path perpendicular to the fiery attack. The conflagration struck the rocks, scattering against the defensive maneuver. Naruto heaved a sigh of relief. "Thanks, Ka. Save your own miserable hide next time," snapped Kakuzu, turning to show the blonde his ire. The Jinchuriki was momentarily taken aback, not by the words, but by the fact that Kakuzu didn't have anything disguising his face. Both the rebreather and the full head covering were gone, revealing dark, shoulder-length hair, his half-stitched mouth, and a square jaw. Arakawa Daisuke took advantage of the interruption to step forward with assistance from his cane. "Takahashi Kakuzu," he began, voice a sibilant caress, hatred lacing the name. "Do not call me that," seethed the mercenary. "I renounced that name when your damnable village left me to rot. You will die here today," continued the waterfall elder as if Kakuzu had not interrupted, voice becoming gleeful, "in reparation for the sins which befell our village because of you. Jiro, take him out." Kakuzu let out a derisive bark of laughter at that. Naruto, watching the scene play out with morbid fascination, briefly toyed with the idea that Kakuzu was afflicted with some sort of bipolar or multiple personality disorder. His mood shifted with disturbing alacrity. "You think that one of your pathetic lackeys can kill me? In case you were unaware, that mask used to be mine. He cannot defeat me with skills that I have had decades to master. But come," he motioned, "I need a warm-up before my real target. Let us see what the current Nami no Kodo of the Gojyo Goko can do against the original." Naruto wondered if part of the reason Kakuzu had renounced his affiliation with Taki was because the village came up with names as poor as the surging started looking around, a sudden realization occurring to him. If Kakuzu's here, then where's Haro? A bolt of lightning, all but invisible if he hadn't actively been searching for something, crossed in front of Naruto's vision. Long and thin in the shape of a lance, the elemental weapon speared into one of the men fighting Fu. He dropped like a stone. Naruto blinked before he remembered that Haro was a self-proclaimed sniper. So that's what he meant. Naruto shrugged. "Works for me. He became aware of the fact that, still encased in the water cage, he hadn't yet been attacked. The fire-using Jonin just now seemed to be recovering from the fact that Kakuzu had appeared, let alone that his partner was now dead. He slipped outside of the hardened water cage, posture much more relaxed now that the Sudden user was busy fighting his teacher and the Futon user was dead. Let's dance. Katan, Hosenka no Jutsu. No wind added to the flames meant he could counter the attack as he normally would, with an equally strong water jutsu. Suetun, Mizurappa. The violent water wave showered over the miniature fireballs, extinguishing them with steaming hisses and forcing the Jonin to dodge the rest of the liquid. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Or completely overwhelm it. That's interesting. Water trumping fire was a natural part of the cycle of elemental manipulation, so the fact that Naruto's attack beat the Takinins wasn't overly surprising. The more intriguing part was that he, a Genin/Chunin, had easily overpowered a Jonin-level man's attack without even putting his best effort into the counter. Anomalies like that triggered one of Naruto's more masochistic personality quirks. As an analytical shinobi, Kakuzu often preached the concept of never rushing into battle unprepared, to never assume that his opponent didn't have any hidden tricks up his sleeve. Though not always able to abide by that rule, both overconfidence and rashness were fickle acquaintances of the blonde. Naruto had developed a peculiar tic for experimenting with his adversaries. By putting his body, which was mostly impervious to damage in the long term anyway, thanks to the Kyuubi, on the line, he could more accurately flush out his enemy's abilities so he would know what to expect. A loose stream of fire was shot towards him, and this time Naruto successfully used Suetun, Suijin Hiki, calling up a vein of water from underground to defend him. The two techniques cancelled out, coating Naruto in vapor. He manipulated the air surrounding him to push the evaporated liquid away. I have a hypothesis, Naruto stated with a growing smirk. I think that your Jonin status and strength came from your partnership with your dead friend over there. The fading pallor of the man's skin tone prompted Naruto's smirk to grow into a full-blown grin. Oh, this'll be too easy. Take away half of the duo, and the Jonin is revealed to be a Chunin. Using wind manipulation was still a no-no, of course, because no matter his rank, Futon versus Katan was still a terrible idea for whoever was utilizing the former. That was fine, though, because if there was one thing Naruto possessed, it was variety. He spewed a large amount of water around the field with the violent water wave, dousing the area in a fine layer of fluid. The stream cut off, allowing the blonde to swallow thickly. There seriously has to be a better way to bring water to the field than just overpowering that, he mused with a scowl. I should really learn Bakusui Showa. Pushing that thought aside for the time being, he began building his chakra for what he hoped would be the final move. One of his arms shot out at the Takinin, interrupting what was sure to be another fire jutsu. The man dodged left, prompting Naruto's other arm to also lash out, roughly boxing in the man within two thick series of tendrils. Gotcha. His hands, now placed strategically behind the other man, came together, forming seals and utilizing the chakra he had prepared. Suetun, Suigaden. Too busy watching the writhing threads of Jiongu slowly encroach on his position, the fire user wasn't aware of the rotating fangs of liquid until it was too late. For different spouts pierced his body in varying areas. He cried out in pain, a signal the threads around him took to converge on his form and wrap him up tightly. Naruto mentally damned the sentience of the Kenjutsu as several of the black tendrils fought their way out of his control, burrowing deep into the Takinin's body and ensnaring his heart. They yanked, pulling out the muscle and ensuring that if the Suigaden hadn't killed the man, they certainly had. The Kenjutsu twined around the heart, preparing to integrate it into Naruto's chakra network. No, he ordered firmly, not this time. The thread seemed to defy him, insisting that it would be good to have this new organ. Naruto couldn't argue with that. Adding a third extra heart, his fourth in total, would increase the variability of techniques he could access when in battle. There were two unfortunate problems. The first, and smaller one, was that Naruto wasn't sure he had enough room on his back for a third heart. He was still a kid, and not exactly a big one at that, which rankled to admit. It was the second issue that had him fighting his own Kenjutsu's desires. Unlike Kakuzu, who had exchanged hearts, and other organs, he was sure, who knew how many times over the decades and thus was used to the process, integrating a new heart into his own system, if the first two times were any indication, was a process that involved pain and random fluctuations of elemental chakra. Considering the situation he and his teammates were preparing to run into, Naruto needed all of his faculties fully intact if the mission was to be successful. Through the bond he held with the threads, Naruto felt their hold on the heart slacken. His arms retracted and reconnected to the rest of his body, a single thread restitching each limb back in place. Soon, he placated, you can do what you want in a little bit. Almost petulantly, they agreed to abide by their master's wishes. Temporarily, at least. Naruto turned his attention to Fu, who appeared to be struggling against her remaining opponent. Another lightning bolt streaked through the atmosphere and struck the Takinin, but this time it didn't do anything. The man stuck a kunai, crackling with lightning, into and through an earthen wall separating him from Fu, causing the structure to shatter. The blonde's mouth formed an O in understanding. Fu's remaining opponent was the Raiden user, so Haru's sniping attacks wouldn't do much to assist her in ending the fight. And Fu's talents were focused more intently on earth and dust releases, which explained why she was having difficulty retaliating. Fortunately, Naruto possessed enough raw aptitude with futon ninjutsu that nullifying the last waterfall ninja should be easy. Oh, she is so gonna owe me, the blonde commented to himself. He disappeared in a shunshin as the Takinin dove forward with another lightning technique. Naruto reappeared between Fu and her opponent, right pointer and middle fingers held up just below his mouth, one in front of the other. A breath of air was exhaled, infused with his chakra, the lightning the Takinin was using dispersed. The technique wasn't anything offensive, merely a way for Naruto to eliminate the sparks and prove Futon's superiority over Raitun. Yeah, you're screwed now, Naruto taunted as the man stared blankly. There weren't many times when Naruto was able to so easily flaunt his superiority. His only real associates were an S-class missing Nin and a Jinchuriki who, whether she meant to or not, often one-upped him. Even he would admit that he was still more a student than a master, though it would hurt his pride to say so to anyone else, so the opportunity to show off and just beat the ever-living shit out of someone else was just a boost to his ego. Kakuzu would say that he didn't need any more pride than he already had, but Naruto felt that that was like the pot calling the kettle black. Of course, his teacher had his own ways to diminish the blonde's self-esteem, whereas all Naruto could do was annoy the man. They quite honestly had the worst give-and-take relationship he could ever imagine existing. But there were more urgent matters to attend to than focusing on his strange student-teacher bond with the ex-waterfall shinobi, and boy, would that require a lot of analysis. Topping that list was protecting Fu from her former home. Lightning crackled around the Takinin's fist, forming a bluish-white sheen over his knuckles shaped like claws. Wind whipped around Naruto's own clenched hand as he prepared the futon, senpuken. Both males punched at each other, their fists meeting in a collision of wills. Naruto's whirlwind fist overrode whatever lightning jutsu his opponent was using, the slicing wind shredding the man's hand and arm. Just like they had against the fire user, Jiongu's threads erupted from his body and skewered the man before he could react, reaching for his heart. No! He ordered the tendrils, and the kinjutsu withdrew back into his body. The blonde got the feeling that it was reacting like a kicked puppy. Thank you, he said aloud, feeling slightly foolish for doing so. The gratitude seemed to appease the threads, for they suddenly felt less tense. I will never get used to that, he muttered. It was just too weird having a sentient kinjutsu in his body which either wanted to take control of his faculties or sought approval from him. It was no wonder Kakuzu was as deranged as he was. Screw psychological disorders, he's just nuts from dealing with the threads for decades on end. A groan from behind him reminded Naruto of Fu's presence. Ugh, being earth-natured against a lightning-natured opponent sucks, she lamented, rubbing her arms. You owe me, he bragged, pointing a thumb at his chest proudly. I saved your ass. Yeah, my hero, she retorted with a roll of her eyes. I'm sure I'll return the favor someday soon, considering how much trouble you seem to get yourself into. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki huffed, he most certainly did not pout, at the brush-off. We'll see. He paused, then, you're okay, right? She nodded, and he suggested, well, now that this has been taken care of, maybe we should continue with the plan? Tell that to Kakuzu. Naruto glanced up to see Kakuzu exchanging blows with the masked Takinin. Oi, Kakuzu, aren't you done yet? LLL. Kakuzu would grudgingly admit that Jiro was more talented than he initially gave him credit for. Granted, the Takinin's skill wasn't going to be enough to defeat him, but it was impressive nonetheless. Unfortunately for Jiro, there were two main factors working against him. One was the obvious age difference, which gave Kakuzu an extra 60 years of experience over his successor. The other was the fact that Kakuzu was, quite simply, pissed off. And getting in his way when on the warpath was generally considered a surefire ticket to one's untimely death. There were three root causes for Kakuzu's current wrath: the hidden leaf, the hidden waterfall, and Naruto. His ire with Konoha stemmed from his loss to the Shodai Hokage at the Valley of the End nearly a lifetime ago. It was a defeat he had never entirely recovered from, a lesson well learned on foreign shinobi. Ninja from the Hidden Leaf believed in the will of fire, an intangible force which somehow seemed to grant them strength beyond what Kakuzu thought they could normally achieve. The will of fire and his encounter with the first Hokage had turned not venturing into the land of fire a habit he wasn't particularly fond of. He could count on both hands the number of times he had willingly entered the giant land and stayed for an extended period of time in the decades before he had met Naruto. Despite the number of tantalizingly high bounties within Konoha's walls, he felt no need to experience a potential repeat performance of the mission that had caused his exile so long ago, even though the odds of someone having obtained the Senju's legendary Kekkai Genkai and sheer talent seemed incredibly low. Besides, the other elemental nations still possessed plenty of high-ranking ninja for him to hunt and test himself against. Quantity over quality seemed to apply itself quite well to his situation. Understandably then, the mercenary was quite frustrated with not only being in the land of fire, but actually within the main village. Especially since he hadn't been able to actually do anything until Orochimaru had started his thrice-damned invasion. Reading old books and scrolls, while an informative and time-consuming pastime of his, could only hold his interest for so long while cooped up in a hotel room inside a village he hated. But alas, Konoha was getting its just desserts, even if he wasn't the cause. He could take out his irritation with the Leaf Village by killing Orochimaru. The mercenary could easily pretend that the snake Sannin represented the village, even though the man no longer held any allegiance to the leaf. Ironic, that to rid his frustration of Konoha, he was going to do away with one of its biggest traitors, but life was funny that way. On the other hand, Takigakure was a grudge well-deserved and long overdue for retribution. Much like he had with the Land of Fire, Kakuzu had avoided the Land of Waterfalls even more stridently, though for entirely different reasons. Being spotted by a citizen of the hidden waterfall would mean the village could confirm the fact that he actually was alive, and while the idea of killing any Takinin sent after him was a pleasant one, dealing with said pests would detract from valuable time spent hunting worthwhile bounties. So hateful of his former home was Kakuzu that he had always forced his one contact within the village, Tamura Tadao, the man who had been killed by Naruto for trying to blackmail him, to meet him far removed from Takigakure proper, normally within the land of grass. It was really Takigakure's fault that Kakuzu was being presented the opportunity to exact some form of vengeance against it though. Well, Taki's and Naruto's, but the blonde would reap the consequences of his actions soon enough. Takigakure was greedy, plain and simple. The village wished to obtain anything it could get its hands on: power, wealth, information. The list was rather endless. At the very least, the seed that had grown into Kakuzu's avarice had been sown in the early years of the Hidden Waterfall's history. Topping that list was the village council's goal, to be considered one of the great shinobi nations. To achieve such a prestigious title, to even hope for a chance at the opportunity, Taki always sent one of their elders to the Chunin exams with the purpose of gathering intelligence on the other hidden villages, always seeking an opening to rise to greatness. Any weakness in the infrastructure or upbringing of their allies could be exploited, or so thought the elders. It hardly mattered to them that success had been non-existent since the village's founding. They were too opportunistic to not take advantage of any opening provided to them. The Chunin exams were always a good time to reinforce that mindset, especially since Taki was currently a neutral nation and the risk of spectators being in danger during the examinations was minimal. Such greed was the reason Kakuzu had been sent on the mission which had led to his defection in the first place. Still, after having suffered through more than a month of being stifled within Konoha, a village he hated, and then being confronted by Taki, a village he absolutely loathed, Kakuzu felt that his rage, the nagging homicidal urge which caused him to lose sight of other things, was justified. If Naruto was lucky, the Nukanin's temper would be sated with the death of the current Gogyo Goko member. His current headache with the blonde was more based on the fact that if he hadn't felt the need to show off, the waterfall ninja currently attacking them would have been none the wiser to their presence. Half the time, it felt like Naruto purposely disobeyed orders just to rile the mercenary up. On some occasions, it took far more control than Kakuzu thought he possessed to not just try to kill the blonde and scrap the years put into raising him. But then his pupil would do something impressive or unthinkable, finding a 50-year-old summoning contract, or stealing a Jinchuriki from her village without a fight, for instance, and Kakuzu would remember exactly why he put up with the Kyuubi's jailer. The boy had too much potential to not be steered in a direction Kakuzu could make use of. He would be the bounty hunter's second coming, a reminder of the horrors which inhabited the ninja world. Naruto and Kakuzu were already far too alike for the man to not be curious as to where his disciple would go with his strength. None of that meant that the little blonde shit was going to get off scot-free for causing this mess, though. Oi, Kakuzu, aren't you done yet? Kakuzu allowed his left arm to fall off his body, connected by only a single thin thread, to avoid a jet of water shot by his opponent. Wait your turn, brat, he snarled. Unless you would rather come over here and say that to my face. I'm good, thanks. Another stream of water was heading for Kakuzu, and the mercenary chose to dodge it. Naruto could be unbelievably frustrating when he chose to be, and Kakuzu was already trying to prove a point to his opponent. Can't you just use Doton, Domu or any other earth jutsu to finish this? Why are you dragging this out? Which was that he was the superior Suiton expert. Cease your incessant talking or I will make sure that your death is as excruciatingly painful as possible. With no response forthcoming, Kakuzu returned his attention to Jiro, eyes narrowed. As annoying as it is to admit, my student does have a point. Your time has come, it is truly a pity that the only shinobi Takigakure produced who is worth something is me. If that's what you want to believe, commented Jiro, forming seals. Water erupted from the ground, surrounding Kakuzu and encasing him in the same solid shell Naruto had been stuck in, except this time there was no opening. The hand signs continued. I've been the only Nami no Kodo since you to master using hardened water. And I've taken it to levels beyond a mere sword. Goodbye, Kakuzu. Whatever it was Jiro expected to happen, it wasn't the collapse of his water cage. Kakuzu smirked at the slight slump present in his enemy's shoulders, his hands held with palms out before him. You seem disappointed. Surely you were aware that as the creator of hardened water, I would know how to disable it. The man's silence was answer enough for the bounty hunter. This has been amusing, but I tire of this game. Suiton, Bakusui Shoha. Kakuzu spewed a torrent of water from his mouth, controlling it so that it flowed directly towards Jiro. Naruto was silently impressed by the display. Whereas Kisame typically vomited a flood of the liquid and then rode the cascading waves to attack his opponent, as Naruto was well aware from experience, Kakuzu seemed to bend a more controllable amount of water to his will, forcing it to do as he wanted, in this case, using a powerful river of liquid. The difference probably arose from the two men's combat style. Kisame often followed up the Bakusui Shoha with ninjutsu that required volume, but seeing Kakuzu's manipulation was pretty cool, especially considering most of the Nukanin's favorite attacks were other large displays of power. Maybe he was as skilled with the element as he professed to be. Jiro held out his hands, swiftly turning the leading water into a hardened version of the Suijin Hiki. The rest of Kakuzu's attack flowed around the barrier. Kakuzu rushed forward and punched the shield, shattering it as if it were ice. Spikes of hardened water stabbed him through the chest, but he collapsed into the liquid, a Mizu Bunshin. Jiro ducked instinctively, narrowly avoiding the decapitating slice of Kakuzu's water-cutting sword. The Takinin placed his hands on the ground, calling up a box of hardened water to surround his predecessor. Knowing Kakuzu would escape, he jumped back and began running through seals. Water rose and swirled around his arm, hardening into a drill with his arm in the center. The box surrounding Kakuzu collapsed, the Nukanin already starting his own set of seals. Suiton, Mizu Kamakiri, he intoned as Jiro charged him. A jet of water burst forth from the ground, and Jiro was forced to jump to avoid being bisected by the rising water slicer. Kakuzu smirked. Fool! Suiton, Daibakufu no Jutsu. The water surrounding Kakuzu from his earlier techniques rose up in a vortex, moving towards the airborne Jiro. He manipulated the hardened water around his hand, quickly turning his drill into a convex shield which he held out in front of him. His shield absorbed the majority of the blow as Kakuzu directed the Great Waterfall technique at him, completely drenching him and following an arced curvature directly into the ground. As the pounding of the deluge stopped, Kakuzu stepped forward slowly. Jiro was bent on one knee, gasping in great breaths of air, his mask floating beside him. Standing out of the man's reach, Kakuzu lengthened his arm and allowed it to grab the porcelain sign of the Gojyo Goko. His arm came back, allowing him to turn the object over in his hands. Did you know that wearing this was once a symbol of pride for me? Kakuzu mentioned loftily. Striving to achieve the title of the first Nami no Kodo drove me to risk everything for my village. And for what? Imprisonment. Betrayal. Exile. Your proud elders turned their backs on me in my time of need, and now look where they have left you. The chain has come full circle, and now you sit here, serving a council which has all but signed your death warrant with its greed. Tell me, how does it feel to walk in the shoes of the most reviled man to have come from Takigakure? I'm nothing like you, spat Jiro. Takigakure Ryu, Iron Maiden. Two halves of a coffin, spikes lining the interior, rose as hardened water and closed around Kakuzu. A moment later, the spikes jutted out the front and back of the Iron Maiden, having grown and completely impaled its inhabitant. Naruto's eyes widened at the swiftness of the man's brutality. Kakuzu. The sound of laughter caught everyone's attention. Kakuzu rose from the water as a liquidy mass, quickly solidifying into his human form. He clenched and unclenched his right hand, as if testing the fingers. An interesting expansion of the style. That certainly would have killed me, was I not years beyond your experience. You escaped that? Kakuzu snorted. You sound surprised. I already informed you that you are nothing compared to me. Truth be told, Kakuzu didn't like the fact that his successor possessed as much talent with his former specialty as he seemed to. In a battle where he wasn't trying to prove his superiority, Jiro would have already been dead, taken down by Jiongu, Raiton, Doton, or some combination of the three. As it was, limiting himself to only Suiton caused Kakuzu to play things a bit more cautiously, abusing the water clone and hiding in water techniques to lure out any surprises that he would normally just allow to be triggered with his active earth spear technique. It made him immensely glad that it was only his replica which had been killed in his opponent's Iron Maiden technique and not him. Look at you, forced to go up against a man far your superior and now facing death. You are more like me than you realize. Unfortunately for you, I already have an apprentice who will walk in my footsteps. He performed 2 seals, causing a spike of hardened water to rise and spear toward Jiro from the front. Tired, the Takinin flopped sideways to avoid it, but a second spike behind him tore through the base of his spinal cord and out his stomach. Die as you lived, you wretched fool, blind to your own ignorance. To think you believed you could actually kill me, the arrogance of Takigakure never ceases to amaze me. There was no response, but then again, he didn't expect one. Well, it's about time, Kakuzu. Here I thought, HGRK. Kakuzu reeled Naruto in close with his extended arm, his fingers digging into the blonde's throat. Give me one good reason not to kill you, you little shit. Naruto thrashed about in his teacher's grasp, facing slowly changing colors. His finger pointed to a spot at Kakuzu's 8 o'clock position. Getting away, he rasped. The Nukenin placed one of his hearts within his arm, completely detaching it at the bicep and letting it scuttle over to where Arakawa Daisuke was trying to hobble away. It knocked away the man's cane, grabbing his ankle and allowing the threads coming out of the severed limb to wrap around the elder's body. Without even turning around, Kakuzu said, his retribution will come. You, on the other hand, single-handedly jeopardized our mission with your wanton desire to win a match against a genin for a promotion which you will never receive. So I ask again, a reason not to end your pathetic existence? Naruto's face was already a mottled blue from lack of oxygen when Fu stepped forward and suggested, maybe you should let him go so we can use him for the mission. Kakuzu looked at her and then dropped the blonde. You are fortunate that at least someone finds you useful. Naruto, flat on his back and catching his breath, decided the appropriate response was to flip his teacher the bird. Kakuzu walked past him and stomped on his stomach, causing a spluttering gasp to escape the boy's throat. You never learn, he droned, a sadistic grin playing along his lips. And now we're even, Fu whispered to Naruto as Kakuzu moved over to Daisuke. The bounty hunter soon found himself standing before the elderly man. He held out the stump of his arm, allowing the limb to reattach to his body. Esteemed elder, he mocked, you seem to have taken a mighty fall. You killed my grandfather. Daisuke hissed violently. The deaths of gnats mean absolutely nothing to me. Your retribution will come one day, Takahashi Kakuzu, mark my words. Kakuzu laughed violently at that proclamation. You sicked your loyal dog on me, one of the elite, Gogyo Goko, and he could not touch me while I limited myself to only one chakra nature. What do you expect the rest of the village to do against me, assuming they even realize it was I who killed you? Rest assured that if my time does come one day, it will not be by your hand. He held out his hand, creating the water-cutting sword. When you get to hell, give your backstabbing grandfather my regards. The Nukenin chuckled darkly as he swiped the blade perpendicular to the ground, severing the man's neck. All of the angry tension Kakuzu held suddenly disappeared with the man's decapitation. It was almost cathartic, the murder of influential people from his former village, even if their generation hadn't done anything against him directly until this point. The last time he had truly enjoyed killing someone for the sake of it, not for money, but simply for himself, had been a very long time ago. His laughter, low and dark, sadistic and mocking, was not an oft-heard sound, simply because Kakuzu found few people who said or did something which truly amused his peculiar sense of humor. Even Naruto's antics rarely stimulated Kakuzu's funny bone, though he did find some of the blonde's more spur-of-the-moment barbs and retorts an ironic mixture of amusing and frustrating, if only because he chose the worst times to incense his ire. Kakuzu looked up at the main watchtower. The barrier is gone, he noted as Haro appeared from the stands. He shot Naruto a dirty look. This distraction has cost us. There is no telling what sort of lead Orochimaru now has. The bounty hunter paused, scanning the 3 disguised rain genin. When we find him, and we will find him, hold nothing back. His unusual eyes focused a bit more intently on Naruto when he said that. Either give it your all, or be prepared to die. Naruto cracked his knuckles. Awesome. This was the opportunity he was looking for to finally use his entire arsenal of abilities. Limiting himself during the course of the Chunin exams to more easily keep their cover was rather annoying, and he was looking forward to actually showing his teammates and teacher just what he could do. So, he said, bending his knees to jump off the ground, you really are good with Suetun ninjutsu. I was not the first Nami no Kodo for arbitrary reasons. That's a terrible name. You really need to stop saying it. He grunted as Kakuzu punched him in the back of the head, causing him to lose his balance mid-jump. You should learn not to antagonize your betters. The porcelain mask of Takigakyu's surging wave lay on the ground, all but broken in half from when Kakuzu's water clone had been caught in the Iron Maiden technique. Kakuzu cast one last glance at it, wondering if it was more symbolic or ominous. He pumped chakra to his legs and sped forward, only uttering, "Catch up when you can," to his subordinates as he moved onward. LLL. Orochimaru had not lived for half a century by taking risks. Certainly there had been times when his life had been at stake because of his own arrogance, but for the most part, he had things planned well enough in advance that all eventualities could be accounted for. Even then, all those times could essentially be summed up on one hand. The fight against Hanzo the Salamander during the Second Shinobi World War with his two teammates Jiraiya and Tsunade could be considered one of his failings. There was little doubt in his, or his two teammates', mind that if it weren't for Hanzo's generosity, he would be dead. It was then and there that his team had been bequeathed with the title of Sannin, and also the time when he had decided to begin research into immortality. The discovery of his secret laboratory by his sensei had also been a bit of a loss, though a relatively small one because he had taken into account being found out at some point. That had led to his defection from Konoha and his initiation into Akatsuki, where his dreams had started to come to fruition. Then he had gotten blindsided by his ambition to learn all the jutsu in the world and had tried to take over new recruit Uchiha Itachi's body for its Kekkei Genkai. That had been a massive failure, forcing him to abandon his affiliation with the criminal organization and switch into a new body to regain the use of his left hand. Again though, he had been able to turn that into a positive with the addition of the more than capable Yakushi Kabuto to his staff and the founding of Otogekyure to further his experiments, research, and expansion of power. So when the time had come to finally enact his plan to destroy Konoha, Orochimaru took no chances. He enlisted the aid of Tsunagekyure to increase the invasion's forces, as well as making sure that Gaara, the Jinchuriki to Ichibi no Shikaku, would play an intricate part in causing mayhem, thus distracting a large portion of Konoha's soldiers. His personal guard, the Sound Four, would box himself and his former sensei within the Shishienjin, the Four Violet Flames battle encampment, to ensure that the Hokage's death at his former pupil's hand was an uninterrupted affair. He had even gone so far as to kill the Yondaime Kazekage and assume the man's position to both guarantee the unquestionable cooperation of the Sand Shinobi and to get closer to the Hokage. It was rather shocking to discover just how badly the best-laid plans could turn out. Kabuto, at least, had played his part perfectly, knocking out the majority of Konoha's forces, though most were citizens, with Nien Shoja no Jutsu. That, perhaps, had been the only part of the plan that had gone off without a hitch. Gaara had prematurely tried to summon Shikaku because of Sasuke, and here Orochimaru was unsure whether to feel blessed that his vessel-to-be was so strong or frustrated that the boy had ruined his invasion, which had resulted in him being removed from the stadium by his siblings. Then, after being caged within the Shishienjin, he had failed to revive the Yondaime Hokage alongside the Shodai and Nidaime. That in itself wasn't too terrible, simply because while the Yellow Flash was indeed an amazing shinobi, Orochimaru didn't believe that Sarutobi, at his advanced age, could stand up to his two predecessors and himself. But again, the Snake Sannin had been surprised when his former teacher had activated a jutsu him, the searcher of all jutsu, had never heard of. Orochimaru cursed his own arrogance and foolhardiness as the technique activated. The darkness cast from the Shodai's Kokwanjio no Jutsu was disappearing, which could only mean that the man had somehow been defeated. How, Orochimaru didn't know, since Edo Tensei was supposed to be an unbeatable technique, for all intents and purposes, but he was not willing to risk his life to see what it was. He lost a grip of the legendary sword Kusanagi in an exchange of blows with the Sandaime, but restrained Enma the Monkey King with a well-timed Sanaijishu. That opening allowed the Hokage to grab and restrain him. No, he hissed. Moving two of his fingers, he gestured Kusanagi from where it lay. Levitating the blade out of the reach of Enma as the monkey grabbed for it, the Kusanagi sliced cleanly into and through the Sandaime's heart. There was a moment where the old man looked at him, slightly stunned, and then he coughed up a globule of blood and fell over, dead. Enma disappeared along with the snakes entangling him, and the Sannin breathed a silent sigh of relief. The feeling of cold and death permeated his stomach where something, the jutsu, he presumed, had dug in. Some things were far too close for comfort. Orochimaru signaled the Sound Four to drop the barrier, allowing the ANBU waiting outside it to rush them. Kadamaru shot a web of chakra-enhanced netting at them, ensnaring them within its confines as Orochimaru withdrew his sword from the Hokage's corpse. Ku. Foolish old man, first you fell, and now your village will be next. Come, he beckoned to his subordinates, we should find Gaara and bring him back to properly continue with the plan. The quintet took off, leaping from one building to the next and avoiding the triple-headed snake that was wreaking havoc upon Konoha's infrastructure. Orochimaru smirked at the thought of the ruin his former village would be in once the rest of his plan finished playing out. Aside from the Hokage, dead, the other two Sannin, neither of whom were in the village, and potentially Danzo, and who knew where he was, there was no one in Konoha who could stand up to the snake Sannin. So when he sensed the presence of a powerful chakra signature approaching from behind at a fast pace, he was curious. Outrunning the source was a possibility, except that at some point the Sannin would be forced to stop to restrain Gaara, allowing his pursuer to catch up. Orochimaru preferred to fight on his own terms, so he signaled his subordinates to halt and then waited. Only a minute passed before Orochimaru and the Sound Four were confronted by a large man with shoulder-length brown hair, a partially stitched mouth, and eyes that reminded the Sannin uncomfortably of Hanzo's. Orochimaru, intoned the man. Ah, so you are aware of who I am, how intriguing, he replied with a quiet chuckle. Tell me, he continued, noticing the color of the flak jacket worn by the man, what does a lowly jonin from Amigakure think he can do against the likes of me? The man stripped off the jonin vest and the long-sleeved black shirt he wore under it. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes narrowed at the stitch-like markings that decorated the man's bare torso and arms. I belong to no village, he corrected. My name is Kakuzu, and I am here to kill you on Akatsuki's orders. Ku, so my former partners have finally seen fit to eliminate me, have they? And yet, your lack of ring implies that you're not even a member. How amusing you are. Kakuzu frowned internally at the brush-off. It would have been unrealistic to expect the former Leaf Nin to show some form of fear at his presence, but such an easy dismissal of his intention implied that the man was completely unconcerned with his presence. The bounty hunter couldn't say for sure whether Orochimaru actually knew of him. He tried to keep his presence hidden from the majority of the world, but the underground was a completely different place, but the fact that Akatsuki had sent him should have at least instilled some form of hesitation in his prey. After all, Kakuzu's strength was nothing to sneeze at. A wicked grin crossed Orochimaru's features. Kill him, he ordered before turning around and leaping into the trees. Kakuzu said nothing as the four shinobi serving as the Sannin's guard surrounded him. They looked to be getting into formation for some sort of barrier jutsu, and the former Takinin had to stop himself from rolling his eyes. Futon, de Tapa. Kakuzu stood his ground as a great burst of wind swept through the area, throwing three of the four sound shinobi off their feet. The orange-haired one was apparently heavy enough to withstand the gale. It took you long enough, he stated without even looking back. Yeah, so sorry about that, griped Naruto. The blonde landed behind his teacher, Fu to his left and Haro to his right. Have you ever tried keeping up with you? The idiocy of that statement deserves no response, Kakuzu replied curtly. Orochimaru took off already. Take care of his minions while I land the big prize. With that, he disappeared into the forest before any of the Odonin could catch him. Naruto watched him go, intent on proving to Kakuzu that he was an asset, even if the older man wasn't around to witness it. His gaze then turned to the four shinobi opposite his team. The closest to him was a heavy-set boy with an orange mohawk hairdo. Behind him was a red-haired girl with a black cap, a dark-skinned boy with 6 arms, and a pale-skinned boy with bluish-gray hair and some sort of deformity, which looked strangely like a second head, sprouting from his neck. All of them wore clothing of a neutral color, accented awkwardly, in Naruto's opinion, by a ridiculous purple bow tied around their waists. Taking the initiative, he shouted, I call the fat one. Almost simultaneously, that Odonin knelt to the ground and lifted up a massive oblong piece of earth, uprooting a number of trees in the process. Naruto watched with wide eyes, mentally trying to figure out exactly how such a feat was even possible. Then the huge stretch of earth was thrown at them. Trade, he yelped, leaping away. There was a discharge of lightning that bypassed Naruto and struck the earth jutsu, blowing a hole in the center of the dirt and causing it to explode into large, but more easily avoidable, chunks. Much of the surrounding foliage toppled over as a result. The blonde glanced backwards to find Haro staring down the Doton user. It looks like I'll have the advantage in this fight, the Rain Rebel informed him. I hope you can handle 2 of them. Sounds fair, Naruto replied with a grin, sufficiently over his momentary panic. After being saved by Kakuzu in his prior 2-on-1, 2.5, technically, fight, the Jinchuriki was eager to take on the same challenge with a more positive outlook. And if he didn't have to fight the fat boy, Jirobo, judging by the bickering between him and the redhead, Tayuya, apparently, the more power to him. Naruto wasn't stupid enough to believe that he had the advantage in that fight after witnessing the uplifting of the land, what with his chakra affinities being unsuited for the battle and his physical strength nowhere near the Odonins. Haro at least had the benefit of being elementally superior to Jirobo. A quick peek to the left showed that Fu was squaring off against the pale-skinned boy with the weird protrusion, leaving him with the multi-armed boy and Tayuya. "Let's see what you two got," he commented with a grin. "Fucking piece of trash," shot Tayuya. "Kidamaru, if you can't take care of him while I prepare my melody, you're even more useless than the fat ass over there." "Heh, no worries. It'll be game over for him while you're busy fooling around," smirked the multi-armed boy. "Let's play a little game, Blondie." Then his cheeks bulged. "Kumo Shirbari." Naruto pointed at the large web as it was emitted from the Odonin's mouth. "Ew," he whined, "that's just disgusting." He used the Kawarimi to escape out of the netting's range by switching with a nearby rock from the fat Odonin's first assault. "Oh, a mobile opponent, mused Kidamaru. "I guess we'll up the difficulty level a bit." Kumosaka. This time, instead of a wide net of spider silk, the multi-armed boy spat out conical-shaped webs at a rapid rate, forcing Naruto to dance around to avoid them. He was doing fairly well until the projectiles seemed to multiply in midair. With one of them heading straight for his chest, and unable to effectively dodge thanks to the surplus surrounding him, he withdrew his wakizashi, applied wind chakra, and sliced downward. It passed right through, causing the image of the webbing to fade away. Genjutsu. He quickly brought his hands up, dropping the blade tip first into the ground so as to not stab himself, and focused on stopping his chakra. Kai! Half of the spider webs disappeared. "Huh! I broke through one by myself." His victory was short-lived when one web wrapped itself around his left leg, another plastering his clasped hands to his chest. "Son of a, I hate Genjutsu." "Ha, looks like you're not even a main character," taunted Kidamaru. He reached into his mouth and pulled out 6 strings of golden spit, which he proceeded to bite off. They formed into spikes of hardened material, one end curved into a wicked tip. Kidamaru grinned wickedly. "Game over." "Not yet," Naruto muttered through clenched teeth. With no other recourse forthcoming, Naruto was forced to put his faith in his Kenjutsu. "Help me," he willed of the threads, "I can't do this by myself." Finally, the Kenjutsu seemed to agree. As the first golden spike neared him, Jiongu's threads popped out of the markings on his wrists, forming a net pattern in front of his body which caught the projectile. Naruto heaved a sigh of relief, which caught in his throat as the next 5 barbed spikes impacted the thread barrier. It was nice to know that the forms of Jiongu he used could be called upon without the specified seal, but it required relinquishing his control over the threads and leaving them to their own devices. That was another item he would have to add to his growing list of things to work on in the future. Right now, he had bigger issues. Struggling against the bonds of the webbing, the blonde channeled his chakra along the threads, directing it to cut through the binding silk. He was a bit surprised at the effort it took to sever the spit-turn spider webs. Normally, his wind affinity was enough to cleanly divide any material it came into contact with. The resistance could only be caused by chakra in the silk, making it strong enough to put up a fight against the sharpest of the 5 elements. Note to self, he thought as the webbing finally gave way, avoid getting caught again. "Fucking useless spider shit, can't you do anything right?" leered Tayuya. "I don't see you doin' much," retorted Kidamaru. "Now." Naruto ran forward, picked up the wakizashi he'd dropped when his hands had been bound, and leaped into the trees. With a burst of speed and a short shunshin, Naruto found himself right next to the spider-like boy. One application of wind chakra to the blade of his weapon and a slicing motion later found the Odonin's head separated from the rest of his body. Or at least, that's how Naruto had pictured it going. What he hadn't expected was for the top 6 inches of his blade to break off from the rest and soar in a tall arc above his head. Stunned, he only caught the words, "Nenkin no Yoroi," and "impenetrable," before 2 fists sent him flying through the air. Instinct told him to move, so he twisted, activating a futon, Ripusho directed upward to shoot him towards the ground. A long skewer of golden metal, the same as the spikes, passed through the area he had just blown himself from. Jiongu lashed out, wrapping around the gold material and allowing Naruto to swing to a low-hanging tree bough. "Okay, this is clearly not going as smoothly as I thought," he admitted, looking despondently at the hilt of his blade. He would need to get a new weapon at some point now, something he was sure Kakuzu would look at as a waste of money. I just can't catch a break. Through his bond with the threads, he felt them offer the equivalent of agreement. Though he could feel they wanted to truly let loose and wreak havoc, they stilled, waiting for his command. He silently placated them for what felt like the umpteenth time that day, knowing that he would probably need the Kenjutsu's assistance to beat the two sound shinobi. Naruto glanced up in time to see the smoke surrounding his opponents dispersing. When did that happen? Blue eyes widened in shock as they took in the new arrivals. All three were at least 30 feet tall and barefoot, with the same fashion-senseless purple bow tied in varying methods around their waists. One of them was bandaged from head to waist, armless, with its head seemingly inverted on its body and full of long, needle-like injections. It wore calf-length brown pants and its mouth was sewn shut. The second one wore a dark bodysuit with brown, leather-like material protecting its ankles, wrists, and groin. Its face was completely covered by long grayish-brown hair and a giant, partially bandaged metal club was slung lazily over one shoulder. The last one was a shirtless, hulking figure with a blindfold tied around its eyes and a stitched mouth like the first one. Bandages were wrapped around protective spiked gauntlets on its wrists, one spike protruding along its arms and reaching its shoulders, two others curving over its hands. It was clothed in black pants and a brown skirt-like piece set over shin guards. The most disturbing part was the vein-like scars covering its bald head, a long, thin goatee and even longer sideburns accenting its oddity. "My doki will be the last thing you ever see, you filthy piece of trash," crowed Tayuya. She lifted the flute. Where the hell did that come from? To her lips. The third verse, the rampage of the Forsaken. "I really can't catch a fucking break," Naruto moaned. He threw the broken remnant of his wakizashi at Tayuya, but the one doki's club came up and blocked it. Music made its way to his ears, and then the three creatures moved. The blonde dropped to the forest floor as the armless one headbutt through the branch he just vacated before performing a backflip to avoid the spikes of the bald doki's gauntlet. He was underground in the next instant via Mogirigakuur no Jutsu, barely evading the club of the third creature. Well, this could be better. Time to change my strategy. Naruto popped up from the ground several dozen feet away from his previous position, already flashing through seals. Focused on his task, he took a golden, kunai-shaped weapon to the shoulder. Grimacing, more from surprise than pain, he vaguely registered Jiongu pulling out the weapon before swiping his thumb across the wound and slamming his palm onto the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu. Beside him appeared a 5'8", including the tail, bright red chameleon, its bumpy skin mottled with yellow spots. His name was Kamigoka, and unlike the majority of his clan, he lacked the rather useful ability to camouflage and transform himself. But Naruto was okay with that, since the red chameleon had a far more interesting trait which the blonde had discovered years ago upon acquainting himself with his summons. Kamigoka could breathe fire. And Naruto was naturally wind-natured. Game on, bitches. The chameleon exhaled a stream of fire at his surroundings while the blonde performed more seals. Futon, Tsuyoi Kaze Heido. A wide blade of chakra-tinted wind slammed into the other elemental attack. Everything exploded in flames. Naruto grinned as he wiped more blood from the wound on his shoulder and used another summoning technique. The collaboration with his wind release, powerful wind wave, while powerful and exhilarating to behold, was merely a decoy to hide his actions from view, which it was successfully doing, if the wide swath of flames was any indication. Another chameleon appeared, this one smaller than Kamigoka, its length closer to Naruto's height than anything else. The Jinchuriki whispered to it, awkward, considering chameleons had no ears. How did his summons hear him anyway? And the reptile immediately became invisible. The iron club of Tayuya's summon smashed through the wall of fire in front of Naruto. "Better back up to the trees for now, Goka," he advised. The chameleon didn't argue, moving onto a nearby trunk and ascending into the higher branches as fast as he could. Naruto took a second to glance at his surroundings. Most of the surrounding foliage was burning, smoldering, or charred, leaving him on the edge of a half-dead clearing. Kidamaru had moved further away to escape the collaboration assault, though Tayuya was unmoved, flute still at her lips. He was glad to see that practicing his timing with Kamigoka had paid off. While he appreciated the simplicity and variability of both the Repusho and Daitapa, staples for wind release manipulation in his book, the Tsuyoi Kaze Heido was in another class entirely, using a broad sweep of sharp wind chakra that the other two techniques didn't utilize. Now that his team wasn't trying to remain inconspicuous, he could let loose with some of his more destructive maneuvers. Even the Kenjutsu within his body was itching to unleash its full potential. "Bring it on, you pansies." He, so the challenger wants a stronger opponent, eh? Kidamaru mocked. His middle two arms formed a small web between them as the Otonin bit his thumb and went through the same hand signs Naruto had just performed twice. First to kill him wins the grand prize, Taiyuya. Kuchios no Jutsu. The smoke cleared to reveal the multi-armed boy sitting atop a giant spider. I'm not interested in your games, spider shit, spat Taiyuya. Let's just take out this fucking kid. Dark markings crawled along their skin and their chakra spiked. Then they began to metamorphose before Naruto's very eyes. LLL. There were times when Fu wished Doton was more of an offensive element. Tarankan. Doton, Doria Hiki. Not that it wasn't keeping her alive against Sakan, as several fast punches plowed through the hastily erected wall and sent her skidding backwards a number of feet. Really, she appreciated how subtle earth manipulation was, what with its ability to both augment offense, Kakuzu's use of the earth spear technique was enough evidence of that, and create a solid defense. And of course she knew that earth release had its own form of truly offensive attacks, hard-hitting ones too, what with boulders and rocks being the primary usable items in head-on assaults, but still, was it too much to ask for an element with the reputation of Raiton or Futon? Granted, she did have some wind release affinity, but her talent with it arose from the Nanabai's presence and was only a little better than Naruto's current aptitude for earth release ninjutsu. She supposed that her biggest offensive arsenal came from her mastery of Jinton, but that was based off of water's flowing form, which, aside from Doton, was the least offensive element. Kakuzu's skill with the liquid be damned, water still held no candle to fire, wind, or lightning with respect to raw, destructive power. Needless to say, she was a bit frustrated with her current predicament. It was one thing to go against Genin in a one-on-one fashion with mastery over an element, which was more than most of them could say. It was another to fight someone of unknown rank with skills more practical for a supporting role than a frontline fighter. She would have to work on that. Fighting independently was something she would have to get used to. Something her opponents, plural, firmly did not believe in. If nothing else, Sakan liked to talk. Apparently, the weird protrusion at the base of his neck was the head of his brother, who lived inside him per their Kekkei Genkai. Fu wasn't entirely sure she'd be comfortable with such an arrangement, but it seemed to work for them. Their bloodline limit allowed the merged brother to send out his body parts from anywhere on the other sibling's body, providing multiple punches and kicks where only one could be used from a regular opponent. On top of that, it created few openings for Fu to take advantage of in a taijutsu battle. Even when there were opportunities, Fu's fighting style was completely negated by the Odonin. And then there was Sakan's speed, which clearly outclassed her own. It left her on the wrong end of a fight that was far too much close combat for her liking. What she needed was some sort of massive turning point. Sakan was charging her again. Fu's mind went blank, but her hands moved. Doton, Yomi Numa. The ground in front of her turned into mud, which the Odonin ran straight into. Curses flew from his mouth as he tried to trudge through the swamp of the underworld. Then again, maybe Doton wasn't so bad after all. Damn it, Sakan, I've warned you about playing around. The green-haired girl froze as a pair of shoulders, then arms, then a back emerged from Sakan, all attached to the second head. Sorry, Yukon, you know how I like to play with my food. It's okay, brother. I could probably use the exercise anyway. Yukon, identical in almost every way to Sakan, barring the part of his bangs and the lack of a necklace, smirked wickedly at Fu. Using the stuck sibling as a springboard, Yukon jumped over the swamp of the underworld and landed in front of Fu Bu. The Jinchuriki brought up her arms to block as the Odonin connected with a punch. NNGH. On the one hand, Fu was grateful that it hadn't been the 3 or 4 hits Sakan had been capable of while Yukon was still merged with him, but on the other hand, once the former was free from the swamp, it would be 2-on-1. She focused on gathering dust particles in the air as Yukon practically danced her backwards. Once she felt enough was surrounding them, Fu ducked a high kick and then placed her hands together, calling out, Jin-tun, Hai no Chisaku. Yukon clutched his throat and began to flail about as a cloud of dust swarmed his head, laboring his breathing. Fu's body flickered away from him, sliding the red cylinder from her back and emptying it of umbrellas. Dust release, suffocating ash was not exactly an offensive technique, and in fact could be considered more of a genjutsu with how exaggerated the effects were in comparison to what it actually did, but its main purpose was to stall. She mounted the cylinder on her shoulder, open end facing her opponent. Despite her lack of ability with wind release, she had perfected one somewhat powerful technique. It required a short time to fully prepare, and the distraction afforded by the suffocating ash was definitely a favorable element. Chakra tinged a pale orange built up in the empty space of the cylinder. She closed one eye to take better aim. Take this. Futon, Taiho and Ayuda. A ball of wind chakra was blown out of the cylinder, targeted on a straight path for Yukon. Unlike Naruto, who preferred to use his skill with wind to make it sharp and slicing, Fu preferred the blunt, pummeling force of solid air, like the Great Breakthrough technique, when she used the element. It matched the style of Earth release much better, which was her comfort zone. Wind release, cannon shot essentially took all the blunt power of a Great Breakthrough and condensed it into a single orb. It didn't come close to covering the same area as the other ninjutsu, which was why the distraction was necessary, to actually hit the target, but it packed a much harder punch when it hit. Fu wasn't entirely sure what effect it would have on a human, since Harrow had dodged all of her attacks while she had been practicing it, but it had punched through at least 4 trees before she had lost sight of it, which Fu chose to take as a good sign. As it was, the ball of wind chakra drove into Yukon's stomach with all the force of a sledgehammer, carrying him over the swamp his brother was trapped in. The Nanabai Jinchuriki withheld a cry of success as Sakan shouted for his sibling. Fu's victory was cut short as Yukon stood unsteadily, a trickle of blood leaking from his mouth. Either Sakan and Yukon had thick skin, or humans were a bit more resistant to the blunt effects of wind chakra than trees were. Whichever the answer was, Fu was not happy to see Yukon still alive. "Clever bitch," snarled the Odonin, "but now you're gonna die. Sakan, go to level 2. The former Takinin could only stare in growing trepidation as the brothers' chakra multiplied, their skin overcome by evil, orange-yellow markings. Something tells me this wasn't the turning point I was looking for. LLL. Harrow did not like straightforward combat. He was trained more for reconnaissance and long-range assassinations, and while he could strike and kill with pressure points, it wasn't his preferred method of fighting. Case in point, his fight against Jirobo was not going as well as he would have liked. His pressure point taijutsu style was proving to be ineffective against the Odonin. Part of it was probably the boy's bulk, which gave him an advantage against the pinpoint strikes of Harrow's fingers, but the cobalt-haired boy thought it was more than that. After all, the first strike he had landed had worked as it should have. But following that, the next several strikes had proven ineffective, and Harrow had taken a powerful knee to the gut for his trouble. The Odonin's sudden resistance to Harrow's taijutsu had only one real explanation: he was negating the blows. Kyusho jutsu could be blocked, for lack of a better word, by flexing the targeted area at the right moment. Judging by Jirobo's talent with taijutsu, which looked vaguely like Fu's style, if smoother, and perhaps was the only reason Harrow was able to avoid it as well as he had thus far, it wasn't a completely far-fetched idea to believe that he could read Harrow's attacks. He was actually mildly impressed. It was bad, of course, but impressive regardless. About the only thing working for the Ain was his elemental advantage. He was trying to dispense as little chakra as possible with his lightning techniques, but Jirobo was making that rather difficult with his arsenal of large, and thus unavoidable, earth techniques. Harrow had already resorted to eating one of his soldier pills, having been forced to blow through some sort of chakra-draining earthen dome. The plus side, he guessed, was that since they were both having little luck with taijutsu, Jirobo was burning through his chakra with ninjutsu as quickly as Harrow was. Except that Harrow still had 2 soldier pills to supplement his reserves, while the Odonin did not, he hoped. That just left formulating a strategy to actually kill his opponent. He blasted through another large boulder with a Raikyu. In front of him was a flat wall of earth, so the boy channeled chakra into his swords, firing a beam of lightning straight through it and hopefully through his opponent. When the wall collapsed, Harrow saw only a large hole in the ground. Gray eyes widened in surprise, and he whirled around. "Hasho!" Jirobo grunted, thrusting his palm forward into Harrow's stomach. The cobalt-haired boy gagged at the impact and was sent soaring backwards. His back hit a tree and he coughed blood. Wincing, Harrow pulled himself upright with help from his swords, firing a burst of lightning at the slowly approaching Jirobo, which was avoided. He swallowed the second of his 3 soldier pills, relaxing slightly as his chakra was replenished. "Now, I need a plan. I'm getting hungry," Jirobo muttered, "and this is taking far too long. If I don't finish you now, there'll be nothing left to snack on. Prepare to die, trash." Harrow watched in dread as markings overtook Jirobo's form and the sound shinobi's chakra flared with evil intent. LLL. Deidara wheeled on his clay owl, narrowly avoiding another futon, Mugen Sajin Deitapa expelled from the Jinchuriki's mouth. He threw out a series of clay spiders before making a one-handed ram seal, his method of controlling the detonating clay that was his main jutsu repertoire. Katsu. A chain reaction of explosions went off, obscuring his view of the boy-turned-demon and allowing him to survey his grounded partner. While he and Sasori certainly couldn't consider each other friends, and in all honesty, when you were an S-class missing nin renowned as a terrorist bomber for hire, friends really didn't exist, Deidara was grateful that he had been assigned as the puppeteer's partner. His service with Akatsuki wasn't exactly voluntary, his defeat at the hands of Itachi still stung something fierce, but if he was stuck with the criminal organization, at least the man he was forced to deal with on a daily basis was also an artist. Albeit, an artist whose views were completely wrong, but an artist nonetheless. Deidara had arrived to find a partially transformed Jinchuriki destroying the forested surroundings in a blind rage, courtesy of his initial bombs. The only orders the 16-year-old terrorist had been given by leader was to capture the Jinchuriki alive. Initially, the blonde had thought that a bit problematic, considering how destructive his abilities were. However, after a fair amount of time battling the Ichibi's sand-based jutsu, Deidara could see that killing the boy accidentally would not be as problematic as he had believed. Of course, that was assuming that the other two children, one using a puppet, the other wielding a giant fan, would stop interfering in his damn mission. Since he had started assaulting the Jinchuriki, the two children, though the blonde girl with the fan looked to be about his age, had been prematurely detonating his works of art before they could reach the intended target. Some of his masterpieces to be had still gotten through as he had increased the quantity sent out, which had helped to feel out the Ichibi's abilities, but for the most part they had done nothing but irritate the Jinchuriki. The annoyance had, unfortunately, done something, since the Jinchuriki had quickly become encased in even more sand. His entire body was now coated in the coarse tan material, a wicked tail protruding from the base of his spine. An insane, demonic grin overtook his visage, making him look more bestial than human. But with Sasori's arrival mere moments ago, the other two kids' attentions had been drawn to the grounded puppeteer, leaving Deidara free to complete his task. As it was, his C1 clay was looking to be only minimally effective against the One-Tail's defenses, and the blonde was thinking of upping the potency of his next attack to his C2 dragon. Sasori, for his own part, was thoroughly bored. He had followed his younger partner's trail only to come across two would-be ninja interfering with the teen's mission. Deidara, he knew, would inevitably keep him waiting through a prolonged battle with the Ichibi's host, and Sasori hated waiting. So if he could both kill time and eliminate the pests meddling in Deidara's affairs, he would do so? Sasori was nothing if not a pragmatist. His Akatsuki cloak was ruffled by slicing winds from the fan wielder, numerous rips appearing in the material. If his body was actual flesh and blood, if he hadn't turned himself into a human puppet, as well as had a preferential tendency to travel within Hiriko, that attack probably would have done some damage. As it was, he wasn't even fazed. Uncoiling from beneath his cloak, his tail, composed of chains of iron, tipped with a deadly point and coated in poison, lashed forward with untraceable speed. The girl blocked the appendage with her fan, and Sasori was mildly surprised the giant weapon didn't tear. A hail of Sanban came at him from the opposite direction, and he swerved his tail around to block them, rather needlessly. Hiriko's beady, bloodshot eyes darted to the side to spy the source of the needles, a four-armed wooden puppet. Another sweeping wave of wind drew his attention away from the puppet and back to the blonde girl. "You're annoying," he growled, "and I'm wasting time on you." The tail lashed out again, but he used its mobility to dodge around the fan and slice cleanly along the girl's leg. She hissed in pain, tried to attack, but then grabbed her leg. "What did you do to her?" shouted the boy. Sasori turned to face him. Poisons were a specialty of his, aside from human puppetry, and he always enjoyed seeing the results of a new mix. This one was meant to be swift, starting with a burning sensation around the point of contact before spreading throughout the body and eventually constricting the heart. It would only be a matter of minutes. "The same thing I'll do to you," he answered. His opponent apparently didn't like that response, for he sent the puppet flying towards Sasori. Again the tail rose to action, this time stabbing straight through the puppet's chest and splintering the entire construct. The boy fighting him looked stunned, then pained as the tail jabbed into his stomach. How did you?" he gasped. "A puppet is only as strong as its weakest joint," Sasori informed him gruffly, "and unfortunately for you, I am well acquainted with every facet of Karasu's construction, being its inventor." "Why you're Akasuna, no Sasori?" "Yes, and while it is flattering that a mere child like you knows of my reputation and uses my tools, I tire of this exchange." It was habit that Sasori didn't say goodbye to his victims, instead simply dismissing them. Normally, if the bodies weren't required for bounties per Akatsuki's needs or didn't possess interesting bloodlines for human puppetry uses, the scorpion of the red sand would just leave them behind to die from poison. This time, he felt he owed it to the boy who used his legacy to watch him die. It only took a minute or two for the boy's eyes to glaze over, and then Sasori turned his attention back to his junior. Deidara was atop the head of a giant dragon, which was firing miniatures at the forested area where Sasori could only assume the Ichibi Jinchuriki was. Sasori decided to shuffle out of the way of the impending blast range of his partner, which the puppeteer was sure would increase as the blonde's frustration grew. "Don't screw this up, Deidara," he muttered. The former IWA Nin zoomed in on his target with his scope, trying to see if the increased power of his C2 was weakening the sand covering the Jinchuriki. He managed to catch the demonic boy forming the sign of the ram, then the guttural crow of Tanuki Nairi no Jutsu, before he slumped forward. Sand immediately exploded forth from his body in massive amounts and began to coalesce into a more solid form. Daidara's visible gray-blue eye widened minutely. This could be trouble, he murmured, wondering just what he had gotten himself into. Chapter 12, Changes. Pain strolled down one of the narrow hallways of the Hidden Sound's main base. As the head of a rogue, criminal organization bent on what essentially amounted to world domination, he was mildly impressed with how organized Orochimaru's entire operation was. Especially considering that Otogekyure was officially little more than a series of secret hideaways spread throughout the newly renamed Land of Sound, with lairs in some neighboring lands. With Akatsuki's original goal having been based around freeing Amigakure from the clutches of Hanzo the Salamander, and later creating world peace, the idea of having a base of operations had always appealed to the orange-haired man. A legitimate base, too, not the hidey holes, caves, and shack huts all of Akatsuki's members had been forced to live in during the formative years. After Akatsuki had progressed to its current, mercenary group and Biju collector status, having a base had seemed less pertinent, especially considering its members were almost constantly on the move. But part of Pain's goal, selfish as it was still to free the Hidden Rain from its current ruler. While overthrowing Hanzo was entirely possible with his level of power, such an act would most likely produce a form of civil unrest and unease in a country which really didn't need more of either. So having a place to build an army, solidify his forces, and prepare until he was good and ready to take over Amigakure in one swift, decisive maneuver was high on his personal list of things to do. That was where Otogekyure came in. Granted, the Hidden Sound wasn't exactly close to the Hidden Rain distance-wise, but that was beside the point. Pain wasn't overly interested in making a move until the Biju were mostly accounted for, so that his focus could be on the invasion rather than the progress of his mercenary group. In normal circumstances, he wouldn't have even considered going after Otogekyure now, but with things with Orochimaru coming to a head, there was no reason not to. Gunning after the Snake Sannin now served a dual purpose: the man's long overdue elimination from the ranks of the living, something Deidara would have to survive not being able to do himself, and to take control of Oto. The latter explanation was only half the reason that Pain was walking around the main base. Two shinobi rounded a corner and pointed at him, yelling for him to stop. Pain spared them a glance before holding both hands up, palms facing them. "Shinra Tensei," he intoned, using his control over gravity to propel them against the nearby wall. Both Otonin struck the stone hard and then slumped to the ground unconscious. Pain peered through the next open doorway he came to, stepping inside as the contents piqued his interest. The room looked like a laboratory, lined with rows of short cabinets held together by stone countertops. Jars of different substances, mostly snakes, with the odd frog, lizard, or some other animal part floating in formaldehyde, covered the counters, along with mortars, pestles, containers of pills, and other doctoral instruments. Ringed gray eyes took in all of the tabletop clutter. Ah, there it is. Nestled among a plethora of glass jars containing snakes was a decomposed left hand, a slate blue ring on the pinky marked with the symbol Ku. This was the lost Akatsuki ring Orochimaru had taken with him after Itachi had removed his hand, prompting his defection. Zetsu had been carefully exploring Otogekyure while the Sannin had been preoccupied with his invasion of Konoha. He discovered this main base after some time searching, but hadn't quite narrowed down exactly where the ring was hidden. Not that that was important anymore. Pain slipped the ring off the digit, staring at it for a long moment. After so many years of having the slippery snake Sannin evade the majority of their espionage attempts, recent ones pertaining to the Chunin exams notwithstanding, with Zetsu dedicated almost solely to that task, it was nice to have the object of his desires back. With the return of the ring to Akatsuki's possession, the criminal organization could, for the first time ever, have a full 10 members, assuming everything played out okay with Kakuzu and Pain's plans for the man's partner, of course. Pain retraced his steps out of the base, coming across no resistance in the process. He emerged from the small hole in the ground which served as the entrance to the hideout, spying Konan, Itachi, and Kisame not far away, the blue-skinned man standing slightly in front of the other two, sword drawn. Konan turned to glance at him. "Did you find it?" she asked, her even tone of voice seeming to portray her as disinterested in the answer. "Yes," he replied, then continued, "Zetsu, report." The plant man emerged from his hiding place in a nearby tree, Whiteside laughing quietly. "Kakuzu and his team have engaged Orochimaru and his guards in combat. Deidara and Sasori have also located the Ichibi Jinchuriki and are currently attempting to neutralize him. Pain nodded. Good. Things are going according to plan, then. Can I eat Orochimaru after Kakuzu-san kills him? Akatsuki's leader frowned slightly. No. Orochimaru's bounty was already promised to Kakuzu. Reneging on such a deal would prove disastrous for any future endeavors with him. Zetsu seemed slightly put off by his response, but said nothing. Pain turned to face Konan and Itachi. Neutralize all opposition within the base. Keep as many alive as you can. I would like to add them to our forces, if at all possible. And if they do not wish to betray Orochimaru? Pain's ringed, gray eyes flickered to settle solely on Itachi, who had posed the question. They then drifted over to Kisame, whose head was tilted enough to view the conversation, and then to the extraordinarily pale-skinned, white-haired boy standing across from the former Kirinin, holding something long, thin, and white in his hand. Eliminate them. Kisame's sharp-toothed grin grew even larger as he charged the Otonin, bringing his sword in front of him to deflect a series of tiny projectiles. I expect this base to be under our control by the time I return. He returned his attention to Zetsu. Meet me at the rendezvous point. The plantman melded back into his tree, disappearing from view. Then, with a poof of smoke, Pain was gone. LLL. Thankfully, Orochimaru didn't have a huge lead, so catching up was easy enough. The more frustrating part was that, despite having the snake Sannin within his sight, Kakuzu wasn't really gaining any extra ground. Orochimaru knew he was there, and Kakuzu knew that Orochimaru knew he was there, meaning that both S-Class Nukenin knew there would be a showdown. Kakuzu's main question was why his quarry was insisting on dragging out the time until their inevitable meeting. Perhaps he wanted an opportunity to replenish as much of his chakra as he could? Though he hadn't witnessed the battle against the Hokage, he knew of the man's reputation in the shinobi world and could easily deduce that taking him out wouldn't be easy. Orochimaru's prowess and the Sandame's age be damned. Kakuzu was living proof that age determined nothing as far as power went. A part of him appreciated the chance to regain some chakra. In his zeal to kill off the flies of Takigakure, he had probably burned through a heart's worth of chakra. Not that that really meant much, what with Jiongu's chakra independence and his huge reserves, but he certainly preferred to use his more powerful attacks when he could. And he had little doubt that he would need them in the coming fight. He leaped to the ground, tired of running across the limbs of trees. The forest was an irritating reminder of exactly where he was and exactly whom he was hunting. And to be perfectly honest, Kakuzu far preferred fighting in open areas where there was less interference from the surroundings to limit his attacks. Calling upon his Kenjutsu's abilities, the fire heart on his back, ironically, the one he had taken from an Uchiha when he had first met Naruto, transferred across his body until it formed as a black mass on his right shoulder, tiger mask protecting it. An orb of fire formed in front of the mask's mouth, and Kakuzu hardened his skin to better withstand the heat. The fireball was launched, impacting a tree near Orochimaru and causing the surrounding area to burst into violent flames. Kakuzu had a brief moment of déjà vu, the memory of the day he'd met Naruto once again brought to the forefront of his mind. Katan, Zukoku was truly a magnificent attack, it even helped to eliminate the foliage of the Land of Fire which interfered with his attack style. His reminiscing was cut short by his target's voice. Coo, a little excited, aren't we? Enough of this cat-and-mouse game, he retorted. I weary of your procrastination of the inevitable. You seem to have a high degree of confidence in your skills, Kakuzu-kun. The way the Sannin rolled his name around disturbed the older man, but he didn't rise to the bait. What makes you believe your power stands up to mine? Sibilated Orochimaru with a disturbing grin. Kakuzu didn't answer. In all honesty, he didn't know if his power would stand up to the other Nukenins. He believed in his own strength, but there were too many unknowns surrounding Orochimaru, even with Zetsu's vague rundown of what the man could do, and Kakuzu had faced a similar situation long ago, where he had gone up against a man whose abilities were somewhat known all because of someone else's orders. The recurrence of the results of such a situation, while unlikely with how much he had grown as a shinobi, was not to be discounted. Introspection, Kakuzu had discovered, was an ill-begotten hobby developed by far too many years of wandering the world alone. Almost 94 years ago, Takigakure was founded in the heart of the Land of Waterfalls. 5 different groups of nomadic families came together with the singular goal of forming a new village to be better protected from the rest of the world. Kirigakure and Iwagakure had already popped into existence, and rumors abounded of the nomadic clans of the Land of Wind allying to form another hidden village. The tribes, one for each of the main elements for which their members specialized in, argued about the hierarchy of power within the village, until it was determined that a council of elders would be formed, one from each family, with the head elder being from the larger tribe of Water. Leading the village became the least of the people's problems upon Takigakyu's formation. Hidden behind one of the land's massive namesakes was a huge, white, horse-like creature with 5 tails. They had intruded upon the home of the Gobi no Irakama, and the Biju was quite unhappy about it. Though it took the lives of a quarter of their forces and several of their most experienced sealers, the 5 tails was eventually sealed into the most newborn member of the village to be. Kakuzu had discovered the information pertaining to the Gobi only after he had become a member of the 5 elements. Even still, there had been no disclosure as to whom the Jinchuriki was, and he had been disinterested in further research at the time, considering that the rest of the world had been at war. Since then, the topic of the Biju had only resurfaced because of his initial meeting with Zetsu, and while Taki's possession of the Nanabi was a bit of an anomaly, Kakuzu had found he didn't particularly care for the specifics of how such a thing came to pass. His focus had been more on enlightening Naruto to the career path of a ninja/bounty hunter. All other information related to Takigakyu's founding had been taught in his youth at the academy. Just about 5 years later, on August 15th, Kakuzu was born to a pair of poor farmers from the tribe of Water, his father the youngest child of the head elder, Takahashi Hiroki. Despite being related to the head elder, money was scarce as Kakuzu grew up. Avarice was an influential sin within the hidden waterfall village, dictating the actions of its populace, and more importantly, its leaders. Everything had some sort of worth, though as far as Takahashi Hiroki was concerned, his youngest offspring and fledgling grandson possessed limited to no intrinsic value. As he grew older, Kakuzu developed the same thirst for money that pervaded many of his fellow citizens. Working alongside his parents in order to make a living taught him both the value of a coin and that said money made the world go around. So, at the age of 7, Kakuzu enrolled himself in Takigakyu's shinobi academy, fully intent on becoming a ninja. As a professional shinobi, the green-eyed boy figured he would be able to earn far beyond what his parents made, allowing for self-sufficiency in the future, and maybe, perhaps, he could catch the attention of his hard-to-please grandfather. School was relatively simple for Kakuzu. Academia, while a bit dry at times, was something that the boy excelled in. Mathematics, science, geography, history, what limited events there were, and writing were all subjects that Kakuzu could bury himself in and try to prove himself. Practical applications of shinobi training were a bit different, but with field work at home to boost his stamina and strength for taijutsu and a quick grasp of chakra, he was still able to catch on rather quickly. At the age of 11, Kakuzu graduated the academy and became an official Takigakure genin, where he was partnered with another 2 children from the tribe of Water and placed under the tutelage of a jonin with the same specialty. It was easier, the higher-ups had decided, to group together people with the same affinities for joint teaching while they were young, and as they graduated, new teams would be formed with varying skills. For instance, a 4-man chunin cell would consist of ninja who specialized in 4 different elemental chakra. Around the same time, Konohagakure was founded by a merging of the Senju and Uchiha clans, in addition to other families of some renown, in the heart of the Land of Fire. The formation of such a powerful alliance caused tension among the other villages, especially following Kumogakure's creation only a handful of years prior. For months passed, during which Kakuzu and his teammates learned a plethora of basic water ninjutsu, chakra exercises, and fighting methods. It was at that point that the elders decided to announce their strength to the world by enrolling a number of squads in the Chunin exams, to be held in Kirigakure. War was looming on the horizon, and the leaders of the hidden waterfall wanted to show that they were ready to fight for glory in whatever manner they could, as well as reap the rewards the losers left behind. 5 teams went to the hidden mist, including Kakuzu's. Only 4 students returned to Takigakure. Through a sheer stroke of luck, Kakuzu had survived the one-on-one matchups by being pitted against a puppeteer of Sunagakure, even though he had lost, as opposed to his teammates, who had been paired against genin from the hidden mist, all of whom had shown why the nickname Bloody Mist Village was catching. It took weeks of psychiatric therapy before Kakuzu was deemed fit for village service again. Unfortunately, the damage had already been done. He threw himself into his training, mentally swearing to move past the traumatizing experience and improve himself in order to bring pride unto his village. His mentality became one of brutal efficiency, to try and analyze his opponents quickly in order to find their weaknesses and then exploit them, leaving no room for error or an opportunity to be taken advantage of. 6 months later found Kakuzu breezing through his second Chunin exams, this time held in Sunagakure. He was promoted to Chunin, though small skirmishes among Konoha, Suna, and Iwa signified that the increase in rank might have been more to bolster Taki's forces in the inevitable fight ahead than a decision based on skill. 2 months later, the Shinobi World War was officially in motion. One of the more beneficial aspects of being part of a smaller nation was the fact that the war somewhat bypassed the hidden waterfall village. The natural geography the original settlers had stumbled upon was not only fertile and promising for agricultural and economic growth, but successfully hid the village and deterred opposing forces from invading. Such defenses allowed for Takigakure to prosper while the so-called great nations shed blood and lost a generation of mankind. Not to say that Taki didn't want its own slice of the victory pie, but the elders were willing to wait until an opportunity presented itself before capitalizing on one of the combatants' moments of weakness. Whispers abounded that they were hopeful it would be Konoha to fall, since it was the youngest, least deserving, and geographically closest, barring the hidden rock, of the warring entities. In the meantime, Kakuzu had continued to train. 5 years after his promotion to Chunin, he was granted the title of Jonin, a strong user of taijutsu and suitun ninjutsu. He was often sent out on missions to sabotage certain supply chains headed to Konoha, or sometimes with other Jonin to intercept small teams of leaf shinobi and dispose of them. Every slight against the hidden leaf helped tilt the war against the denizens of the Land of Fire, or so the elders believed. All the while, Takahashi Hiroki observed his grandson's progress, finally taking notice of his flesh and blood's existence after years of ignoring it. And it was a mere 7 months later that Kakuzu stumbled upon one of the village's most closely guarded secrets. The waterfall Jonin was training in seclusion by one of the country's smaller namesakes, practicing an application of water manipulation that, upon completion, would theoretically expand the element's usefulness exponentially. Water was versatile in its liquid form, ranging from thin streams to powerful deluges, but with a weakness to the hard-hitting and defensive earth release techniques, the flowing element really didn't stand too much of a chance. So Kakuzu was determined to find a way to compensate for this deficiency by developing an offshoot of the nature manipulation which could match Doton's brute strength. Rumors of a clan specializing in Hayaton ninjutsu within the Land of Water intrigued him as to the possibilities of elemental combination, but Kakuzu decided that with no other natural affinity besides water, focusing on determining the mechanics were pointless. Therefore, he would find his own solution. Applying chakra to his feet, Kakuzu stepped out onto the surface of the pond and made his way to the small waterfall. He placed his hands parallel to the water's flow and closed his eyes, gathering his chakra. After a moment, he expelled the collected energy. All the water above where his hands were placed stopped, leaving an empty space 4 feet above the surface of the pond where the waterfall normally fell. There was a momentary flicker in the empty space, and Kakuzu's sharp eyes, trained to detect anything suspicious on the off chance it was an enemy, caught the appearance of a cave as the illusion of rock covering it was dispelled by his chakra burst. He stood silently as the waterfall resumed its natural course, thinking about what such an occurrence could mean. Tunnels and caves behind the country's namesakes weren't exactly uncommon, but none of the ones he had so far come across had contained a genjutsu to disguise its entrance. Curious, and of the mindset that knowledge was power, he ducked his head and walked through both the pounding water and the rock illusion. The cave proved to be nothing special, but the Jonin moved cautiously nonetheless, aware that if it was important enough to hide, there could very well be traps. An hour later found Kakuzu approaching the end of the pathway, looking slightly worse for wear. As he had thought, there were a number of ploys meant to deter the movement of anyone who had discovered the cave's location, one designed to use each of the main elements, in true Takigakure fashion. After dousing jets of fire from the wall and then evading a series of seals built into the walls, floor, and ceiling which electrified the interloper if it detected a pressure difference, overcome by condensing water vapor into a liquid form and carefully water walking an inch above the floor, he had lost his shirt to a sickle of wind which had very nearly bisected him. Compared to those traps, the blocks of stone that erupted from the wall in an attempt to crush him and the continuous deluge of water which he assumed was intended to drown the person were easy to bypass. Placed on a stone pedestal was a single scroll, not even as long as his forearm. Kakuzu pocketed the scroll, noted a warning inscribed upon the pedestal, and then departed the cave. More power was a boon, but it was likely that a treasure so well hidden had some sort of negative side effect which he would prefer not to deal with. Besides, gaining power through such a means seemed cheap and counterproductive to his current method of trying to prove himself. Still, perhaps a day would come when he needed the strength the scroll could grant him. In the meantime, he would keep it safe. 17 months passed before Kakuzu became part of the first generation of Takigakure's Gojyo Goko, an elite group created from the cream of the waterfall's crop. The decision to create such a team came about from intelligence on the major villages, specifically the Mist's 7 shinobi swordsmen and the Cloud's Kinkaku force. The elders believed that the formation of such a troop would lend credence to their effectiveness as a ninja village when the shinobi world war finally concluded. To achieve such a prestigious position, Kakuzu had trained himself to the limit, dedicating himself to completing missions with a level of swiftness and competency that was nearly unrivaled. During his time back in the village, he had continued to push himself to find a form of water ninjutsu that could compensate for its weakness against earth ninjutsu. Eventually, he was able to create the secret technique Mizukiri no Yaiba, which utilized hardened water as an attack basis. Creating the solidified water sword had taken a bit of work, but eventually the Jonin had stumbled upon a breakthrough. If he was able to condense water vapor back into its liquid form, what was stopping him from taking it a step further? By forcing his chakra to push the liquid water molecules together, he could manipulate the chemical bonds and molecular vibrations and make them tighter than in their liquid form. Instead of producing ice, whose water molecules were spaced further apart than their liquid counterpart, the water compacted enough to solidify and resist most physical attacks, so long as it had enough chakra to stay in that form. Thus a sword, Kakuzu was able to keep hold of it to imbue it with chakra, as well as manipulate it to his will. Such a talent earned him the title of Hidden Waterfall's first surging wave, and the much-sought attention of his grandfather. Another 16 months flew by, during which Kakuzu and his elite brethren were sent out on increasingly difficult missions meant to hinder the progress of the Hidden Leaf even further in the war. It wasn't until the time that the elders received intelligence that Konoha had created its own Jinchuriki upon the defection of founding father Uchiha Madara, all through the capabilities of the Shodai Hokage. Even more disturbing was the revelation that the captured Biju was the Kyubi, the strongest of all the tailed beasts. Kakuzu, the most talented and strongest of the 5 elements, was assigned the mission to eliminate the Shodai Hokage in a vain attempt to wrest power from the Hidden Leaf. After infiltrating the village, killing the ANBU guards, and attempting a stealthy assassination of Senju Hashirama, Kakuzu was forced to flee with the Hokage right on his heels. Dodging the animated trees of the Land of Fire, courtesy of the damnable Senju, Kakuzu fled to the Valley of the End and was forced into a showdown with the Wood User. An intense battle ensued, but the Takinin was sorely outclassed and barely managed to escape with his life. As it was, he used the last of his chakra to produce a water clone which temporarily distracted the Hokage, allowing him to make it back to the hidden waterfall. When he returned, half-conscious and on the brink of death, he was brought before the village elders and forced to reveal his failure. Despite swearing he would try again when he was fully recovered, his grandfather, with a strange, regretful look Kakuzu had never seen him wear before, announced that there would be no second chances. With that proclamation, Kakuzu was dragged from the room and thrown into a prison cell, arms chained behind him, ankles shackled together, and a black band tattooed on each arm, just below the wrist. It took a number of days, not that he could tell the passage of time, before Kakuzu regained some level of cognizance. Unfortunately, the chakra-restraining cuffs limited what courses of action he could take, so the elite Takinin was left alone with his thoughts, most of which revolved around how to enact vengeance upon his traitorous village. After all, it was the elders' fault for sending him to assassinate a foe far beyond his level for the service of the village, and now that he had time to think about it, doing so without the backup of the other 5 elements only made sense if they wanted to write him off as a rogue thinker should, when he fail, ed. Kakuzu shifted restlessly in his cell. The motion pushed an object strapped to his waist into his side. His eyes narrowed in recollection as the memory of the scroll he had taken from the hidden cave a couple of years ago resurfaced. Apparently his jailers had neglected to do more than a cursory sweep of his body to rid him of basic weaponry. Returning to Takigakure in a half-dead state must not have put his threat level very high. Such negligence would surely return to bite the higher-ups in the ass, and simply worked in Kakuzu's favor. His analytical mind quickly assessed his plan of attack. Though he wasn't exactly sure what the jutsu locked in the scroll did, he hoped it would grant him the power capable of allowing him to escape his imprisonment. After that, he would eliminate the men who had sent him on what he now perceived to be a suicide mission, and leave his accursed home to rot. Wriggling around, Kakuzu managed to maneuver the scroll, hidden under his clothes, to a position where he could grasp it with his hands. Grabbing it, he laid it upon the stone floor and unrolled it, revealing blank parchment, barring a single black ring in the center. Calloused, dirty fingers ran over the paper, as if trying to decipher anything hidden. Upon brushing the ring, the black part glowed blue and a single word appeared in the center before a second black band appeared on each forearm, halfway between the wrist and elbow. The Takinin barely had time to give the new tattoos a cursory glance before a plethora of threads burst forth from the scroll. They dug into his skin, creating sutures on his body and stitching shut several of his wounds, causing the elite ninja to scream in sheer agony. Suddenly, he was aware that the invasive feeling of the threads was no longer occurring, though he was still in copious amounts of pain, and the scroll had returned to its essentially blank state. Muddled though his brain was from the union with the Kenjutsu, Kakuzu knew that his cries would have alerted the attention of some form of guard. His body contracted suddenly, racked with spasms that sent him into another fit of physical torment. Between his previous injuries and the introduction of the secret technique, Jiongu, he believed was what had appeared on the scroll, he was barely in a state capable of escaping the village, let alone the prison cells. Whisperings interrupted his musing, promises of power and grandeur in exchange for control of his body. "Release me from here and you can have whatever you desire," Kakuzu swore. His life was essentially forfeit unless he could escape the prison, so there was little purpose in not allowing the black tendrils free rein. The threads reacted with what the man assumed to be unbridled glee before he felt his body move without his direction. The guard Kakuzu knew would come arrive just as Jiongu broke the manacles on his wrists. "I desire vengeance against those who wronged me," Kakuzu announced through gritted teeth. He cherished the guard's momentary look of confusion before dozens of threads skewered the hapless man. One of the threads looped around a set of keys and jammed it into the lock, opening the cell door as another grabbed the scroll and stored it on his body. "Versatile," he muttered, then winced. There was no telling how long the threads would be able to control his battered body before he collapsed from sheer exhaustion, but he was willing to ride out the storm of pain until his revenge was sated. Sheer willpower was going to have to be his driving force. The series of events that had followed was a bit hazy even to this day. He could remember flashes of some shinobi trying to stop his rampage, though they were quickly dispatched with his new powers, stares, one of the elders staring at him in unadulterated horror, the integration of a heart, a new chakra element, into his system, for times over, the image of Takahashi Hiroki, traitorous kinsman, bent over a book, scribbling frantically before a series of threads compacted into a point and speared the man through his chest. In hindsight, Kakuzu couldn't even recall how he had escaped Takigakure. After waking from a long bout of unconsciousness, he had discovered his body's appearance altered to look like a rag doll's, long sutures decorating his arms, chest, stomach, back, and shoulders. "The price for our power," the threads had seemed to whisper. Weeks later had left him still struggling to adjust to the power surges of 4 new elemental chakras and the kenjutsu he now housed, despite poring over the scroll with a careful eye. Following his defection from the hidden waterfall and his eventual recovery to elite shinobi status, Kakuzu had avoided the remainder of the shinobi world war, only interfering to kill ninja and offer their corpses to opposing villages to make a living. With the end of the war, just under 6 years after becoming a nuke-nin, and the publishing of both the internal, for individual villages, and universal, for mercenaries, bingo books, Kakuzu took up the mantle of a bounty hunter, making a living by finding and killing other shinobi, occasionally stealing their hearts, or other organs, for himself based on need. So he had lived, as an S-class missing nin. International laws dictated that nuke-nin with kenjutsu, at least, be classified as such, for over 61 years, until he had come across Uzumaki Naruto in the forests of the Land of Fire. It had been a whim at first, really. The boy possessed what he had thought to be an undiscovered, useful Kekkai Genkai, and Kakuzu had faced his fair share of useful bloodline limits, Mokuton, Hayaton, Sharingan, Yoton, the list went on. But if he could take advantage of a wandering child with unprecedented healing abilities and no connections to society, there was no way he would pass up such an opportunity. And if the boy couldn't prove his usefulness, well, Kakuzu had no compunctions with disposing a body. Lo and behold, Naruto had risen to the mercenary's expectations, in spite of Kakuzu's somewhat lackluster teaching abilities. Not that he could really be blamed for lacking such skills, years of isolation tended to strip one of the niceties associated with human interaction. Still, there was something to be said for the fact that the blonde brat had wormed his way so thoroughly into the former Takinin's life. The veteran shinobi couldn't even place quite how Naruto had done such a thing. Certainly there was something to be said about the boy's mental state. Psychologically damaged, Naruto craved attention, and with his only consistent contact in his formative years being Kakuzu, who was not easily impressed, the blonde sought his elder's approval in every facet of his life. It was a valid method, Kakuzu had found, for keeping his disciple within his grasp and under his thumb. As long as Naruto kept seeking his teacher's approval, Kakuzu could easily manipulate the brat into following the path he chose for him. Ironically, even without the Nukanin's strict guidance, Naruto was already treading Kakuzu's beaten road. Separated from his village, albeit at an earlier age and under different circumstances, quick and eager to learn, loyal to a cause, talented, desensitized to death, aware of how the world worked, it was shocking just how close Naruto's personality reflected Kakuzu's own, even if the older shinobi had taught his younger counterpart certain aspects. Such similarities had inspired Kakuzu to grant the powers of Jiongu to his pupil in an effort to steer him even further along the Nukanin's own path. As it was, and barring the small hiccup Fu's presence had caused, Naruto was well on his way to becoming Kakuzu's legacy, the man's second coming. There was no real incentive for rearing a younger version of himself, except for the fact that Kakuzu held an unhealthy amount of contempt for humanity and wanted his loathing to spread. Theoretically, Kakuzu probably didn't need the blonde anymore now that Akatsuki had made contact with him. The criminal organization seemed to have the same goal Kakuzu had for the world, to some extent, plus it was composed of people who possessed power equal to or potentially greater than Kakuzu's own. Logically, there was no reason he needed to keep the child around. Still, Naruto had his uses, and Kakuzu had already invested so much time in training him that divesting himself of the blonde seemed contradictory to his way of life. Wasted time was wasted money, and the Nukenin couldn't abide the thought of wasting money. Soon enough, though, he would have to make some sort of decision between his students and Akatsuki. The inevitable collision would probably come to a head shortly after his clash with Orochimaru. It was possible, he supposed, that some sort of compromise that could be arranged, but he would need more information on Akatsuki before proceeding in that vein of thought. Maybe Naruto and Fu could continue to serve as bounty hunters in Kakuzu's stead if the former Takinin was reassigned to some other task within the organization? As it was, he still had a job to do. His skin hardened as a snake shot out of Orochimaru's mouth. The sword Zetsu had warned him of heading straight towards him. Such a rudimentary approach will have no effect on. The sword sliced through his heart as smoothly as a hot knife through butter. Ku, chuckled a bemused Orochimaru, retracting the sword of Kusanagi into his mouth as his opponent collapsed. It looks as though your skills have been overestimated, Kakuzu-kun. You seem to be indisposed. He turned around and began to walk away, but a jagged trail of large rocks forced him to sidestep and turn around. You should heed your own advice, Orochimaru, hissed Kakuzu, slowly rising to his feet. The snake Sanin's eyes narrowed hungrily. Immortality? Only if you wish to call it that. Orochimaru's absurdly flexible tongue licked his lips in anticipation. Standing in front of him was a shinobi who had taken a direct hit to a vital organ, as best as he could tell, and lived. Perhaps he possessed a new answer to the former Leaf Nin's quest for immortality. Then it appears I'll just have to tear you apart to find out. Kakuzu hunkered down. You can try. Then he flexed, and the masks upon his back detached in a mass of black threads. The fight was on. LLL. Deidara wanted a contract. Or some form of agreement specifying the details of what his job entailed. Because he was pretty sure he hadn't signed up for this. This was a giant demon composed entirely of sand, taking the form of a tanuki and easily towering a couple 100 feet over the treetops of the forest. Its body was twice that length, 4 times if its namesake tail was included. Deep blue markings covered its tail and body, and yellow irises set in black scara stared at the giant clay dragon hovering at what was now eye level with it. So this is a Biju, HM? I wonder how it'll fare against my art. The intense stare-down between Akatsuki member and Biju was interrupted by a bout of insane giggling courtesy of Shikaku. He. I'm finally out. And there's someone for me to kill, too. Futon. Deidara frowned as the giant tanuki raised one sandy claw. Not good. The dragon flapped its wings to gain some height over the Biju. Its tail shrank by several lobes as it used the clay to create miniature versions of itself in its maw and then fired them at the tailed beast. Renkuden, finished the Ichibi in a high-pitched, masculine voice, hammering his stomach with his fist. A giant ball of compressed air shot out of his mouth, driving straight through the smaller clay dragons and exploding them prematurely. The blasts were enough to dissipate the power of the drilling air bullet, but another was quick to follow. That one struck Deidara's giant dragon on its wing and destroyed the appendage. Deidara was forced to hastily spit an owl from his palm, enlarge it, and then jump on it as the C2 dragon plummeted and was completely decimated by a round of drilling air bullets. The former Iwa Nin swerved on his owl, trying to come up with a strategy to defeat the Ichibi. His explosive clay was certainly powerful, but even so, he had been prepared more to take on the Jinchuriki, a human, not some demonic beast which instilled nightmares in children. That left him with what exactly? Just under a pouch of clay, a number of Doton techniques taught to him by his former teacher, the Sandame Tsuchikage, and his Kekkei Genkai. And he had his ultimate technique, C0, but if he was ever going to use that, he would rather achieve something impressive with it, like killing the Uchiha bastard. Come to think of it, the Uchiha bastard had probably never defeated a Biju before. After all, Akatsuki only had one of the tailed beasts, the Gobi, so far, and since the Sharingan wielder was assigned the Kyubi, the blonde teen highly doubted it had been he who had captured the 5 tails. That meant that if Deidara could take down the One-Tail here and now, he would have beaten Itachi to his goal and proved that his art was superior to whatever the damn Uchiha could do. Motivation came in all sorts of forms, apparently. What's that? The blonde adjusted the scope affixed to his eye, zooming in on the middle of Shikaku's forehead. Set dead center, like a tiny zit, was the red-haired, slumped figure of the Sand Jinchuriki. The boy appeared to be asleep atop the Biju's head. Thinking back, the bomber realized that the demon hadn't appeared until the boy had activated his strange technique. Perhaps waking the child up would reverse whatever he had done to bring out the Biju. Worth a shot, he muttered. First he needed to see what would be effective against the Ichibi. From his dwindling supply of clay, the blonde produced 2 birds. These, unlike his others, were streamlined for speed, even possessing an extra set of wings to further enhance their agility. The projectiles were quickly deployed, evading a couple of drilling air bullets before exploding against the sandy surface of the demon's right rear leg. Sand sprayed outward from the area of impact, but there was no other visible sign that the bombs had done any harm to the giant tanuki. Shikaku giggled once more, a drunken, high-pitched sound. "You'll need to do better than that to entertain me," he squealed. Unfortunately, the demon sand spirit was right. Deidara's C1 clay appeared to be essentially useless against the creature's defenses. Not that the Akatsuki member had all that much clay left to do any real damage with it anyway, but still. He did have enough material left for one giant bomb, his to-date most inspirational piece of art yet, C3. Quickly formulating a plan of attack, Deidara fed the rest of his clay into the mouths on his palms. They chewed furiously to pump the bomber's chakra into the malleable material, enough to fuel the powerful C3. All the while, Deidara was careful to remain far above Shikaku's reach and Renkuden bursts. Eventually, it was ready. Deidara cupped his hands together as clay came out of both mouths, melding together into a 1-foot-tall figure. It had a rounded bottom which tapered up to a pointed tip, an open-mouthed screaming face set within the conical top. 2 wing-like appendages crisscrossed in front of its body, as if protecting its decency. All in all, it didn't strike an overly imposing figure, but looks were deceiving. This was Deidara's most explosive masterpiece yet. The Akatsuki member gained altitude, positioning himself high above and directly overhead the tanuki. Below, Shikaku was thrashing among the forested area, cackling with unrestricted glee at his freedom and ignoring the blonde who couldn't even keep his attention. Now was the opportune time to strike. He released the clay doll, exponentially increasing its size with a single hand sign as it plummeted to its target below, Deidara following in a steep dive just outside the bomb's blast radius. Just as the masterpiece was about to hit, he brought his hand up once again. Katsu! A giant fireball engulfed the rampaging Biju, accompanied by the demon's shrieks of, presumably, pain. Deidara swooped through the resulting smoke, hopping off the clay owl and watching his creation fly off as he found purchase on the uneven surface that was Shikaku's skin. As the haze from his bomb cleared, a large crater could be seen in the middle of the Ichibi's back, which prompted Deidara to grin gleefully. Granted, his C3 hadn't done as much as he had hoped, but the damage to the demon was impressive nonetheless. Besides, it was merely a distraction, albeit an artistic one. The blonde moved across the Biju's head, apparently he had landed in the vicinity of the demon's neck, his target being the Jinchuriki protruding from the Ichibi's forehead. Sand swirled around his feet and crawled up his legs as Shikaku giggled, "And where do you think you're going?" Reluctantly, Deidara activated a ninjutsu he had learned from his former teacher. Reminders of his previous home and especially of the art-hating Tsuchikage were not pleasant thoughts for the blonde, though he would choose survival over pride in this particular scenario. Doton, Kaseki no Jutsu. Immediately, the sand creeping up to crush him petrified, turned to stone by the earth ninjutsu. Unhindered by the sand, though annoyed with Shikaku's screeches of fury, Deidara caught sight of the Jinchuriki ahead of him. He gathered chakra into his fist in a manner nostalgic of his younger years. Before he had gotten the mouths on his palms, he had served as a member of Iwagakure's explosion corps, and though it had been a long time, the blonde still remembered the theory for the techniques he had used before his mouth palms. With a smirk, his fist connected with Gaara's back, the slightest touch was all he needed. Bakuten, Jiraken. Pale teal eyes flew open as the silicate which comprised Gaara's sand armor disintegrated into particles and floated away from his body, blown away by Deidara's explosion release, landmine fist. The genin gasped soundlessly before lapsing into unconsciousness as Shikaku shrieked and began to collapse into sand, his form destabilized by the interruption of the feigning sleep technique. Deidara's owl returned, allowing its creator to leap aboard before grabbing the body of the sand Jinchuriki with its tail. The blonde had a moment to reflect in idle disgust at the fact that his art had failed to take down the Biju, but the job had been completed, and that was all that mattered at the moment. As the owl descended to below tree level, Deidara called out, "Hey, Sasori no Dana, what did you think, The hunched form of Sasori stepped out from the shadows of a grove of trees. "You certainly took your time, Deidara. You know how much I hate waiting." Deidara snorted. "Like you could have done better, Dana. Your everlasting art would have done nothing against a biju, True art is a bang. That fleeting moment when—" "We have to go, brat," interrupted Sasori. He jumped behind his junior on the owl. "Save your bragging for someone who cares. Leader is expecting us." "Killjoy, The owl wheeled around and headed deeper into the land of fire. Their mission was over. LLL. Contrary to popular belief, Naruto actually did absorb some of the things Kakuzu taught him. One such insight was the ability to analyze a situation carefully and assess what to do next. As it currently stood, Naruto did not like his odds. Tayuya and Kadamaru had both undergone hideous transformations, multiplying their chakra and giving them grotesque appearances in the process. The Spider-Nine's skin was now a deep cocoa color, his hair bushier and gray-white to match. 2 stubby horns grew from his temples, complementing the spikes that now jutted out along his arms. As if that wasn't enough, the Sound Shinobi was crouched upside down atop the form of a rather large black and gray spider, 2 orange streaks decorating its body. Beady red eyes stared unflinchingly at the blonde as the arachnid released a loud roar. Kadamaru's red-haired companion also possessed the same dark skin color, though wicked white horns had sprouted from the side, top, and back of her head. The 9th verse, the turmoil of the pandemonium. Tayuya cackled. Suddenly, the stitches closing her summon's mouths burst open, releasing translucent streams of many-mouthed, worm-like creatures. The array of enemies standing before Naruto left the blonde staring in wide-eyed awe. One of the other things the blonde had picked up from his S-class Nukenin teacher was a slew of curse words and the appropriate time to use them. Shit, 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 shit. Each word was punctuated with a different evasion of one of the multitude of opponents, from the Doki's worm-like extensions to the giant spider's sticky silk and Kadamaru's golden weapons. From the corner of his eye, Naruto managed to catch sight of a worm spirit passing through Kamigoka's hiding spot. The red chameleon disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Well, that's not good. Apparently the Doki's extrusion seemed to eat or absorb physical manifestations of chakra, if the immediate dispersal of the fire-breathing chameleon was any indication. Definitely don't want to let them touch me now. No telling what'll happen. What to do? Naruto needed a distraction, rather desperately. Handling 4 different summons plus their drastically altered summoners while waiting for his own summon to get into position, most chameleons had limited mobility, was a little beyond what he thought he could handle at his current level. But if he could take down one of the Sound Shinobi, Tayuya, preferably, with her extra summons and genjutsu specialty, then neutralizing the other should be a relatively simple task. Which begged the question, how? His foresight was cut short as a rain of spiders descended upon him from above, connected by threads to a massive silk cocoon. "Oh, come on," he whined, hastily throwing out a great breakthrough to blow the descending arachnids off course. He sank into the ground, hoping for a moment of reprieve, but a sudden pounding sound caught him off guard. The repetition of the noise and its accompanying quakes gave him a headache, so Naruto moved away and arose from the earth. The Doki wielding the club was slamming the weapon into the ground, which explained the noise and vibrations. Finally, a moment of peace, he muttered, rubbing his temples. Damn ugly ogre thing, ruining my concentration. Kneeling, the blonde took a deep breath and tried to come up with a quick solution to his problem. A golden arrow whizzed by overhead, lodging deep into the foliage behind Naruto. Damn, missed. Oi, Tayuya. He's at 1 o'clock. Immobilize him so I can take him out already, shouted Kadamaru. Naruto's eyes went wide while the female ninja yelled back something derogatory. Holy shit, they're not fooling around. Blue eyes turned steely. Fine then, let's do this for real. Help out only if it's necessary, he commanded Jiongu. Summoning number 3, Kuchios no Jutsu. This time, the chameleon that appeared was 12 feet long, with gray-green skin and a snake's head for a tail. The unusual addition marked the reptile as a mutant among his relatives, but Naruto found his usefulness far outweighed his appearance. Kaso, I need you to distract Spider Boy and his pet over there, gestured the Jinchuriki. The chameleon's right eye shifted to gaze in the general direction of his summoner's hand before he nodded and vanished. Despite his mutation, Kamakoso still retained the camouflaging ability that made the chameleon so valuable, in addition to being speedy and his tail acting as a prehensile limb. And he wasn't even fully grown yet. Naruto couldn't wait until the reptile got bigger. The crashing of trees alerted the boy to the arrival of the Doki. He doubled back towards where Tayuya was, following the sound of the flute. From his periphery, he caught the sight of Kadamaru's giant spider writhing and roaring as it was attacked by the invisible Kamakoso, though the Otonin himself seemed intent on tracking Naruto's movements. He went to take another step, but found that he couldn't move. What the? Naruto found his entire body restrained by ropes, arms held perpendicularly out to the side uselessly. No background was really determinable, though he was clearly not in the Land of Fire's forest anymore, but he quickly became distracted by the sight of his flesh melting off the bone. He began screaming in pain, even with the knowledge that he was merely trapped in another illusion and unable to escape. A sudden pain in his arm, unrelated to the genjutsu, broke him out of the illusion, and he glanced at the limb to find that Jiongu had taken things into its own hands and stabbed him. "Thanks," he offered, before a dull thunk sounded out and his face paled. The Jinchuriki glanced down. Straight through his chest was a ragged hole where one of Kadamaru's arrows had just punctured, embedding itself in a tree trunk behind the blonde. It only took a second, though it felt more like years, for Naruto to comprehend what had happened. Death, he realized with sudden clarity, was a rather abrupt experience, occurring with the startling swiftness of a lightning strike. Strangely, it wasn't as painful as Naruto had thought it would be, though perhaps that was because Jiongu tempered the effects with its infestation of his body. He had noticed a higher pain tolerance since the Kenjutsu had been introduced, the actual merging process notwithstanding. Whatever the reason, the Jinchuriki remained cognizant of his surroundings despite the fact that he had just been dealt a fatal blow. He mouthed wordlessly and fell over backwards as Tayuya and Kadamaru began exchanging a mixture of bragging rights and curses. Jiongu quickly assimilated the Suetun heart on his back into his body, even as multiple poof sounds indicated the dispersal of his opponent's summons. "Screw this, do what you need to do," he informed the Kenjutsu. "But let me take my shot first." Naruto sprang up from the ground without waiting for a response, eliciting shouts from the two older shinobi. Tayuya lifted her flute to her lips, but Naruto was already running through seals for his oldest wind technique. Even without his original heart, wind was his body's affinity, the motions and techniques were second nature to him. Futon, Ripusho. Wind blasted out in Tayuya's direction in a continuous stream. Sound, Naruto realized, required a medium to travel through, in this case, the air. If he disrupted the path of the air to his ears by blowing it back at the flute user, then none of her sound-based techniques would affect him. Granted, keeping the violent wind palm going was not an ideal use of chakra, but his original plan could probably be enacted at last. "Now," he yelled. A long pink tongue shot out from nowhere and wrapped around Tayuya's flute. Surprised, she was unable to react as the instrument was yanked from her grasp, disappearing into the maw of a now visible chameleon. The reptile disappeared in a burst of smoke, taking the Otonin's weapon with it. Tayuya was cussing fluently, the gist of the curses aimed at Naruto, when the blonde appeared next to her. She tried to throw a punch, but black tendrils wrapped around the wrist and prevented it from moving. They slithered to her other wrist and bound it, forming a pair of mobile manacles. "Fucking piece of shit," she snarled. "I'll kill you." Interesting proposition, Naruto returned idly, more relaxed now that the tables were turned. "How about this instead?" He leaned in close, as if preparing to divulge a particularly juicy secret. "You can take your little curses and your fucking genjutsu, and just shove it up your ass." Wind swirled around his right fist, a rough cylindrical shape forming with sharp winds covering a blunt inside. "Now die. Futon, Senpuken." With that, the Jinchuriki drove his fist into the Otonin's body with poorly concealed vindication. The results were spectacular. The cutting quality of the outermost wind sliced through Tayuya's darkened skin easily, followed by the blunt pounding of the whirlwind fist's interior. In the end, the redhead was left with a gaping hole 6 inches in diameter where her stomach and other innards had been, blood and lacerated organs decorating the forest beneath the pair. That felt good, Naruto thought. And then there was. Suddenly, his left arm fell off. Naruto blinked at the sudden displacement of his limb, staring at his body in mute fascination. To say his arm had fallen off was not entirely accurate. More specifically, in an arcing trail from his clavicle to the bottom of his ribs and crossing over his pectoral, his body was split, the left side connected to the rest by a pulsing mass of black threads. Apparently the splitting of his body by Jiongu had shredded his shirt in addition to saving his life. Further inspection revealed a neat hole in the spot where his heart probably would have been had the Kenjutsu not intervened. Already, the threads were converging to fill in the spot. The two parts of his body reconnected, a suture forming along the line of separation. So this is what happens when Jiongu takes control, huh? Useful, though not exactly inconspicuous. He ran a hand over the stitches, examining them almost self-consciously, before turning around to face the direction the arrow had come from. Time to settle the score. He leaped from the branch, heading towards where Kadamaru was. Another golden arrow zoomed through the treetops. Naruto, in midair, forced Jiongu to wrap around the nearest branch and pull, moving him away from the trajectory of the projectile. There was a low curse from nearby, causing Naruto's head to swivel towards the sound. Come out, wherever you are," he sang, swinging up to perch on the tree bough. "I thought you liked games. What's wrong? Not having fun anymore?" Silence greeted him, not that he expected anything else. The blonde went through seals, gathering chakra along the length of his arm. "Futon, Kazakiri," he shouted, making a horizontal slashing motion with the limb. A slicing blade of wind mowed down the nearest 200 feet of foliage within his sight, cutting neatly through anything in its path. Amidst the sound of trees toppling over, Naruto watched with satisfaction as Kadamaru jumped from his hiding place to a branch unaffected by the wind cutter technique. The Odonin immediately started to vomit out another arrow. Naruto moved. Jumping from his perch, he activated another futon, Ripusho, pumping an exorbitant amount of chakra into the technique. Once, he had used the violent wind palm to slow his freefall from the castle that was Shiromori. This time, he was going to attempt to fly. Or at least soar a short distance. With enough power behind the wind technique, Naruto figured he could theoretically propel himself through the air and take his enemy by surprise. Angling his hands down and away from his head, the violent wind palm blasted him forward and straight towards Kadamaru. The Spider-Nin began to notch his bow, but Jiongu proved to be faster. Threads erupted from the new stitch on Naruto's chest, wrapping themselves around all of his adversary's wrists and holding them far apart. Naruto was led along the path of his kenjutsu, landing on top of the other shinobi and knocking him on his back. The blonde panted, partially from exertion of the two superpowered futon ninjutsu, partially from his midair flight and collision, as Kadamaru sneered at him. His cheeks bulged before a piece of webbing was spat right in the blonde's face. Naruto scowled in disgust. "That was unnecessary," he informed the Odonin. "Maybe you've got me trapped, but how do you expect to get past my Nenkin no Yoroi?" Kadamaru taunted. Already the golden material that composed the Odonin's weapons was seeping out of his skin, creating a shiny, protective film. It's completely impenetrable, the perfect protection. A single black tendril separated from the rest and dug into Naruto's kunai pouch. It grabbed one of the knives and handed it to the blonde, who spun it by the ring on one finger. "There's plenty of jutsu in this world that are vaunted as being impenetrable, perfect," he echoed blithely. He thought for a moment about Kakuzu's earth spear technique, or even about how useful Jiongu was, despite the cost to use it. Shaking his head, and irked at the silk loogie still stuck on his face, he gripped the handle of the kunai with both hands. Defend against this. Shoving more wind chakra than strictly necessary into the blade, Naruto stabbed downward. Straight into Kadamaru's uncovered third eye. The Spider-Nin wasn't even able to scream as the blade's imbued wind chakra rammed through his brain. Naruto released his grasp on the kunai as Jiongu unwound from the corpse's joints. Phew! He swiped the back of his hand across his forehead and began to peel off the webbing. That was... He paused and tilted his head. What was that noise? Kriek, crack. Ah! The branch, partially sheared from the wind chakra which had extended through Kadamaru's skull, hit the ground and splintered underneath the combined weight of Naruto and the sound shinobi's body. NNNGH. Groaned the blonde, his body splayed over the dead one. He scrambled to get off the corpse, then announced heatedly, "Nobody saw that." LLL. Fu swallowed a gulp at the sight in front of her. Sakan and Yukon now sported red skin, as if they had stayed out in the sun for far too long and been badly burned. Their hair was longer, past their shoulders, and snow-white in color, a large horn protruding from their foreheads at an angle and accenting their rather sharp facial features. To compound the pair's hideousness, one half of their bodies were composed of black, overlapping scales, from shoulder to foot, with several spikes jutting upward from the shoulder. The Nanabai Jinchuriki shuddered at the brothers' grotesqueness. "Okay, that's nasty." Apparently the looks came with increased chakra, for Sakan easily yanked himself free of the swamp with a loud slurping sound. He walked over to his brother and asked, "Yukon, you okay?" Fu was almost awed at the display of sympathy, but then realized that they were brothers who lived inside each other, and such concern probably had a basis in self-interest. She knelt down and prepared another wind release, cannon shot, hoping to hit the pair while they were distracted. Yukon coughed up a mixture of blood and bile. Truth be told, he had forced himself and his brother to go to level 2 of the cursed seal because the girl's wind attack had done a number on his internal organs. Both of his kidneys and his liver had been damaged by the dispersal of the wind throughout his body, the blunt force of the ninjutsu changing into wind's lacerating element upon making contact. By upgrading the cursed seal, Yukon had increased his body's durability and sent a subtle signal to Sakan to stop horsing around. "I'll need to merge to heal, brother," he coughed, spitting up more blood. The older sibling was quickly assimilated back into Sakan's body. "Kill that bitch." Sakan nodded, turning around in time to dodge Fu's second attack. Beady golden eyes stared down Fu's half-surprised, half-scared expression. Sakan sneered at the girl and then disappeared. The Jinchuriki looked around for any inclination of an attack, and was caught off guard when the Odonin flashed in front of her and punched her. He sneered at the startled expression on her face, but was shocked when her figure burst into a cloud of dust. Fu hid behind a tree, wincing as Sakan's scream of rage echoed around the area. Replacing herself with a cheery Bunshin had been a last-minute decision to test the transformed boy's abilities. At the very least, he was fast. Way beyond what she could keep up with. A fist slammed through the trunk she was leaning against. "Found you, bitch," snarled Sakan. Panicked, Fu melded into the earth as Sakan tried hitting her again. Now underground, Fu fought to steady her breathing. It was one thing to go up against Genin, or Naruto, or even Kakuzu, people who she knew couldn't or wouldn't kill her. But this was clearly different. Sakan was out for blood, and even though she was used to Kakuzu, who was often of the same mindset, Fu wasn't used to such outright hostility. Despite his threats, the renegade Takinin never really seemed to want to kill either her or Naruto. She was unprepared to counter the Odonin's brutal assault, and it left her slightly unbalanced as to how to react. "Calm down, work through this. Kakuzu's counting on you. Naruto's counting on you." Taking a deep, steadying breath, Fu found herself more easily able to focus. She was underground, temporarily safe from the Odonin currently cursing her out up above. That might work, she realized after a moment of thought. She searched for Sakan's chakra signature and positioned herself directly underneath it. "Doton, Shinjuzanshu no Jutsu," she thought. The green-haired girl reached up and grasped Sakan's foot, dragging him down into the earth until only his head was visible before rising to stand on solid ground once again. "Hi down there," she said, almost cheerfully. "I'd love to stay and chat, but, well, plans and all that, you know?" "Not particularly, no," sneered a voice to her right. Shocked, she stumbled backwards and fell on her rear, staring blankly at Yukon's head now protruding from her own body. "Surprised?" he jeered rather sarcastically. "Now that we're in level 2 of our cursed seal, our Kekkei Genkai can be used on more than just ourselves. We can enter an opponent's body and alter any of their cells or proteins in any manner we desire, and then leave and reform outside their body." Yukon laughed darkly. "It's the perfect assassination technique." Fu wasn't sure what she could do. Rearrangement of microscopic matter was not an ability she knew how to counter, let alone defend against while the enemy was connected to her own body. Frantically racking her brain for some sort of answer, the green-haired girl came up short. Fortunately, she had an ancient demon sealed into her body with a high sense of self-preservation. "My vessel needs no new parasites," buzzed the Nanabai irritably in her mind. Fu felt a sudden dryness as the Biju's chakra began to flood her body, channeled towards the spot where Yukon's body was invading her own. Yukon screamed suddenly and detached himself from the girl's body amidst the Seven-Tails' rusty, humming laughter. Fu's eyes widened as they took in the reason for the Odonin's agonized cries. Where the sound shinobi had once possessed an arm, there was nothing. Even the shoulder was gone, as if the limb had never even existed in the first place. In answer to her unspoken question, the Nanabai rasped, "You have yet to reach your true potential. My powers extend far beyond what you have thus far discovered. They are not the only beings with the ability to influence the microscopic, nor are they the strongest. Now kill these fools and stop wasting time." Fu almost thanked the beetle for the save and the pep talk, but decided against it. Doing so would be inviting nothing but trouble, as well as acknowledging a debt to the Biju, neither of which would put her in a good mood. Sakan, free of the double suicide decapitation technique, ran to his brother and quickly absorbed him again, shooting Fu a scathing look. "You've lived far longer than you should have, you bitch, and now you're gonna die for hurting my brother." He rushed forward in a burst of rage-induced speed and delivered a crushing uppercut to her chin, sending her flying. The girl performed a kawarimi, throwing a nearby rock into her place as Sakan drove home another fist. She set up a series of tsuchi bunshins to buy time to think of a strategy. Whatever trick the Nanabai had used to make Yukon's arm disappear was not an option, especially since she doubted the beetle would even tell her what he did, which left her with Jintan and Doton. Sakan, or at least his brother, had proven to be rather resilient and durable to her attacks, so she would need to bring out one of her limited finisher moves, all of which took some time. She needed a distraction. Chirigakure no Jutsu. A thick screen of dust shot up, blanketing the area in hazy brown. Fu absently felt one of her earth clones slump into mud as Sakan killed it, and started to carefully perform seals. While rushing through them would have been preferable, the particular technique she wanted to use was one of those she had to devote her entire concentration to in order to perfect. Hence the smokescreen. Another clone demolished. How many did she even have left now? Unfortunately, there were two main differences between her hiding in dust technique and the hiding in mist technique used by Kirinin. One of them was that she was untrained in the art of silent killing that the shinobi of the mist were renowned for, so the cover afforded by the dust did nothing to augment her offensive capabilities. The other was that the dust obscured everything, including her own vision, leaving her just as blind as her opponent. It was mainly a stall tactic in preparation for a widespread attack. The Odonin could find her, but he would be forced to search through the haze and hope to stumble upon her position. Almost done. Sakan was suddenly right in front of her. A powerful kick sent her flying into a tree, her back impacting it with a sickening crack. Fu wasn't sure if that was the sound of the collision or of something breaking, but she decided to ignore it in favor of completing her plan. She slumped to the ground and coughed up a globule of blood. "Still alive, you worthless bitch?" Sakan crowed. "I don't think you've experienced enough pain yet." "No, I'm pretty sure that did a fair number," she muttered. One shoulder was dislocated at least, and performing the last few hand signs was doing nothing for the pain. Working through it, she finished the last seal and slapped her hands to the ground. "But this'll probably do one better." Her chakra flowed into the earth, creating a deep fissure as the land split apart. Sakan shouted angrily from within the dust haze as pieces of the ground disappeared and he fell into the hole. Then, with the crashing of rock, the gaping chasm closed in on itself, crushing the brothers. "Doton, Chikaku Baton. Not bad, huh, you damn bug. Revel in your accomplishments when you've atomized entire mountains, girl." The Nanabai's words went unheard, for Fu was already unconscious from the strain of the fight and the earth release, tectonic slam technique. LLL. Harrow couldn't formulate an opinion about Jirobo's transformation. While the Odonin looked less ridiculous in this form than in his normal one, a sad thought, to be sure, the increase in chakra and change in appearance was certain to come with bad repercussions for the cobalt-haired boy. Jirobo now sported a full mane of orange hair, with a mottled red-brown skin tone, and tiny bumps and markings on his face and arms. "Taken," grunted Jirobo, rushing forward and ramming his shoulder into Harrow's sternum. Harrow gagged as the force of the blow sent him through the tree that was supporting him and into a large dirt clod. Opinion settled. New form is dangerous. The thought was oddly Naruto-sounding, and Harrow had to bite back a snort at the idea. Clearly he had been spending far too much time around the blonde. Perhaps he had taken a few too many heavy hits from Jirobo, too. He felt a bit lightheaded. A series of rocks heading towards him brought the Aimnin back to a vague state of awareness. He crossed the swords he wielded together and channeled chakra into them. "Raitun, Denji Shohiki," he gasped. Electricity crackled into existence, forming a barrier which protected him from the onslaught of earth. That was followed by another huge boulder bearing down on him, which the Rain Rebel was forced to blow up with a Raikyu. Harrow rose unsteadily to his feet. If he stayed too long in one spot, the orange-haired male was likely to capture him in the chakra-draining dome of Earth again, and depleting his chakra by blasting through it again was not something the Aimnin wanted to repeat. Of course, that left him on the wrong end of a fight he should have an advantage in. His taijutsu was useless in this situation, and Jirobo's powerful blows had clearly caused enough physical damage to make his vision disoriented and put his body in a fair amount of pain. Even standing up hurt. There was one idea that might work. Because of his practice with targeting pressure points as a fighting style, Harrow had a fair knowledge of the human body and its workings. If he could paralyze Jirobo, he could find enough time to fire off an attack that would actually pierce through the Odonin's tough body and kill him. Therein lied the problem, though. He had to actually paralyze his opponent. The surest method, what with Jirobo dodging his bursts of lightning, was physical contact. But with Harrow's body in its current state, he wasn't sure he could get close enough to tag the older male. Which meant, this is going to hurt. Harrow started gathering chakra as he began to hobble away. He would need to time this perfectly. Fortunately, Jirobo was already stalking up to him, a fierce look upon his face. "Focus," chanted Harrow mentally, preparing himself for what was to come. "Focus, focus." "Ganjiki," Jirobo announced, throwing a heavy punch into Harrow's midsection. "Now!" shouted the cobalt-haired boy to himself. In the single moment the fist connected, Harrow discharged a flood of lightning chakra into the other male's body. Immediately afterward, he found himself flying backwards, the crunch of bones telling him that several ribs had broken from the force of the blow. It took him a number of moments to figure out where he had landed and what was going on, but eventually he was able to focus on the important matter of killing the sound shinobi. Haro popped the last of his soldier pills and felt his chakra return, having used most of it to make sure his opponent couldn't move. Speaking of which, what did you do to me? Growled Jirobo. The cobalt-haired boy smirked from his down position. Somewhere along the path his body had taken, the twin katana Kiba had fallen from his grasp, leaving him weaponless. Instead of replying, he slowly began moving through hand signs, wincing with each one. Lightning crackled around his hands as he finished the seals. Raizen Kai, he cried, placing his hands to the earth and allowing the chakra to flow. Nature's electricity tore through the spot Jirobo was rooted to, engulfing the bulky male. His strangled shout was cut off rather abruptly, allowing Haro to relax and shut his eyes in satisfaction. Two Otonin toasted with the same technique, he mumbled. Watch out, Shinobi of Amigakure, you're next. When a shirtless Naruto arrived a little later with an unconscious Fu hefted in a fireman's carry over his shoulder, he could only groan. I'm tired of finding you unconscious, he informed the prone body of his teammate. He formed an earth clone, which promptly fetched Haro's weapons and then grabbed the boy himself. Come on, we have to see this through to the end. He stumbled slightly as a resonating explosion rustled the trees and peaked high above the canopy. Staring at the source of light and sound, he could only mutter, real subtle, Kakuzu. Then the group of four disappeared into the forest, both Narutos trudging wearily in the direction of the humongous attack. LLL. Kakuzu wasn't sure whether to be excited at the level of his opponent's caliber, or pissed that the man simply would not die. The thread creatures that used his lightning and wind hearts descended to his level as he called upon the fire heart within his own body. Sanmiatai Kogiki. Simultaneously, he fired a Katan, Zukoku along with the heart's Raitun, Jan and Futon, Atsugai. There was a massive explosion at the junction of the three ninjutsu, reaching hundreds of feet above the treetops and engulfing a wide area inclusive of where Orochimaru had been standing. Kakuzu withheld his gloating triumph until he was sure that the tri-elemental assault had done its job. He and Orochimaru had been going at it for some time, neither gaining any upper hand against the other, though the former Leaf Nin's antagonizing chuckles had steadily fueled Kakuzu's ire. After losing his water heart to the sword and releasing the fire, wind, and lightning hearts to freely attack, the former Takinin was careful to avoid his opponent's blade. That left him with trying to blast the snake Sannin to death with a variety of elemental ninjutsu, but Orochimaru's serpentine movements allowed him to effectively avoid any pinpoint attacks Kakuzu tried. Not only that, but Mercenary's powerhouse counter-taijutsu style wasn't able to strike the other Nuke Nin for the same reason. Orochimaru's body modifications, however he had integrated them, allowed him to slither and flow around Kakuzu's blows with the greatest of ease. Such evasion hardly left Kakuzu scrambling for offensive maneuvers, but having his options limited was frustrating nonetheless. Using Jiongu, Kakuzu had managed to keep his prey at a distance, launching his fists across the battlefield and underground, and mingling the attacks with wide-range ninjutsu. As a result, the earth was completely torn up and upended, matching the charred foliage and destruction of what was once the land of fire's luscious forest. The devastation was a testament to how expansive and dangerous the fight between the two S-class Nuke Nin really was. Not that the fight hadn't had some spectacular results. At some point, Orochimaru had used a rather devious ploy of playing possum with his upper half buried under rubble, only for his head to pop up from the ground and spear Kakuzu through the heart, his Earth One, with the sword of Kusanagi again, forcing him to recall his fire heart. On the other hand, the mercenary had already forced his opponent through two of his specialized Kawarimi, significantly draining the Sannin of his chakra, according to Zetsu's information, which meant he had also killed his prey twice. The dust and debris from his Trinity attack cleared to reveal a demonic stone gate, or, at least, the rubble of it, and the supposedly charred form of Orochimaru. Kakuzu felt proud at the destruction of Orochimaru's defense. The Rashomon gate had blocked a couple of his earlier assaults, but remained wary. Orochimaru had so far proven he was nothing if not resilient. Sure enough, the former Konoha rose from the scorched earth, shedding his half-melted skin like the serpents he used. He opened his mouth and spewed forth a horde of hissing snakes, all of which surged forward to overwhelm Kakuzu. The mercenary expelled a swath of flames which spread across the ground and torched the reptiles. Your defenses are useless, he intoned, sounding almost bored, and your life is forfeit. Do not drag this out unnecessarily. I can make your death painless. Ku, you're quite amusing, Kakuzu-kun, but I believe you're either overestimating your skills or underestimating mine. You see, I've discovered the secret to your jutsu. Those creatures are extra hearts which you've used to extend your life, and when your own heart gives out or is destroyed, you assimilate one of the others to take its place. It's a cute trick, but it only shows that you have yet to discover the secrets of immortality, unlike me. Kakuzu snorted. Immortality? Such a thing does not exist. Hide behind your pretenses, you will still die here today. Instead of responding, Orochimaru slammed his palms to the ground and chuckled, Doton Sozijutsu, Sure Dojo. Ninja, dressed in the flak jackets native to Konoha, with skin tainted a pale blue and eyes a blank white, rose from the earth and began to stumble towards Kakuzu. His wind and lightning thread creatures took off in different directions, both firing their attacks and decimating the zombie shinobi, but for every one that was neutralized, another took its place. Kakuzu frowned, but decided that whatever the earth release resurrection technique, corpse soil assault was, surely some sort of kenjutsu, with its desecration of the dead, killing its user would certainly stop it. You'll learn just how wrong you are, Kakuzu-kun, Orochimaru gloated. The snake Sanin's maw opened impossibly wide, allowing something long and white to escape. It barreled into the thin, bipedal form of the lightning creature with crushing force, smashing the mask to pieces and destroying the construct. Kakuzu resisted the urge to scowl in irritation as Orochimaru's sibilant laughter echoed around him. Orochimaru was now a ridiculously long serpent, his scales individual white snakes which hissed and undulated in tandem. Spiky black hair covered a pale, pointed face, accompanied by slit green eyes and several rows of teeth. This is my true form, the secret to my immortality, hissed the serpent with amusement. What will you do now, Kakuzu-kun? He asked, the snakes that composed his body shooting out towards the former Takinin. Kakuzu's wind heart zipped back towards its master and merged seamlessly with him. Threads immediately sprouted from his back, forming a thick spread that was double the mercenary's own impressive height. His arms split into 3 segments, connected by the kenjutsu's tendrils, and a foot-long tongue of threads emerged from his mouth. Among the mass on his back, on either side of his head, appeared the wind and fire masks. Despite having the fire heart integrated into his system, Kakuzu could still channel chakra through Jiongu and shoot attacks from the mask. As it was, the tendrils shot out and wrapped around the snakes to halt their movement, even as more threads separated from the main body and strangled a number of advancing zombies. You have become quite the nuisance, allowed an aggravated Kakuzu. In retaliation, Orochimaru sprayed a shower of acid at the older Nuke-nin. Kakuzu bounded away, allowing the liquid to wash over the restrained zombies and threads, melting them on contact. How annoying, Kakuzu observed, scrutinizing the corroded ends of the black tendrils. You can't defeat me, hissed the Sannin. Even more snakes stretched out from his body, fangs extended to bite Kakuzu. A futon, Kazakiri sheared their heads from their bodies, and the former Takinin began to move towards a couple of the remaining trees, away from the snake and his crowd of resurrected shinobi. You are not the only one with an ultimate form, Kakuzu informed his opponent, flexing. NNNGH, WWWRROOAHH. Even more black tendrils, innumerable, far more than should have been able to fit in his body, erupted from his arms, forming thick ropes of writhing threads. The kenjutsu curled itself around 2 sturdy tree trunks, hoisting Kakuzu's body into the air. More threads thrashed around him, resembling spastic, extra limbs, while an even longer, twitching thread tail extended from the base of the Nukanin's back. While this form was indeed powerful, it was also very painful to access, and Kakuzu's control over it was limited. The problem with kenjutsu like Jiongu was that it couldn't truly be mastered. After all, there was no way to exert control over something that had its own mind, even just a little. Decades later, Kakuzu could use the threads for most tasks while retaining dominance, but the higher forms, which utilized higher quantities of the tendrils, often resulted in an internal struggle with the threads. It was why he didn't like using the more complex transformations, except in the most dire of circumstances. The battlefield had turned into a clash of monsters. Orochimaru glided forward with the intention of swallowing Kakuzu's main body before his extensions could interfere. Several of his undead minions were crushed beneath his giant form as he veered in between the pillars of slicing wind and bursts of fire that were shot from Kakuzu's masks. The smaller limbs that surrounded Kakuzu's form dove forward, intent on stopping the serpent's advance. Orochimaru dispatched a number of larger snakes to wrap around the thrashing threads and hold them in place. With a victorious cry of, "You're mine," the Sannin hurtled himself through the air, jaws opened wide to devour Kakuzu. He stopped short with a choked gurgle. Black tendrils were jutted into and through his throat, extending from Kakuzu's tail, under the ground, and then piercing upwards. "You are overconfident, Orochimaru," intoned the thread wielder, "and you ran through too much chakra in your fight with the Sandaime Hokage and then myself. This immortal," he spoke the word mockingly, "form of yours only provides a bigger target for me. With a thought, the threads multiplied and sharpened, rending the snake's head from its body. Blood oozed from the wound as the tendrils being held by the other snakes turned on their captors and skewered the reptiles. As I said, there is no such thing as immortality. Kakuzu turned his attention to the resurrected leaf shinobi, who continued to crawl towards him in droves. A katan, Zukoku seared the frontrunners in blazing orange-yellow fire. Curious, he thought, that the jutsu is still active. Green eyes narrowed in suspicion. The threads quickly formed a wide shield in front of Kakuzu, protecting their master from a vile spray of acid. An amused hissing sound made its way to the mercenary's ears. "Ku, you were saying, Kakuzu-kun?" said Nuknin. Looked at where Orochimaru had been decapitated, only to find that the two pieces of the body had reconnected. "I am immortal," sibilated the snake Sannin, rearing back to prepare for another strike. Kakuzu snorted. "It appears as though physically separating your body will not work. I will just have to try another method." Jigaku Erasure. The fire mask expelled yellow-white flames at Orochimaru, while the wind mask blew out a massive cyclone. Both elements combined to form a swirling vortex of fire, which, due to the wind element, quickly expanded to encompass an area hundreds of feet in diameter. It engulfed Orochimaru and remained burning for several minutes. When it dissipated to nothing, the charbroiled body of the snake Sannin could still be seen smoldering. Something shot out from the snake's mouth, and Orochimaru's obnoxious chuckling resounded in Kakuzu's ears again. The white snake looked unharmed, and Kakuzu's analytical eyes watched as the shod skin dissolved into tiny pieces of ash. "When will you learn, Kakuzu-kun?" taunted the serpent. That mocking tone of familiarity of his has become unbelievably irritating. As the fire and wind hearts continue to unleash bursts of their elements intermixed with jabs by Jiongu to keep Orochimaru on the defensive, Kakuzu considered his options. Through whatever means, Orochimaru appears impervious to any form of physical assault. It could be another facet of his specialized kawarimi, but judging by my own reserves, he should be unable to utilize it. The only conclusion is that it is some aspect of his so-called immortal body, and without any information from Zetsu as to this form's weakness, I only have one option. Kakuzu grimaced at the thought. It is fortunate that I reviewed my alternatives during the Bratz exams, though I will have to demand my money from Akatsuki for this service, since there will be no body. The technique he was preparing to use was dangerous in the extreme, even considering the kinjutsu housed within his body. It was a sealing jutsu, detailed in the Jiongu scroll as risky in the best of situations for the user as far as long-term effects went. Basically, it used the kinjutsu to bind and suppress the target before absorbing him or her into the user's body. In the same fashion all the tendrils of earth grudge fear existed within the body. However, it apparently required a tremendous amount of willpower, as well as sacrificing some of Jiongu's sentience and mobility, to keep the other person restrained permanently. If Kakuzu ever wavered in keeping the snake Sannin repressed, Orochimaru could theoretically be released into the world again, and would most likely kill Kakuzu in the process. On the other hand, if the mercenary died without releasing his prisoner, Orochimaru would die alongside him. From what Kakuzu had read, it almost sounded like a method to seal a biju into a human, though obviously altered somewhat. Really, it had been a last resort, a failsafe, so to speak, on the off-chance Orochimaru proved to be too much for him to handle. The fact that he had to use it, well, it spoke volumes of the snake Sannin's ingenuity and skill. It was little wonder that he was hailed as a genius. "Ku, have you given up, Kakuzu-kun? My, how disappointing." "Hardly," Kakuzu grunted. His tail whipped around and wrapped itself around Orochimaru, numerous threads piercing into the snakes that made up the Nukkinen scales. While the snake Sannin tried to shift around to create space with which to escape, Kakuzu finished his final seal. Jiongu Fuin, Manshiretto no Ketsugo. Every thread connected to his body glowed blue, his tail curling even more tightly around Orochimaru's serpentine form and smothering the Sannin, cutting off his hissed protests of rage. The threads constricted and shrank, eventually withdrawing into Kakuzu's body with barely a sound. All the remaining tendrils followed suit, flowing back into their master's body and returning his form to its ragdoll-like state. The wind heart traced the stitches across his back, settling into its original position as the tiger mask which had housed his fire heart fractured and broke, its purpose nullified with the conclusion of the battle. With no more support, Kakuzu dropped to the ground, falling to one knee and panting hard. A black ring, identically to the one Jiongu had marked his forearms with so many years ago, decorated his waist, just above the hem of his pants, a permanent sign of his use of the Earth Grudge Fear seal, binding of 10,000 threads technique. He fingered it idly, tracing its path from one side to the other with the presumption that it encircled his back as well. Glancing around, he noticed the lack of zombie ninja and the general devastation of the area. A low whistle caught his attention. Boy, Kakuzu-san, you made a mess here. Zetsu, growled Kakuzu, hiding a wince. His ultimate form and the sealing technique had put a fair strain on his body, and looking weak in front of another S-class missing nin was not the best idea. What are you doing here? I got bored waiting for everyone, chirped the Whiteside cheerfully as he stepped out from one of the trees still standing in the area. You sure took a long time. Where is Orochimaru's body? Obliterated, replied the older nuke nin curtly. If the plant man hadn't seen the snake sand nin being sealed into Kakuzu's body, the thread user wasn't about to reveal such sensitive information. I still expect to be compensated for my labors. You will have to talk to Leader Sama about that, returned Black Zetsu. Your students are approaching. Sure enough, two Narutos entered the clearing, one with Fu and the other with Harrow slung over their shoulders. What Kakuzu presumed to be the original whistled in sheer awe. Damn, Kakuzu, what happened here? A clash of titans, he responded easily. Teacher took in student's appearance, noting the new suture that ran from the blonde's collarbone to his side. They say mimicry is the greatest form of flattery, he stated idly, though I am currently hard-pressed to feel such sentiment. Naruto scratched his head nervously. Oh, haha, you mean this? Yeah, kinda ran into a little bit of trouble. No worries though. If you had died, you would not have been worthy of inheriting Jiongu. That mark on your face looks absolutely ridiculous, he continued, noting the web-like pattern across Naruto's visage. While stimulating, interjected Black Zetsu sarcastically, interrupting any retort Naruto was prepared to give, we have a schedule to keep. Follow us. Zetsu began to move among the trees, popping up in random places so Kakuzu and Naruto could keep track of his position. We require haste, Kakuzu said. Give me the boy. The earth clone passed Harrow to the older shinobi and crumbled, prompting both thread wielders to take off. After what felt like a fair amount of travel, the quintet came across a small gathering of people. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed at the strange company. Atop an off-white bird, Clay, he presumed, from knowledge of the person's deeds, was a young blonde with a slashed Iwagakure Hideate, Deidara, a terrorist bomber. That was where his knowledge ended. None of the other people were listed within his bingo book. Seated behind the blonde was a hunched figure covered almost completely in an Akatsuki outfit. Zetsu's black and white face peered out from the trunk of a tree, next to which stood a dark-haired man in a swirl-patterned, orange mask. Off to the side was an intimidating man with spiky, orange hair similar to Naruto's, ringed, gray eyes, and various piercings all over his face. The aura he exuded marked him clearly as Akatsuki's leader. Ah, Zetsu-san, you're back, waved the masked shinobi. Be serious, Toby. Don't be mean, Toby is a good boy. Enough. The single word uttered from the mouth of the orange-haired man was enough to make the clearing fall silent. Impressive, Kakuzu thought. The leader continued, Toby, the cloak. Here you go, Leader Sama. The orange-haired man turned his attention to Kakuzu. You took care of Orochimaru? Yes, though there is no physical proof given the extreme measures I was forced to utilize. The other man studied him for a moment before nodding imperceptibly. Very well. You will be paid through funds Akatsuki has collected in compensation for Orochimaru's bounty, to be used at your discretion. He turned his attention to Deidara. You collected the Ichibi? Yeah, Took some effort, but he was no match for my art. Good. We must conduct the ceremony before the Jinchuriki regains consciousness. Here, he said, throwing the Akatsuki cloak and a ring with the word Hoku imprinted on a dark green gemstone to Kakuzu, who caught both with one hand. Toby, he added, tossing a second ring, the one he'd gotten from Orochimaru's base, at the masked male, who fumbled with it briefly before sliding it upon his left pinky finger. Welcome to Akatsuki. LLL. Uchiha Sasuke is dead. The line was delivered without emotion, as shinobi of root were taught. Sai was knelt on one knee in front of Danzo, who was currently seated behind the Hokage desk, the red and white conical hat with the symbol for fire placed atop his head. The hat's angle kept most of the aged man's face hidden from view, so Sai was unable to read any reaction to the news, not that Danzo would probably have one anyway. An unfortunate loss, Danzo replied at length, but not an irreplaceable one. Danzo fell into contemplative silence, analyzing the consequences of such information. After being assigned to massacre his family, Itachi had made Danzo and the other two elders swear that Sasuke would both come to no harm and remain unaware of his clan's true intentions for overthrowing Konoha's government. Sasuke's death, while not a byproduct of anything he had done, might still have negative repercussions for Danzo. What those were would remain to be seen. What of the genin who accompanied you? Aburame Shino, Hyuga Niji, Nara Shikamaru, and Yamanaka Ino, Sai clarified. Cooperatively, we managed to incapacitate over a score of Otogekyou shinobi, ranging in rank from low chunin to mid-jonin, according to preliminary interrogation. Based on skill, I would instead say they ranged from genin to high chunin. All 4 genin are currently hospitalized for a variety of injuries, including ruptured eardrums, chakra exhaustion, various broken bones, a concussion, and a lacerated liver. Those are all based on observation. The medical staff should have a full report for you by the end of the day. There is promise among them, he concluded. Interesting, mulled the root leader. I shall have to investigate the matter of their skills personally. In the meantime, you're dismissed. Sai bowed stiffly and exited the room, left hand clutching his right shoulder and a slight limp to his gait. Danzo watched him go with mercilessly indifferent eyes. The boy was a good operative, and smart enough to get himself healed properly. His age and undercover experience with the peers in his graduating class would give Danzo an edge in potentially swaying any or all of the 4 genin to root. Not that the elderly man even needed root too badly anymore. With Sarutobi Hiruzen dead at the hand of his former student, Danzo had been elected to the position of interim Hokage, soon to be officially recognized as the Godame. With the position came authority over the ANBU, which Danzo had partially modeled root after. Still, the aged leader felt more comfortable utilizing the shinobi he had personally looked after and trained, finding their lack of emotions more effective for mission success than the average ANBU. While keeping the Black Ops program up as the Hokage's official soldiers, Danzo would continue to run the covert route program and convert new additions where he could to breed better shinobi. It was finally Shimura Danzo's turn to rule Konohagakure, and he was going to make sure the village was strong. Certainly nothing like the invasion of the Sand and Sound would happen during his reign. There was still something to be taken care of, though. During the 3rd round of the Chunin exams, Danzo had noticed the blonde hair and crystal blue eyes of a ranged shinobi fighting against a couple of Takinin. The features were oddly reminiscent of Konoha's lost Jinchuriki, not to mention bearing a striking resemblance to the Yondaime Hokage. Over the years, root members had been dispatched to search for the Kyuubi's host, along with the more incompetent members of Sarutobi's ANBU, though they had turned up nothing, and many had never returned. The day the boy had been discovered missing was a sore reminder of how lax the Sandaime's rule had been. Sarutobi had accused Danzo of the blonde's mysterious disappearance, and although the idea had crossed the man's mind more than once, he had decided to abide by his rival's foolish wishes and leave the child alone. With the boy gone, Danzo had lamented the loss of such a powerful weapon. But now, here appeared a young male with similar features to the Jinchurikis, not to mention the fact that he seemed to be of the right age. Danzo wanted his weapon back. The boy had displayed an impressive amount of skill, which meant that he had clearly found a teacher, or been kidnapped and brainwashed. While it would take work, the aged leader could manipulate the child's mind back to serving Konoha, which would grant the Hidden Leaf a huge power boost when Danzo's plans eventually came to fruition. However, there was no telling how skilled the Jinchuriki was with the Biju's power. Tracking and restraining him without killing him would require abilities and finesse his root shinobi didn't particularly excel in. He pressed the button on his desk which linked him to the secretary outside and uttered into the speaker, "Find and bring me Tenzo." Chapter 13, Initiation. Kakuzu couldn't say for sure where the motley crew of Nuknin was heading. The Land of Fire, for all intents and purposes, was an endless barrage of greenery. His sense of direction told him they were heading north-northeast, back towards the Valley of the End, but there was no telling what the group's purpose in venturing that way was. Not for the first time, the mercenary dug into the inside of the Akatsuki cloak he now wore and pulled out the ring Pain had given him. He had thus far neglected to put it on, unsure of any ceremony involved or what purpose the item even served, barring the fact that it allowed for acceptance into Akatsuki. Still, there had to be something more. Why else would each ring have different colors and symbols? "You should put that on." Kakuzu's attention was drawn to the masked figure of Tobi, bounding alongside him. Across the other male's back was the unconscious form of Haro, which Tobi had, rather cheerfully, offered to carry. The other Akatsukinin had thus far proven to be obnoxiously happy, and with Pain leading the procession, Deidara and his slouched companion flying above the treetops, Zetsu already gone, and Naruto lagging behind with Fu, Kakuzu seemed to be his default conversation partner. It was not a role the former Takinin enjoyed being cast in. "I am well aware of the general procedure regarding materialistic possessions," he ground out. "Ahaha, Kakuzu-san, you talk funny." From ahead of them, Pain intoned warningly, "Tobi." "Sorry, Leader-sama, Kakuzu-san." The masked shinobi fell silent for a moment, as if repenting for his actions, before stage whispering to Kakuzu, "Zetsu-san told me that anyone who wears a ring is an official member. Each of the rings goes on a different finger, to show that only 10 people can be part of Akatsuki at one time." He brought up his left hand to admire the slate blue ring with the character Ku placed on his pinky. If I remember what Zetsu-san told me, your ring is supposed to go on your left middle finger. Give it a try, Kakuzu-san." Kakuzu ignored the peppiness of the other shinobi, choosing instead to look back at his protege. Naruto was struggling under the burden of carrying Fu's body while moving through the land of fire. Still, the blonde was bearing his load in silence, his face a stony mask of seriousness. He must have learned something from his experiences fighting in Konohagakure. Green eyes shifted to stare at the new suture that decorated the blonde's chest. The price for power? Kakuzu was almost proud of Naruto's achievements and growth, not that he would tell his student that. Truly the boy was growing up per Kakuzu's intentions. The mercenary returned his gaze to the ring in his hand. If he wanted to stand a chance at postponing and or preventing Naruto's and Fu's deaths, he would need to do so from within the organization. Without a second thought, he slipped the band on his third finger. The dark green gem that composed the core of the ring emitted a similarly colored light, making the word Hoku stand out starkly in comparison. Ahead of him, Pain seemed to tilt his head in acknowledgement of the act. Apparently, Kakuzu had successfully passed some sort of test. It took another couple hours for the group to reach its destination, a small grove of trees at the delta of a river. A tag marked with the character for forbidden was stuck on one of the trunks, but Pain merely lifted up his right thumb, where his ring was placed, and the ground began to rumble. In short order, a staircase that wound out of sight appeared. Toby set Harrow against a nearby tree and practically skipped into the tunnel, followed by Deidara's slouched partner. Zetsu had mentioned Sasori when giving a rundown of Orochimaru's abilities. Perhaps this was the Hidden Sands legendary Akasuna no Sasori, and then the former Iwa Nin himself. Pain turned his full attention to Kakuzu before the taller shinobi could move towards the opening. "This is for members only. The children stay here." "For what duration?" "It will take 3 days to seal the Ichibi." Kakuzu nodded in understanding. "You heard the man, brat." Naruto opened his mouth as if to protest, but then closed it. Kakuzu was not a man to be trifled with, and it seemed as if Pain was even less of one. The blonde nodded reluctantly, figuring he could take the time to rest and wait for Fu and Harrow to awaken. His teacher gave him a curt head bob before disappearing into the darkness. Pain fixed the Jinchuriki with an intense stare before following behind. The second the orange-haired man was out of sight, the ground shifted back to cover up the hole. There was barely enough light to see by when the stairs opened into an expansive, but surprisingly empty, cavern. Comparatively, the base Zetsu had led him to before the Chunin exams to cement his team's cover was tiny. In the middle of the cavern stood Deidara, his partner, and Toby in a loose circle around the prone form of the Ichibi Jinchuriki. Deidara's clay owl was nowhere to be seen. Pain moved past him and performed a sequence of familiar seals. "Kuchios no Jutsu," he intoned. A massive rumbling shook the cavern as a gigantic statue rose from the ground. Judging by appearances, it was probably demonic in origin, with shackles cuffing its wrists and a scroll clenched between its teeth. That would explain the enormity of this hideout, Kakuzu observed silently. "Assemble," Pain ordered. Immediately, multicolored holographic images of 4 figures, one the telltale appearance of Zetsu, the others Konan, Itachi, and Kisame by process of elimination, phased into existence upon the outstretched, cuffed hands of the statue, taking up the spaces on the left ring and right pinky, middle, and ring fingers. The people physically present leaped to their own digits, leaving only the left middle and pointer fingers empty. Kakuzu was a second behind in taking his place upon the middle one, based simply on the position of his ring. He watched as Pain continued to form seals, the scroll falling from the statue's mouth as green lights appeared on the statue's fingers, illuminated with the symbols upon Akatsuki's rings. A giant ball of blue chakra gathered in the statue's mouth, and Kakuzu began to concentrate his own chakra in mimicry of the other members. Fuinjutsu, Genryu Kyufujin. 9 blue dragons, composed, Kakuzu assumed, of the chakra of all the S-class missing nin, roared from the statue's mouth, descending upon the unconscious vessel of the Ichibi Jinchuriki. Red matter, demonic chakra, perhaps, began to leak from the San Genin's mouth and eyes. A sealing technique which seems to separate the mixed chakra of a biju from its container, most impressive. Highly complex. 3 days here? Green eyes focused intently on the spiky-haired form of Akatsuki's leader. And then what, I wonder? LLL. Naruto sat against one of the trees which hid the secret entrance to one of Akatsuki's lairs, expression pensive. Fu's and Haro's prone forms lay against separate trunks, cuts and bruises scattered liberally across their bodies. They could probably use a medicine. He stared at his own hands. Pity I know nothing about the medical arts. The blonde wondered idly if Kakuzu knew any, but quickly dismissed the thought. Surely Jiongu could take care of any injuries the older male suffered, limited though they were sure to be. I wonder. He brought his arm up perpendicular to his body, examining the black tattoo and sutures of Jiongu scattered along the limb. Can you heal? He asked aloud. There was a collection of images and thoughts that passed through his mind, the Kenjutsu's strange method of communication giving him pause. No, the threads could really only heal their host's body, but if manipulated properly they could be used for certain other applications. All right, he said, let's experiment. With that, he got to his feet and walked over to Haro. The cobalt-haired boy had definitely seen better days. Naruto divested the aim of his shirt, which was smeared with dirt and blood, to better access and assess the boy's wounds. Large bruises decorated Haro's torso, blotching the pale skin with bluish-purple splotches. The blonde placed one hand upon his teammate's torso and pressed gently. There was a somewhat crunchy feeling at the spot, and Naruto barely withheld a wince that contained a glimmer of his teacher's sadistic grin. Ooh, that sounds nasty. Probably a couple of broken ribs, maybe some fractures, handful of punctured organs? Not that I have any idea what I'm talking about, he admitted aloud. Well, let's see what you can do. A handful of threads slithered forth from his tattoo and wormed their way into Haro's body. Naruto observed the proceedings with mild curiosity, noting how the Kenjutsu was merging with the Aim-nin's body in a more cautious manner than he'd seen it do with others in the past. Through his connection with the tendrils, the blonde could somewhat sense the layout of Haro's body, as well as achieve a better understanding of the boy's injuries. Black threads wrapped tightly around a number of Haro's broken ribs, detaching from the main mass to bind and set the fragmented pieces to ensure a proper and quicker healing. They wormed their way throughout the Aim-nin's body, stitching a small puncture in one lung and a number of perforations in the kidneys. Man, Naruto observed, trying to take note of what the threads were doing and only half understanding the images he was seeing, did you get a number done on you? Musta pissed off that fat guy something fierce. The tendrils withdrew from Haro's skin, leaving no trace of their entry. Naruto moved over to Fu, intent on giving her the same treatment, but paused. Somewhere in the back of his mind, the blonde recognized that what he was about to do was wrong. Not in the sense of being bad, he was trying to help a friend, after all, but that the situation he was about to enter was inappropriate. Fu was not Haro. The idea of removing her clothing invoked a strange feeling of impropriety. Of course, the difference was obvious. Fu was a girl. Females, he knew from lessons and lectures with both Ryo and Kakuzu, didn't possess the same physiology as males. Naruto's hesitance in his present situation was understandable given that, barring the limited time he had spent with his fellow Jinchuriki, his experience with women was non-existent. Kakuzu made a point to avoid interacting with people as much as possible, and aside from the basic biological differences taught to him for the simple sake of being educated, elaboration upon the topic of the opposite sex had been and still was completely unnecessary. After all, he was still only 12, though close to his 13th birthday. And thus not driven by hormones. That wasn't even considering that Kakuzu absolutely seemed like the type to advocate his pupil's disinterest in engaging in relationships with the opposite sex. None of those thoughts really registered in the Kyuubi Jinchuriki's brain. All he could say for sure was that some deeper instinct felt that there was some line he was about to cross that he should know about, and yet didn't. Social protocols hardly existed in the world of a rogue shinobi. Carefully, Naruto removed the girl's top layers of clothing and placed them upon the strange red cylinder she always carried around with her. The tanned smoothness of Fu's flat abdomen greeted his vision, a sight he remembered from her usual attire. Thankfully, a series of bandages was wrapped around her chest in a display of modesty he was intuitively grateful for. He released a sigh of relief he didn't know he'd been holding, the niggling feeling of awkwardness dispersed from his system. The facts that Fu was only 13, owed Naruto her life, and was as flat as a board never even crossed the blonde's mind. He went through the same process he had with Haro, allowing Jiongu to burrow into her system and fix any irregularities it could. The threads bound a couple of ribs and repaired a small problem with the liver before leaving her body. Apparently Fu had suffered similar injuries to Haro, though with a smaller degree of damage. Her shoulder looked offset, but with no real medical knowledge, Naruto wasn't about to try to correct the injury. He reclothed his companion and then settled back into his original spot against the tree, pensive again. The question of where to go from here burned in his mind. Kakuzu, his mentor, was now a member of an elite organization focused on capturing the Biju, which he and Fu, his only real friend, contained. Even assuming that Kakuzu didn't actively pursue and/or betray them, Akatsuki still had plenty of other members who could easily find and restrain the two Jinchuriki. They could possibly escape for a little bit, maybe build up their strength and hope to take on Akatsuki, but every road he could imagine eventually ended in them getting caught. So where did that leave them? Their other option, Naruto supposed, was one of those insane, albeit crazy enough to work ideas. Basically, he and Fu could work alongside Akatsuki, potentially even aiding the syndicate in achieving its goal, and simultaneously use the closeness to exploit any weaknesses within the organization. By gathering information on what each of the members could do in terms of skill, as well as their personalities, idiosyncrasies, and other details, evading them and prolonging his and Fu's capture became easier. Naturally, all that was theoretical, but it wasn't like he had much in the way of options. Stay, and either buy time and gain valuable intelligence and resources, or get captured, and most likely killed, immediately, leave, get no resources, and be captured at some indeterminable future point in time. The decision seemed relatively simple, even considering the risk. Naruto maneuvered his body to better watch Fu, studying the rise and fall of her chest with strange intensity. For some reason, the idea that some random ninja had been able to do so much damage to her didn't sit well with him. Fu was strong and capable, and beyond that, someone who knew what it was like to walk in every aspect of Naruto's shoes. To lose her was unacceptable. With that, the blonde's decision was made for him. He would have to play his cards right, hope that Kakuzu, in his strange helping in roundabout manners methodology, would stick by his pupils, and pray that he was lucky enough that Akatsuki would rather make use of two wayward Jinchuriki who could do them a fair amount of good in the short term rather than kill them, but he would do everything in his power to protect Fu and simply survive. In the meantime, he still had the better part of 3 days before he could even put his plan into action, so he settled back and allowed his eyes to close as a wave of tiredness washed over him. LLL. The prone form of the red-headed Ichibi Jinchuriki fell to the cavern floor, breaking the silence of the ritual. A pupil appeared in one of the statue's eyes, and the mercenary could only extrapolate that the biju had been extracted to the statue, leaving its host dead. The other members released their seals, prompting Kakuzu to do the same, and he resisted the urge to stretch his stiff muscles after 3 days of non-movement. That was when Pain began speaking. "We have annexed the land of sound from Orochimaru, and the treacherous snake has been disposed of," he announced in a grand monotone. "As such, our base of operations will be moved to Otogakure, and all our future movements shall be coordinated from there. I will be there shortly to oversee the transition," he directed to Konan. He looked around at the rest of the organization. "In the meantime, the rest of you will continue with your assignments. There is still much to be done before our ultimate goal is achieved." Ringed gray eyes turned to focus on the tall Nuke-nin. "Kakuzu, stay." The 4 holographic projections fizzled and disappeared. Deidara leapt from his perch and threw out his miniaturized clay owl, which promptly multiplied in size. "Better get a move on, Sasori no Dana," he crowed. "You haven't fulfilled your quota yet, Impudent brat," intoned Sasori, jumping to the floor and landing with a heavy clunk. "The best masterpieces take time," he stated warningly, shuffling towards the exit. The pair's bickering voices could be heard echoing around the space as they departed. Kakuzu's green eyes watched them go, flickering briefly over to catch Toby wave a farewell and disappear as silence engulfed the remaining 2. He descended to the level of the orange-haired man. "You wish to speak with me?" he prompted. The shorter man studied him carefully while Kakuzu did the same. For both, it was a measure of the other's character, a test of their mettle in the face of another powerful presence. Kakuzu was sure that the younger male had some knowledge of what he could do, and while Pain's abilities were still an unknown, the fact that he led an organization composed of other S-class criminals spoke highly of the strength and respect he commanded. Still, Kakuzu was not one to be subordinated so easily, and he refused to succumb to Pain's scrutinizing gaze. After a long moment, Pain blinked, breaking the spell cast between the two. "You know of Akatsuki's goals?" "I know enough," Kakuzu replied easily. He couldn't say with certainty that he knew every aspect of the organization's plans, but he could piece together what he did know and draw conclusions from there. The mercenary would not cede any weakness, whether physical or mental, in front of this man. The more it appeared he knew without being told, the more respect he could garner from Pain because of his knowledge. Even if some of said knowledge was a bluff. The orange-haired man nodded. "Your assignment is the Rokubi no Namakuji. Last we heard, it was within the possession of Kirigakure, but that was years ago and the bloodline purges may have resulted in the Jinchuriki's demise. According to what limited records we have found, the Rokubi is rather intelligent and reclusive. This is why I have assigned it to you." That made sense to Kakuzu. Send a bounty hunter to find someone who was good at hiding. He inclined his head and turned to leave, but Pain's voice cut him off. Akatsuki members work in pairs. I work alone. You have been in the company of another for many years now. Extenuating circumstances. He is valuable. I am well aware of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki's value, as you put it. Kakuzu turned around slowly to face Pain, face betraying nothing. Uzumaki Naruto, container of the Kyuubi no Yoko, sealed within him by his own father, the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato. I also know that you have more recently taken the Jinchuriki of the Nanabai under your wing. He is well informed. Of course, Kakuzu had already been threatened with the loss of Fu before by Konan, but the fact that Pain knew of Naruto, while not completely surprising, was still bad. It was like an intricate dance where both people were trying to lead, and Kakuzu was quickly losing ground. If you know so much, then you must know of my tendencies. If you're referring to your sadism and temper, then yes, Zetsu has informed me of such. I have found you the ideal partner, though attempts to recruit him have been unsuccessful thus far. Kakuzu arched an eyebrow skeptically. To have planned so far ahead as to find me a partner before I even joined, he has impressive foresight. Then how exactly is this person going to become my partner? You have a quality I believe he will find tempting. Here, he stated, throwing a slim folder at the newest member, information for you. Finding this man is your first priority. I will contact you when he has joined our ranks. And you will know of this how? Pain tossed a small object at him, which Kakuzu caught easily. He turned it over in his hand, studying the ring with the character San inscribed on an orange gemstone. That will be enough, Pain said. Kakuzu nodded and turned to leave, but apparently the orange-haired man wasn't done. The Jinchuriki, what are your feelings towards them? When the mercenary didn't immediately respond, Pain continued, you know that this process kills the Jinchuriki. Kakuzu's green eyes flickered over to Gaara's corpse. They will eventually be sacrificed for Akatsuki's goals. They are outside, weakened and outnumbered. Why not just capture them now? The time is not right. Perhaps there is an order to the ceiling that prevents the higher Biju from being extracted too early. The children are of little consequence to me, he responded flippantly. However, I believe it would be prudent to speak to them before committing to any decisions. They have a propensity for being profitable. Kakuzu took Pain's lack of response as his cue to leave, headed for the stairs. Before he moved completely out of earshot, Kakuzu stated smoothly, I will be taking the children with me on this mission. The experience will be useful, should you decide to implement their talents into your plans. Kakuzu's footsteps seemed unnaturally loud in the quiet of the stairwell as he ascended. The monotonic sound offered him little reprieve from the many thoughts bouncing around his mind. There was little doubt that he was walking a thin line between trying to keep the Jinchuriki alive and abiding by Akatsuki's wishes. At some point in the future, Naruto and Fu would have had to survive on their own merit anyway, but Kakuzu had hoped to ingrain more survival instincts in them before that day came. Now, his time to do so seemed to be severely constricted. Even more frustrating was the lack of an exact time frame he had to impart such wisdom to them. Kakuzu's process was slow and methodical, training while seeming to not really train at all. Time constraints hindered that process. While he could stall on the capture of his Biju, that would draw suspicion towards him, and as the newest member and the one most connected to Naruto and Fu, he was probably already under scrutiny. He would have to make his moves carefully. The bounty hunter emerged into muted sunlight, the canopy providing a shield to the harsh mid-afternoon sun. Green eyes blinked slowly in the limited light before Kakuzu turned to look for his pupils. Naruto was standing next to and slightly in front of a sitting Fu, whose back was against a tree, bandages wrapped around her torso. Opposite them was Zetsu, in the process of melding out of a tree. Both Tobi and Haro stood between the two parties, an innocently curious tilt to the former's head. The former Takinin cleared his throat. Naruto's head swiveled towards the noise, his expression lighting up as he exclaimed, Kakuzu. Said mercenary ignored the rather exuberant greeting and turned to face Zetsu. Zetsu, he greeted in a monotone, to what do we owe this pleasure? Ah, Kakuzu-san, don't be like that. White Zetsu offered cheerfully. We have only come to return your belongings from the other base. The plant man held out a bundle of clothes, and Kakuzu took the proffered head and mouth covering and slashed through Hyde. He put them on with disguised haste, more comfortable in his usual garb with the facial stitches and hair hidden beneath cloth. Fully garbed, he watched as Naruto hesitantly grabbed his and Fu's clothing, the blonde's blue eyes never losing their cautious skepticism. Zetsu stared back unblinkingly. Kakuzu cleared his throat again. Anything else? No, Zetsu replied, shifting his normal eye to look at Kakuzu. We're going to take Haro with us. Good luck with your mission. Come, Tobi. The plant man remerged with the tree as Toby grabbed Harrow and waved a cheery farewell before disappearing into a vortex of swirling energy, not even giving the cobalt-haired boy a chance to say goodbye. Naruto and Fu watched in mute shock. "They're fucking weird," commented the blonde at length. "I might miss Harrow, though." Kakuzu mentally agreed that the blonde's first statement was accurate. "Come," he motioned, moving north, "we have work to do." The Kyuubi Jinchuriki helped Fu to her feet. He slid on the shirt and vest Kakuzu had given him long ago, relaxing into the fit of familiar clothes. "We?" he asked, curiosity piqued. "Yes." When the mercenary didn't elaborate, Fu piped up. "What are we doing?" "Searching for someone." Naruto scowled in frustration. "Could you possibly be any more vague?" Kakuzu lowered his voice, though it retained his gruff register. "Here is not the proper setting with which to discuss such information." Naruto glanced behind him, spying Pain standing at the entrance to the hideout, watching them depart. He opted to stay quiet after that, Fu walking beside him as they followed their teacher. They plodded along at a rather sedate pace for a number of hours, despite the urgency Naruto felt Kakuzu should have had to get away from Pain. As evening fell, the ex-waterfall shinobi had them stop to set up a small camp in the middle of the forest. When dawn broke the next day, Kakuzu kicked them awake and set off without another word, forcing his students to follow behind. The blonde remained in a dour mood the whole trip, irked at Kakuzu's easy dismissal of his previous questions and refusal to elaborate. The fact that the older ninja would merely get some sort of sick satisfaction from denying him access to information he wanted, their destination and goal, helped prevent him from asking again. Only Fu's warm hand in his own kept him from actually lashing out at his teacher. Again, he was struck with a strange sense of awkward foreboding at the gesture. It was nice to have someone around who could placate his temper, especially since getting into anything with Kakuzu was bound to have disastrous, and painful, results for him, but he felt that there was some significance to the hand-holding that he was missing. What did it mean, the simple clasping of hands? Was he really okay with Fu being able to read him so easily? Yes, he allowed after a moment of thought, perhaps having his fellow Jinchuriki know him so well was a good thing. It certainly prevented him from raising Kakuzu's ire unnecessarily and taking a beating. Still, was there something more he wasn't able to read into? Over the past 3 days, he had noticed a trend in his pattern of thinking related to the green-haired girl. When Harrow had, surprisingly, regained consciousness first, Naruto had immediately pressured the boy into assessing Fu's condition. The gray-eyed male had done so with tired reluctance, only Naruto's wordless guarantee of pain if he refused rousing Harrow to action. After wrapping her torso in bandages to set her ribs, a precaution, Harrow had stated after Naruto had explained what he had done with the threads, he had reset her shoulder, forcing Fu to emit a low moan of pain. Naruto had tensed at the sound, but then relaxed when the other boy had turned back to him with a weak grin. The blonde had offered his temporary teammate a brief word of gratitude before letting the amnine settle into a peaceful slumber. Somehow, even knowing that Harrow wouldn't hurt Fu intentionally, the idea that he could have didn't sit well with the blonde. When the Nanabai Jinchuriki had awoken some hours later, she had graced Naruto with a tentative smile that had both soothed his mind and sent him off in search of something for all of them to eat. The fact that he was worried about such trivialities related to Fu, especially when he knew that she could take of herself, made this vein of thinking even more frustrating to consider and not fully comprehend. His roundabout musings were cut short when Kakuzu stopped abruptly and turned to face his two disciples. They were standing on the edge of the forest, a landscape of steep mesas and sparsely foliaged flatland paving the way ahead. Naruto quickly disentangled his hand from Fu's, settling his face into a picture of annoyance. Now what? If Kakuzu had noticed the physical contact between the two Jinchuriki, he said nothing of it. Here is where you will begin to lead. Eh? Lead where? Fu asked. Kakuzu threw the folder Pain had given him at the green-haired girl, who snatched it out of the air. Orange Eyes skimmed the contents before she passed the file to Naruto. He flipped through the first couple of pages, analyzing all the details he could from the photos within. The man depicted looked short for an adult, with slicked-back silver hair and an ungainly large, triple-bladed scythe slung across his back. Naruto briefly wondered why someone would use such a ridiculous weapon, let alone how he carried it around while shirtless with no harness, but decided not to ask. There were several large coils of thick cable wrapped around spools attached to the man's pants, which perhaps explained how he lugged the scythe around, and what looked to be some sort of necklace hung low on his chest, dangling below his height. Lead to whom? Kakuzu corrected smoothly, jarring the blonde from his scrutiny. His name's Haiden, Naruto noted, perusing through some of the handwritten notes. Kakuzu nodded. Yes. It is our goal to find him. He is to become. Here, Kakuzu scowled in distaste, as if he had smelled something particularly malodorous. My partner. Naruto hid a snort of amusement with a choked cough, exchanging wry glances with Fu. They'd been partners with Kakuzu for years, and the mercenary barely seemed to be able to tolerate them. How was this man supposed to manage, even if he was an S-class nuke nin? So why are we looking for him? Seems like something you should be doing, observed the blonde. Fu slipped the folder from his grasp, scanning the information with renewed curiosity. The tall shinobi shot Naruto an irritated look. You are doing this to gain experience in tracking, a skill highly important to a bounty hunter. One which you are lacking in, he threw in snidely. And who's to blame for that, I wonder, Naruto remarked quietly to Fu. A moment later, his head was against the ground in a mock bow of deference, Kakuzu's hand gripping his shirt collar. I am old, not deaf, brat, growled the former Takinin. He released his pupil, allowing the boy to stand up and rub the dirt off his forehead, muttering quiet obscenities. Kakuzu smirked behind his mask. This, he proclaimed suddenly, is your final test. Both of you are capable shinobi hardened by experience and tutoring, albeit prone to lapses in judgment and competence. You have been trained to be apathetic killers, desensitized to the pain and death of others. Though you are young, you have potential. He paused to look into the distance of the landscape. Naruto would have thought he was getting emotional, if the idea wasn't so ludicrous. Kakuzu turned back, green eyes intense. Do not squander your gifts. In the real world, there will be no one to watch your backs, to protect you. You will be forced to make your own way, survive on the fruits of your labors. After this, there will be no more guidance. There was silence among the trio as the two Jinchuriki allowed their mentor's words to wash over them. What Kakuzu had said wasn't exactly new, but it seemed very profound despite that. It almost sounded like he was warning them of what was to come, that they needed to grow up and survive, but to also exercise caution. They were the parting words of a teacher to his students, because after this, Kakuzu belonged to Akatsuki. Naruto lifted his head to meet Kakuzu's hard gaze. They know, don't they? About me? Yes. There was another long moment of silence, Naruto lost in thought and Kakuzu waiting for some other query or outburst. Fu was the one to break it. This says that Haiden originated from Yugikure, she pointed out, referencing the folder in her hands. I've never heard of it before. Kakuzu snorted in disdain, though the Jinchuriki felt that it wasn't aimed at her. That is to be expected. Yugikure is a minor village, even among other minor hidden villages like Kusagakure and Amigakure. It disbanded its shinobi program in recent years. Apparently he was quite unhappy about it, he stated, nodding towards the file, which is unsurprising. Shinobi do not take kindly to being snubbed by their village. No one pointed out that Kakuzu was a prime example of that particular ideology. Went on a rampage, killed his neighbors, left the village, Fu summarized. That was less than 2 years ago, but I guess we should check it out, see if there are any clues to his whereabouts. These notes say that every time Akatsuki made contact, they were close to Yugikure. Deft analysis, Kakuzu granted. He spread an arm before him, indicating the vast expanse. Welcome to the land of hot water, home to Yugikure, he continued dryly. Let's go then, prompted Naruto, striding past the other two. He paused a handful of paces ahead of Kakuzu's position and looked behind him, a sheepish grin in place. Where exactly is this village? Kakuzu resisted the urge to facepalm, instead moving past Naruto with a sweep of his cloak. This way. Once we reach the village, you two will take over. There will be no more hand-holding. Neither Jinchuriki asked for clarification on whether he was referring to their previous physical contact or him leading them through their quest, though Naruto had to bite his tongue to not make a snarky comment about how Kakuzu had never used hand-holding as a teaching tool. His piece said, the mercenary took off, both Jinchuriki following close behind. The journey was quiet for a long while, everyone lost in their own thoughts. After a couple of hours, Naruto decided to act on them. Hey, Kakuzu, what, He scratched his head nervously, what do you know about Akatsuki? When the mercenary didn't reply, he continued, you know, like, who are the members and what are they capable of? I figure we should know what we're up against when. He trailed off uncomfortably. Kakuzu didn't say anything for a time. Naruto almost lost hope in trying to get any inside information when his teacher spoke up. There are supposedly only 10 official members of Akatsuki at any one point. You are well acquainted with several of them. He reached into one sleeve of his long cloak, pulling out the thick bingo book Naruto was accustomed to seeing his mentor peruse. Where he kept it, Naruto could only guess, probably safeguarded within his body by the black threads. The mercenary flipped through the pages, then stretched his arm behind him with Jiongu so that Naruto and Fu could view the entry while they walked. Hashigaki Kisame, he intoned, more for Fu's benefit than Naruto's, a member of Kirigakure's 7 shinobi swordsmen, extraordinarily proficient in kenjutsu and suiton ninjutsu. It is said that he killed his former master, Suikazan Fuguki, part of the strongest generation of the 7 shinobi swordsmen, to earn his rank among them. Fu's eyes roved over the picture of Kisame depicted in the book. Creepy looking, she commented. Kakuzu grunted noncommittally, unwilling to offer an opinion on the aesthetics of another given his own appearance. He's strong, Naruto added. Most of his techniques seem to revolve around sharks, and he likes using a lot of water to overwhelm the opponent. The blonde shuddered in remembrance of his own spars against the blue-skinned individual. I'm sure I only saw part of what he was capable of. Most likely, agreed Kakuzu, retracting his hand and flipping pages again. When he showed the book this time, the picture on the page was of a black-haired, crimson-eyed individual with prominent facial lines under his eyes. From Naruto's stint with Kisame, we know that this is his partner, Uchiha Itachi. Graduated from the Shinobi Academy at age 7, Chunin at age 10, ANBU captain at age 13, he possesses the Sharingan, which is capable of copying all jutsu it views. A short time after that, he killed his entire clan, an impressive feat for one so young, he admitted. It can be presumed that, like his brethren, he is extremely talented in genjutsu and katon ninjutsu, though his abilities are probably far more varied and cannot be accurately summarized so succinctly. I think he's stronger than Kisame is, Naruto stated slowly. Kisame seemed to take instructions from Itachi. This would not surprise me, Kakuzu acknowledged. Separately, both are powerful shinobi. Together, they are beyond dangerous. Unspoken went the words, you should avoid them at all costs. Whip 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 went the pages again. This time, the image the Jinchuriki were presented with was of a child Naruto guessed to be their age, blonde hair in a high ponytail with a long fringe covering one eye. Deidara, prodigy of Iwagakure's Happa clan and the youngest member of the Explosion Corps in decades. The Happa clan is known for its Kekiai Genkai, the Bakutun chakra nature. It is highly destructive, he deadpanned. Naruto rolled his eyes. Gee, really? I wouldn't have guessed. The older shinobi disregarded his pupil's sarcasm. Deidara was taught by the Sandaime Tsuchikage, and can be assumed to be quite competent with Doton ninjutsu. It is rumored that he stole a kenjutsu from Iwagakure which allows him to infuse his explosive chakra into clay creations. Judging by the size of the bird he arrived on, these rumors have merit. After he left the village, he became a terrorist bomber for hire, though his activities lessened in frequency a couple of years ago. I can only surmise that he was recruited to Akatsuki around that time. You seem to know a lot about him, Fu commented. Kakuzu grunted. He piqued my interest some years ago. Unfortunately, I was rather preoccupied with keeping tabs on the brat. Oi, protested Naruto. What do you mean, keeping tabs? You went off gallivanting around the world and left me alone too. Did you ever wonder, Kakuzu interjected icily, how you went so long without ever being discovered by any shinobi? Did your feeble mind ever consider how we stayed in one location, under the noses of the foolish Konohanin you escaped from, without ever running into a single one of them? Fu shot him a curious glance when he couldn't formulate a cohesive response. The blonde swallowed, thinking over this new information. It was true that while living in Onanji, Naruto had never run across any other shinobi, despite the fact that, with the hindsight that he was a Jinchuriki, they would certainly be looking for him. And Kakuzu, while neglectful with his training, had also never put him in a dangerous situation without considering him ready to handle it. Plus, the mercenary had been gone an awful lot during his younger years. Naruto had originally written it off as bounty hunting expeditions, but could he have? Were you protecting me? The slow turning of pages was his only answer. Naruto resisted the urge to rip the book from his teacher's hands and demand an answer. That had "bad idea" written all over it. Another short interlude of quiet confirmed that Kakuzu would never actually admit to looking after or caring for the blonde. Lost in the circular debate of whether the older shinobi was bluffing or not, Naruto was practically slapped in the face by the bingo book. He recovered in time to hear Kakuzu begin talking. Although unconfirmed, I believe that this is Deidara's partner, Akasuna no Sasori. Unruly red hair framed a face with oddly pale skin for someone who grew up in the desert. Laconic brown eyes stared out of the page, appearing completely disenchanted. He looks so young, Fu wondered. I mean, I know that we're young for Nuke-nin, and Deidara's only a teenager, but still. Well, he should. This picture is almost 20 years old. Both Jinchuriki stared at the back of the former Takinin's head. If Kakuzu noticed, he let it go. Sasori defected from Sunagakure a little more than 17 years ago, in the middle of the Third Shinobi World War. He was hailed as a genius puppeteer, the greatest master of Kugutsu no Jutsu since its creator, Chikamatsu Manzaemon. However, after he became a nuke nin, Sasori became untraceable. His physical characteristics, abilities, strength, jutsu arsenal, they are all unknowns. While Akatsuki Sasori shares none of the traits depicted here, the real Sasori is a puppeteer. Meaning that the body he's using could be a puppet, Naruto finished. It is likely. The bingo book snapped shut with a resounding clap. Zetsu, Tobi, Konan, none of them are listed as nuke nin from any village. Based on observation, Zetsu has the ability to phase through and merge with solid matter, though I am unsure of his limitations. Tobi can disappear into thin air with an ability similar to a Shunshin, and Konan has some sort of control over paper. Their leader, Pain, an alias, I am sure, is also an unknown, though the strange pattern of his eyes would seem to imply some sort of dojutsu, albeit one I am not knowledgeable of. Well, Naruto stated after allowing the information to sink in, that's more than we knew before. Now we have a bit more a fighting chance. That was rather gratuitous of you, Kakuzu, Fu pointed out. I don't suppose you plan on helping us. Whatever scheme you have planned will have to be executed by your own hand, Kakuzu interjected. Information is an open source for those who know where to look. I merely provided you with data any good bounty hunter should know. Fu opened her mouth to say something else, but a restraining hand on her shoulder stopped her. The green-haired girl looked to her left. Naruto shook his head, his hand returning to idle by his side. He recognized the note of finality in his teacher's tone. Kakuzu was not going to give out any more information than what he had already offered. Truthfully, it was a boon they had gotten that much from the former Takinin. When dusk fell upon them, the trio made camp at a location Kakuzu estimated to be a couple of hours away from Yugakure. Lacking any camping equipment, Fu erected simple earthen constructs for each of the renegades to take shelter in. Their teacher absent-mindedly lit a small fire and retired shortly thereafter, leaving the two Jinchuriki sitting across from each other on sturdy stone seats Fu had created. For a time, the only sounds were the crackling of the fire between them and the calls of the nocturnal animals. Naruto tapped a finger against his cheek rhythmically, chin resting in the palm of his hand, elbow propped on his knee. Prodigies, he murmured at last. Prodigies and masters and geniuses. Fu nodded sullenly. Things don't look too good, do they? Naruto made a non-committal noise. Are we gonna die? She whispered, as if afraid someone would overhear her trepidation. Naruto offered her a sad quirk of his lips. Not without a fight, we're not. And, he continued, pausing to collect his thoughts, I think we still have time. At his companion's questioning head tilt, he elaborated, think about it. They had us right where they wanted us, outnumbered, outclassed, and tired. But instead of taking us then, we were allowed to leave with Kakuzu. What does that tell you? The Nanabai Jinchuriki thought about it for a moment. They either want to make use of us, she replied slowly, or, they can't take the Biju from us yet. Naruto nodded. Which do you think it is? He shrugged. Dunno. We don't know enough about their operations or their plans to make an accurate prediction. For now, we play by their rules. We find out exactly what each of the members can do, get stronger, and stay on their good side. If we get really lucky, we won't have to fight for our lives. Silence reigned after that, the two Biju containers allowing Naruto's last statement to echo in their minds. When the fire died out some time later, the two young ninja went to their respective shelters with quiet bids of a good night. Naruto woke up earliest the next morning, moving on a mixture of restlessness and nervous energy. Hungry, and looking for something to do, he scoured the vicinity for something edible, eventually coming up with a couple of groundhogs. Kakuzu was awake when he returned, and the older ninja rekindled the fire from the previous night without a word between them. Today we reach Yugakure, Naruto thought between bites of roasted animal. At that point, Kakuzu would turn the reins over to him and Fu to find Haiden, no matter where the man currently was. It was almost as if Kakuzu was passing the baton to the two of them, and the success of their future lifestyles depended on the outcome of the search for Akatsuki's newest member. Blue eyes narrowed with steely resolve. I won't let you down. Fu woke shortly thereafter, and after eating the remaining meat, she demolished the earthen shelters and the trio took off again. They arrived at the entrance to Yugakure after a couple of hours. As they stepped through, Kakuzu scoffed, not even a guard. Pathetic. Naruto and Fu exchanged looks, the former rolling his eyes. What a shock, Naruto muttered. Kakuzu holds disdain for something. Fu let out a short giggle, prompting a small grin from the blonde. Make yourself useful, brat, interrupted Kakuzu, and tell me where our target is. Otherwise this poor excuse for a hidden village will not be the only thing I regard with disdain. Yeah, Naruto dismissed, walking ahead of his teacher with Fu slightly behind him. Like I'm not already on that list. Maybe we should do something productive, Fu suggested. She walked up to the nearest villager, an elderly woman, and asked politely, "Excuse me, Oba-chan, I was wondering what you knew about a man named Haiden." The woman's face immediately crumpled into a terrified expression. "Ooh," she moaned, "he's a terrible man. Coming here and slaughtering our citizens, with no reason other than the fact that he likes it. He comes by every couple of months to destroy another section of our beautiful village, ranting and raving about some person. Jashin, I think? We've tried hiring shinobi to protect us, but none of them have ever returned to the village. And just last week, my daughter-in-law was. The woman burst into tears, overcome by sorrow. Fu patted her back gently, if a bit awkwardly. "We, offer our condolences," Naruto tried, fumbling over the awkwardness of being kind to a stranger, "but could you perhaps tell us where the incident last week took place?" Sniffling, the old woman pointed down the road, further into the hidden hot springs. "It's not too far down the road from here. Construction's already being done on it, you can't miss it." Naruto offered her a slight incline of his head before motioning to Fu to follow the instructions. As the green-haired girl withdrew her hand and began to tread after the blonde, the elderly woman looked up and asked, "Who are you?" Fu offered her a tentative smile. "We're here to rectify your village's crisis. Thank you for your help." Clearly neither of you has issue with human contact, Kakuzu deadpanned once they were out of earshot. "The manner with which you interacted with that woman was nothing short of embarrassing." Naruto shrugged his teacher's sarcasm off. As Jinchuriki, both he and Fu had not been privy to the kinder side of humanity, and thus had none to few experiences with personal interaction. Living with Kakuzu's influence for so long had nullified whatever need there was to actually try and be polite. The bounty hunter was nothing if not blunt. Almost disappointed with his student's lack of a reaction, Kakuzu goaded, "Subtlety is an important aspect of the hunt." "Yeah, 'cause a 6-foot man covered head to toe and wearing a black cloak with red clouds is the definition of subtlety," retorted the blonde. Kakuzu smirked behind his mask, glad to see his student's vim and peppiness intact. Naruto would make a fine legacy someday. Assuming he survived whatever Akatsuki had planned for him, of course. The sound of a deep-voiced man yelling caused Naruto and Fu to run ahead, banking right at the next path. Kakuzu reached the intersection at a more sedate pace, opting to remain behind and study his student's methods. Analytical green eyes took in every detail of the surrounding area. Huge stacks of lumber were piled everywhere, in close proximity to a series of buildings which were all in various states of disrepair. Villagers donned in hard hats milled about the area, carrying wood, tools, bricks, and a variety of other infrastructure materials from one location to another. Ants, Kakuzu thought with scorn. All of them scurrying around like tiny insects. Pathetic. Some of the buildings held scorch marks, the residue from some explosion or katan ninjutsu, he deduced. Rust-colored splotches along the walls and on the ground provided evidence as to a large amount of bloodshed. Naruto and Fu came jogging back shortly thereafter. The foreman confirmed what we already knew about Haiden, Fu stated. He was a loyal ninja of Yugakure until the village disbanded its program and became a tourist destination. Then he went batshit crazy, Naruto jumped in. Slaughtered his neighbors and left the village. Apparently he's been returning every so often since he left. Kills some people, razes some buildings, he likes to cause destruction. But his visits are sporadic, they range anywhere from 3 weeks to 3 months. Trying to prove a point, Kakuzu muttered, or acts of retribution. How curious. Anything else? Bloodstains, Fu replied, all over the place. We can only assume Haiden's the cause. There's a trail that goes out from behind that building and leads deeper into the land of hot water, Naruto gestured. Just judging by the size of some of the bloodstains, I'd guess that he's wounded. Hard to tell exactly how old they are, but Haiden doesn't exactly strike me as the type to care about being subtle enough to cover his trail. Lacking subtlety and brains, Kakuzu mulled. Sounds like an older, more dangerous version of you. At Naruto's affronted glare, the mercenary smirked to himself, then continued musing, though the fact that he is injured is intriguing, considering that there are no Yugakure shinobi in existence anymore, let alone ones who could harm a supposed S-class nuke Nin. Yeah, well, now what? Griped Naruto. That should be obvious. We follow the trail, Fu supplied. Kakuzu nodded. Clearly the brains of the pair, he muttered, drawing another scowl from his blonde protege. Yes, as any good bounty hunter would, we follow the trail. Now, lead. Growling obscenities under his breath, Naruto stalked off in the direction of the construction, leaving Fu and Kakuzu to follow him. Unable to resist a parting shot, Kakuzu added, "Not that a good bounty hunter would ask for information, anyway, shinobi procure their knowledge by merit of their stealth and espionage abilities." The blonde's ravings about sadistic, temperamental, child-hating bastards could be heard clearly as the trio trekked out of the village. LLL. A month and a half in the wilderness with only Kakuzu and Fu for company was a long time. Granted, Naruto had spent longer periods of time with only Kakuzu or Kisame, and Itachi, for company, but after having to be around people for the Chunin exams, the isolation of the outdoors was a strange contrast. He had never really considered the difference between living with and without the assets of the city life. Toilets, for instance. The good news, he supposed, was that Fu was around. Without her, and with Kakuzu's reawakened sadism, Naruto was sure he would have gone crazy trying to survive with only the older shinobi to interact with. That said, the former Takinin had also mellowed somewhat, at least, compared to what Naruto had expected from his teacher's behavior. Aside from that fact that the blonde thought Kakuzu would have flipped his lid at the amount of time tracking Haiden had taken, and he thus far hadn't, the missing nin had also proven to be quite helpful, even more so than during the Chunin exams. During the month and a half of movement, Kakuzu had proven himself adept as a tutor, if not a snarky and sarcastic one. In between trying to retrace Haiden's movements through the land of hot water, Kakuzu had imparted the wisdom of some of his techniques upon the two Jinchuriki, though true to his word, he had revealed nothing of the intricacies associated with mastering Jiongu. Naruto had all but mastered Doton, Domu with Kakuzu's snide assistance, in addition to weaseling Suetun, Bakusui Shoha and Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu out of the original surging wave. Fu had been granted a series of increasingly powerful earth release techniques, as well as inspiration for new dust release ninjutsu. The newfound attention to the training regimes of the two Jinchuriki was unusual, though not unwanted by any means. Kakuzu, in his strange, detached way, was practically parenting them, preparing the duo for life outside his realm of influence. At least, that was the explanation Naruto preferred. It was sentimental in a way, though the blonde had no intention of voicing that opinion aloud. It had probably also helped Kakuzu's mood that they had run into a renegade Kumonin who had resupplied the thread user with a Raitun heart during their journey. Now, 6 weeks after initially setting out to find Kakuzu's new partner, 6 weeks of grueling walking, tracking, inspecting every tree, branch, and bush for a new clue whenever the trail went cold, they had arrived at the end. They had traversed the land of hot water's western border, cautiously, since the land of fire was its neighbor, down to the tip of the country, and then up the eastern coast. Kakuzu had grudgingly admitted that Haiden was perhaps smarter than he had initially thought after the trio had followed 2 different old trails to dead ends and then been forced to double back. Then, on the second turnabout, they had come across a freshly ravaged village which had been in perfect condition when they had passed it the first time. Following the day-old trail had been stupidly easy, even for a rookie hunter like Naruto, whom Kakuzu had taken to describing as so inept at tracking that he could not find water if he fell out of a boat. It was at those times when Naruto wished he had a different role model. Still, they had done it. The trio was currently standing in front of a very large rock bearing no significant features. Naruto would have likely passed it over as another formless boulder in the sea of the land of hot water's dull landscape if Kakuzu hadn't called a halt, claiming he sensed a chakra signature somewhere below them. So, Naruto began, staring at the rock blankly. Suggestions? Useless, Kakuzu intoned. We knock. He rolled up the sleeve of his right arm, revealing the telltale darkening of the earth spear technique. With minimal effort, the mercenary punched the rock, breaking it into a plethora of smaller pieces and revealing a hole in the ground which the stone had been covering, a winding series of earthen steps leading into the abyss. A backdraft of foul chakra washed over them, causing the two Jinchuriki to shudder and Kakuzu to peer into the darkness with hidden curiosity. The feel of the chakra was ancient, centuries old at least, and the ex-waterfall shinobi was intrigued as to its source. Naruto broke the silence that had overtaken the trio in the wake of the chakra. So who wants to go down the dark, creepy hole first? There is no need, Kakuzu informed him. Our host is coming out to greet his guests. He leapt backwards, putting some distance between himself and the hole. Fu and Naruto scrambled to follow as an obnoxiously loud voice started to become audible. Who the hell dares to intrude upon the entrance to Jashin-sama's temp, you again? I already told that plant fucker that I'm not interested in joining your shitty organization. Crass, Fu observed. Naruto nodded in agreement, analyzing Haiden's full profile while he stood in front of them instead of from the file's pictures. Silver hair was unchanged from the photos, looking too bright against pale skin. Wearing only a pair of maroon-colored pants and with bandages wrapped around his abdomen, his physique was well-defined, pointing towards a ninja more adept at taijutsu, though he seemed shorter than Naruto would have expected, especially with the size of the scythe clinging to his back. It was a dangerous-looking weapon, red with 3 wickedly curved blades, each of them decreasing in size and topped in a streak of silver. Bandages were wrapped around the handle, which ended in the thick coil of cable Naruto recognized from the pictures, carried in spools attached to Haiden's hip. Around the man's neck was a slashed Haide-8, the symbol of 3 diagonal lines, and a necklace, the pendant bearing a circumscribed triangle. Kakuzu also remained silent, though for a different reason. The source of the chakra was not Haiden, although there was a taint of it emanating from the silver-haired man. Just like with the Uzumaki clan, he found himself busy racking his brain for the inkling of familiarity Haiden's words had triggered. Jashin, Jashin. The name sounded much more familiar than when the old woman in Yugakure had blundered it, though not enough to recall anything substantial. Shaking it off as something that would come to him in time, Kakuzu stated, "Our leader asks that you reconsider. He believes that your views coincide with Akatsuki's and that you will be a great asset to the organization." "Hell no," was the immediate response. Purple eyes narrowed in gleeful delirium. "And since you heathens can't seem to understand that, it looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson." He grasped the handle of the scythe and brought it forward, twirling it experimentally with surprising deftness. Behind Kakuzu, Fu tensed. The mercenary immediately hardened his skin in preparation for Haiden's assault, but Naruto stepped forward and cracked his knuckles. "Don't bother, Kakuzu," he advised, unusually serious. "I want him." "You stupid brat," Kakuzu groused. "He is an S-class level shinobi. Your skills are nowhere near his." Naruto rushed forward to meet the charging Haiden, completely ignoring his teacher. "Fine. Let the consequences of your foolhardiness rest on your shoulders alone." Kakuzu rubbed his forehead in a vain attempt to dispel the headache his blonde student tended to cause. "This will be tedious." Naruto didn't respond, though whether that was because he chose not to or he couldn't hear his mentor was up for debate. He fired a quick Suiton, Mizurappa at his advancing opponent, but Haiden used his scythe as a shield to block most of the stream. Despite the slight loss in momentum, the former Yunin was on top of Naruto in a matter of seconds, swinging his scythe with reckless abandon. Naruto ducked the weapon and tried a sweep kick, but the silver-haired man jumped back and brought the scythe down again, laughing all the while. In an unfavorable position, Naruto was forced to activate the Earth Spear technique, batting the large weapon skyward with an Earth-reinforced arm. He dropped the defensive ninjutsu and began signing for the Whirlwind Fist. The downside to using Doton, Domu was that he couldn't use other ninjutsu while it was active. He was taken by surprise when Haiden yanked on the weapon's thick metal coil, bringing the triple-bladed scythe plummeting down towards him. The blonde immediately cut off his offensive and dove to the side. A low hiss escaped his mouth as the longest blade made contact, tearing open his sleeve and leaving a long gash along his upper arm. "Son of a... He ha ha ha." Haiden cackled, his pitch rising with unbridled glee. He reached behind him and withdrew a small black object from his waistband, which telescoped into a lengthy pike. Without flinching, he stabbed himself in the stomach, allowing his blood to spill freely and soaking the bandages there. His feet moved to draw a replica of his rosary's symbol on the ground in stark red. "Prepare to have judgment passed on you. Jashin-sama, please accept this sacrifice in your great name." Then he licked the tip of the scythe. Haiden's skin darkened to the deepest pitch, leaving a pattern of white that gave him the appearance of a skeleton. Fu, in a moment of surprise and terror, latched onto the nearest thing to her, Kakuzu's arm. "Kakuzu," she whispered, attempting to keep the tremor from her voice, What is he doing?" The bounty hunter glared at her until she released him, then turned back to the, rather one-sided, fight without responding. He was on the verge of solving the mystery that was Haiden, the answer sitting on the tip of his tongue. "Screw you!" Naruto shouted, getting to his feet. "You and your lord can suck it. Futon, Kazakiri." The blade of air soared across the distance between the two and broke diagonally across the laughing Nuknin, cutting deep into his flesh. Naruto relished in the satisfaction of landing a blow on the S-class shinobi for only a moment before he let out a loud gasp and sank to his knees. Blood began to soak into his shirt from a cut on his chest identical to the one Haiden had just received. What? He gasped as Jiongu began stitching closed the wound. "Gihahaha," shrieked Haiden, purple eyes bloodshot, pupils dilated with madness. "You've been cursed, and Jashin-sama has deemed you unworthy. Prepare to die." The retractable pike seemed to move with startling slowness towards Haiden's heart. Fu shouted something. Naruto launched his fists in an attempt to stop Haiden. The silver-haired man's eyes widened further in anticipation. Kakuzu drowned out all of that, focusing all of his thoughts inward. Jashin, a triangle within a circle, sacrifice. Green eyes snapped open as the pike dug through flesh and Naruto clutched his chest, gaping like a landed fish. The god of destruction, he muttered, the name finally striking a familiar chord. Kakuzu, do something! Fu shrieked. The mercenary paid her no mind, choosing instead to focus upon Haiden. Jashinism was an ancient religion, something he had once read about long ago from a scroll crinkled with age. Even then, Jashinists were a secretive lot, practically a cult, and the information he had obtained was minimal. Jashin was the god of destruction, and as such, the religion's followers were expected to rain death and carnage upon all who crossed their path. Anything less was considered blasphemy. Of course, none of that explained either the curse or the ritual that Haiden seemed so very proud of, but then again, Kakuzu was half impressed that he had remembered that much about the religion. Jashinism had been considered an extinct religion even during the mercenaries' heyday. The stupid brat brought this upon himself, he said at last. The pain is amazing. Haiden practically purred. Who's next, Jashin-sama? The masked asshole, or the little girl? And neither. Naruto. Fu cried. D-damn, muttered the blonde, there goes my safety net. He scratched his chest, mildly unnerved that he had just lost his Doton heart so quickly. Just gotta be more careful then. Let's go, round 2, he directed at Haiden. Haiden was, for the first time, absolutely speechless. He managed to find his tongue after a moment, wondering, another immortal who can spread Jashin-sama's will for all eternity? Another immortal? Pain's words suddenly floated to Kakuzu's mind, you have a quality I believe he will find tempting. Quick as lightning, Kakuzu's hand shot out and closed around Naruto's mouth before the blonde could say anything stupid. The child's immortality, the word was still rather bitter on his tongue, is an inheritance I granted him. He waited a moment for the meaning of his words to sink into Haiden's head. Despite the fact that Kakuzu didn't consider himself immortal, if such a trait attracted the shorter man to Akatsuki and ended their farce of a mission, he would play the part of the undying. You serve a deity who teaches you to embrace destruction, Kakuzu continued. Akatsuki's endgame is world domination, entire villages and countries wreathed in flames and ravaged in blood. Allying yourself with us would go a long way towards upholding your god's dogma, would it not? Haiden seemed to consider the taller ninja's words, the black and white pattern fading from his skin. All right, he agreed, I'll join your shitty organization. Working with another immortal should be interesting. Kakuzu allowed the reference to being immortal slide with growing ease. He retracted his hand from Naruto's mouth, and the blonde remained blissfully and surprisingly silent, and dug into the pocket of his cloak, coming out with the ring Pain had given him. Recalling the ceiling positions in the cavernous hideout, he tossed it to Haiden and said, place that upon your left index finger. Almost immediately after the ring was put on, Pain's commanding monotone echoed in Kakuzu's mind. I see you were successful in your mission. The Fu? Yes, Kakuzu replied smoothly, cutting across Haiden's half-confused, half-angry curse. Our leader, he assuaged the Jashinist. Haiden, your assignment is the Nibi no Nakomata. The what? Report back when you have a lead. We shall. Oi, what the fuck does a cat have to do with world domination? Both Kakuzu and Pain opted to tune out Haiden's ranting. One more thing. Send the Jinchuriki to Otogakure. I wish to have words with them. The bounty hunter glanced at his two pupils, watching as Fu fretted over Naruto, and the blonde merely waved her off with a laugh and a healthy dose of bravado. Understood. The presence in his mind disappeared just as suddenly as it had arrived. Brats, he stated in a voice that brooked no argument, come here. When they were standing in front of him, the tall shinobi continued, you have been summoned to Otogakure to meet with Pain. Naruto and Fu exchanged quick glances before the blonde nodded. All right. I guess we better go then. There was a long moment where the trio did nothing but stare at each other, kids against adult, as if trying to decipher something in the other's posture that belied what they wouldn't say. Finally, the two Jinchuriki turned around and began to head northwest to the hidden sound. Just before they reached the tree line, Kakuzu called out, Naruto. Both children immediately about-faced. The mercenary stared at them both a moment longer before reaching into his cloak and withdrawing his bingo book. He threw it at the blonde, who caught it with both hands, and then offered the duo a slight incline of his head. Naruto turned around and smiled so Kakuzu wouldn't see. It was as close to a nod of respect as he thought he would ever get from the detached Nuke Nin. The bequeathal of his bingo book spoke volumes as it was. With nothing left to say, the pair took off, neither they nor their temperamental teacher knowing when, or if, they would cross paths again.